Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Zagreb Regionals produced by Magic Omens. I am here, Akalakai, with Shinois. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Thank you so much. How are you? It's a EU Regionals first 16.5.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this. I've been playing in 16.5 for quite a bit, but it's a very exciting time for all of the Western folk. Lots of new decks to try. And I've heard some rumors that Mihawk seems to be very, very powerful. But how are you feeling on this day, and how do you think this tournament might end up going?
Well, at first I was little bit scared, I have to say, after seeing the results of Oklahoma, whether we had 17 Mihawk out of the top 32, and I think 11 in top 16. So I was like, oof, that's maybe a little bit too oppressive. But I do wonder how EU will, or the players that are playing in the regionals right now, will react to it. I did see, for example, people trying to play Boa Hancock, for example, and that worked out pretty well against Mihawk, for example. We did see a lot of people backing down on RG Luffy, although I don't think that matchup is horrible, but it's not the best one. I think so. A lot of people are trying to react on the Mihawk, basically.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like Mihawk is going to end up being the center point of this meta. Whether or not it's actually the strongest deck, who actually knows? It had a massive representation in Oklahoma. But, I mean, even if you look at the Japan Wave 1 Finals, which was actually currently ongoing, but started a couple of hours ago in Japan, we had a pretty good spread of specifically Mihawk and Enel in Top Cut. But we're going to see neither in our first game, as we're going to have Vedran versus Martin in Red Green Luffy against Black Yellow Teach.
Very tough first matchup for Veteran. I like Black Yellow Teach is one of these decks that are one of the better matchups is probably this RG Luffy.
Yeah, indeed. This is not the matchup that you want to see, especially in the first round as Red Green Luffy, who honestly has a pretty good spread across the board. You have the new 1000 Sunny, that one cost stage that'll attach one Dong continuously onto your leader. Basically allows you to play one turn ahead of usual. But in the face of Black Yellow Teach, who's just going to keep negating your leader effect so that your Dong are just standing there doing nothing, it's going to hurt quite a bit. So we'll see how he can navigate this matchup, because he will have to be fast before Teach can just slowly choke him out of the game.
This deck is able to go pretty fast, I think, because of the Luffy that restands for Dawn, the Sanji that you can play in combination with another Sanji very fast ahead of time because you restand Dawn. So I do like it a lot, which I'm very scared about right now, and every Black Yellow Teach is playing it, is the Dragon Twister. Dragon Twister slows down RG Luffy so much. They can get rid of the Luffy with in combination with Sanji or Usopp very fast, and afterwards they go in a chain with very big drops like the 10 cost Teach, the 8 cost Teach.
Yeah, that's true. If things like that Dragon Twister come into play to just board wipe some of Luffy's board, because Luffy really needs his board to restand that Dong at the end of his turn, then it can start to be an issue for him. So, things like a one-cost Laboon can definitely help in this matchup. But, we're still on turn 2. So Luffy just going to get in that aggression as we were talking about, and Black Yellow Teach forced to use a little bit of counter out of hand.
Keeping that hand size low from Black Yellow Teach, that might also help in the late game to get potentially rid of a 10 cost Teach, because you do have that new card of the starter deck, 7 cost Luffy. If you can find a way that they redirected the hit already, or they can't redirect to life, for example, you might get there.
Yeah, no, that's true. The 7 cost Luffy, 7 cost 9,000, which on play gives one of the opponent's characters minus 1,000 power for each Straw Hat type card on the board, also includes your leader and the stage. So that card can give you upwards of minus 7,000 power. So even if you have that redirect, it can still be pretty easy to take out their board if you can just start swinging into them with some of these smaller characters. Still, though, Martin is going to just drop down that Jesus Burgess, setting up board for later on, and just setting up his tools for later, and hoping that as long as he survives, he will be able to push through.
This Burge, it's a menace since OPO9. At first, it was you had to play cards like Gravity Blade, Red Rock, or to get rid of it, because in Black Teach, not in this Black Yellow Teach alone, this card is maybe one of the strongest forecasts on his own.
It is definitely the strongest forecast that Blackout Teach can play. Uh, Lots of debate, at least for me, whether or not this card should actually be run, because it is, for the most part, just a big power line. And sometimes that feels really good, but sometimes it's not necessarily needed either, because that guy will be standing there for quite a while. Luffy,
Hmm.
though, just trying to be on the aggressive as best as possible. He's going to be able to put down that 6-cost Luffy, restand 4 Dong, and then play down the Usopp, leaving up 2 Dong as well. And this used to not be possible before the Thousand Sunny existed, because you need to attach 1 Dong to your leader. But because he has that stage, he can do all of this while leaving a Dong on his leader. So now he basically has 4,000 counter for free while expanding out his board. So very nice thing that's only possible now that we have OP 16.5.
Hmm. But this turn, Dragon Twister is very scary. This is like one of these moments. If they Dragon Twister you right now, and afterwards they go into their chain of 8 cost and 10 cost each, that's where it gets very hard for the red green Luffy.
Yeah, he will need to make the decision if he wants to go for the 6-cost Shiryu or the Dragon Twister on this turn. Dragon Twister would effectively just reset both players, stalling 1 turn, and the Shiryu would be able to plant something into life. Does have some decent targets in his trash, like that Katarina Debon, which he countered with very early on against that Nami swing. So has some decent targets if he wants to go for that. Hard to see exactly if he has it in his hand, but I wouldn't mind either play right now. Does seem like he is going to go for the Shiryu despite having the... Oh no, maybe that's the 8-cost event in hand.
Yes, it was. I really
Yes.
thought it was Dragon Twister. Like, oof. This will be the reset, and he does have the 8 cost teach for the next turn. So, but okay, this is very good for the red green Luffy. Maybe we can set up maybe a Laboon to deny a Dragon Twister, because that protects your whole board, right?
Yes, it does. As long as you rest 2 cards when one of your
Yep.
characters would be removed by effects, then you can protect it. And it becomes very easy when you have so many Dong cards and these small 1-cost characters like the Nami, for example. So the thing is, for Luffy here, he has 8 Dong at his disposal, so he can do some really explosive things with the 5-cost Sanji and whatnot. So even if he doesn't play down that Laboon, as long as he just keeps expanding 2 things onto the board every single turn, then it will be reducing the value of the Dragon Twister the longer that the game goes on. So just trying to get in as much aggression as possible, knowing that this game will not be able to last very long. And I mean, Teach very comfortable right now, but 2 cards in hand.
Yep, that's the good part about it for the red green Luffy. Low in hand for black yellow Teach. Decides to
Yeah.
use the trigger effect.
Yeah, takes that 5k swing at leader, triggers out the Katarina, and just going to draw 1 card and play a 1-cost. Ooh, what's it going to be? Decides not to use the trigger. But these attacks against Black Teach, you never know what's going to come out, so they can be very, very scary. And now has that, I'm blanking, Vasco shot on the board right now for whenever he decides to swing on the next turn, he will be able to guarantee stopping one of those 7k swings turn after. And there is the double Sanji play, like we just mentioned, just the perfect curve right now, being able to leave 4 Dong active as well.
This looks really good for red green Luffy.
This is as good as it gets.
Yep. Also, one thing I forgot to mention about the Jesus Burgess, I do like the card a lot in the deck if I have stage on 1. If I don't have stage, I really dislike the card, because the stage can get you quite fast, I'm gonna say, with a bigger trash, so you can make your Burgess faster, 5k, 6k, 7k, and so on. But without stage, it feels like it's going way too slow, and that Burgess is literally until your last 2 turns just sitting there.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue, especially when you're going second, because you want to play that Burgess optimally on 4 Dong. If you don't find stage on that 2 Dong turn, then you're really in a problematic spot. So you'd be forced to search on 4 anyways if you don't have the stage, should you run it. Thankfully, if you're going first, you do have a couple more turns to be able to find that stage. So you have things like the 1-cost Lafitte or the This Is My Era that we've seen in his deck. But thankfully, does have the stage, so can just play perfectly on curve. Both players just, I wouldn't say high rolling, but finding exactly the cards that they need when they need them so far.
don't think there is one player that was saying, "Oof, that a tough turn," or I was not able to play some. I guess maybe that Dragon Twister on 6 would have reset this game so much because we did have the 8 cost, we did have the Shiryu, but so far so good for both players.
I mean, honestly, I think Shiryu is like perfectly fine on that turn, even if you had the Dragon Twister,
Mm.
because he had the Devon and he had the Vasco shot in his trash. So, what this does effectively is he's still able to play on curve. Yes, he didn't use all of his Dong on that turn, does have one Dong active here. But because he was able to reestablish that Vasco shot, one of the opponent's 7,000 power attacks is just not going to happen on this turn. So, in a way, this is dealing with attacks while also setting up an 8k body, which, interestingly, something of note is that he decided not to rest it. So I think he's very much in fear of things like the 7 cost Luffy potentially coming down, just keeping all of his board active for the time being and just trying to stall time as much as possible.
That is a very good Vasco shot as well. Also, a small fun fact, Vedran Rosandic sent me yesterday. Glad you guys are casting Watch Me Win a Serial. So he's very locked in for this regionals. This regionals is played with 256 players. And that means that we are only playing 8 rounds of Swiss today, and we will also be covering the top 16 immediately after the Swiss.
Yeah, I mean, for someone who has the will and the wherewithal to be able to say those things before the tournament starts, it definitely feels like it's going to be sending a message being on stream in this first match. Whether or not he can get over this teach is going to be a whole nother problem, but if he can, that is going to be sending a message to the entire crowd at Zagreb.
Absolutely. I have to say, getting a top 16 out of 256 players means you need to go 8-0, 7-1, or a very, very good 6-2. So it will be a very hard day for a lot of players, and we have a lot of very, very good players as well attending these regions. We do have Luca and Pervoye, who stayed in their own country to play, of course, this regional. Skepas is traveling, Arman, and so on and so on. And an insane turn again for RG Luffy.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seemed a little bit weak at first because he started with the 10k swing with Luffy. Maybe he didn't need to go that high because you knew that Teach always wanted to redirect that attack, but finishes out really powerful with the Nami and Luna to just make sure that even though Teach, despite not choosing to rest those characters the turn before, are now forced to be rested and stunned via that Luna.
We do have Dragon Twister this turn.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to use it. There it is, flipping over the top life. Borsalino, good card to see, and is going to just get rid of the opponent's board because he failed to set up things like that Laboon.
It's funny that he picked Alt Art Sanji and Verano-san. No, I'm keeping this one on the board.
In terms of pure card value on the board, we have some heavy hitters like that Sanji alt art, but also the base base art Teach, not too far behind. Honestly, I mean, English version, maybe that's even more expensive. Who knows? But
yes,
still,
way ahead, I dare to say even.
English prices are a mystery to me, but making sure to keep the more expensive one for the aura points, and is just going to use all of his Dong while he still can, because Teach decided not to put down that 10 cost Teach on this turn. He's going to swing 9 into the Usopp and 10 into the Usopp, only 2 Dong left, so is going to take the block.
Yes, I'm gonna get rid of one of the 10 cost Teach to use stage.
And is bottoming another one now with that stage effect. So seems like he's looking not to finish out the game with these 10 cost Teaches, but just through board control.
I do see one left in hand, but that means one in trash, one at the bottom of your deck, and just one in hand, and probably one left somewhere.
Yeah, only one that we haven't seen, I believe, unless it was in an earlier search that we missed. So seems like, I mean, despite this though, so Luffy can expand his board once again here, and I don't know what the optimal play here is. He still gets 3 Dong at the end of his turn. He can play down 7 cost Zoro to make sure that the opponent can't go for your leader. But the issue is that if the Teach plays down the 10 cost Teach the next turn, just makes so you can't use your leader effect, and then he just goes for your entire board, then suddenly you're going to be facing Teach with a massive blocker on the board, 2 life potentially, and effectively no board. So this is where it starts to get really, really tricky for RG Luffy.
I do like 7 cost Luffy in this turn to reduce the board a little bit. If you don't reduce the board from the Black Yellow Teach this turn, and next turn they go for the 10 cost Teach, you're in a really tough spot. Also, because we see the 5 cost Borsalino on top of life. Next turn, 10 cost Teach. Afterwards, they do have Borsalino and maybe even 2 Borsalinos. And from that point on, I do think it's impossible.
Yep. Yeah, that 7 cost Luffy still going to be pretty strong here. You know, you can also attach 3 Dong anywhere to give it rush. Despite there only being 2 characters on the board, that will give one of the opponent's characters minus 5,000 power because he'll be included as well as the stage as well as leader. So would definitely make it much easier to take out some of those higher priority targets if he wants to play the slower game. But he has to make a decision here on this turn how much pressure he wants to put on the opponent and how much he wants to play defensively. Is going to go for that Luffy though.
That might mean that he is just going full aggro.
It could be either way right now.
We did use a Sanji already, so maybe try to force a redirect with a 7k swing that it's like, if I swing 7, a redirect onto this Teach with this Shiryu might be very tempting for the Black Yellow Teach, and afterwards I use the Luffy to have a guarantee clear. But I guess you still have 3 swings left for this Burgess, and this Burgess is only a 1k right now, I think. Oh no, even more. It's a 3k.
Yeah, he's just going to let that go, though, holding on to the redirect for presumably the Luffy. But he can split up his Dong in a tricky way to make that Luffy swing for 10k, for example. So make the redirect as awkward as possible. But it seems like he will be attaching 3 Dong, swinging 8k at leader. So, actually, no, this is fine, I guess. I mean, 710 kind of does something similar, but now when this Luffy swings, you just need to give away 1 card to redirect in the 10 or the 8 cost Teach, and then that attack's finished.
We didn't use the redirect yet, so how do we like swinging a 10k? So if they want to redirect on the Teach, they have to at least pitch 2 cards.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, attach the last Dong and just assume that they're going to use the 10 cost Teach so that the active Dong doesn't really matter. That might be fine, honestly.
Yep.
Force them to give you 2 cards. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it does seem like that is what he's going to go for. Use the redirect and plus 1k from the Jesus Burgess. I will point out, as the #1 Burgess hater in the world, that Burgess didn't do anything this game. It stood there, it got rested, it got stunned, and then it died. So...
it took one for the team.
The opportune time.
It took one for the team, right? It took the ability of the 7 cost Luffy, and it tanked the hit of Usopp.
That's something, yeah. Yeah, but now on the clapback though, BYT is going to be at 0 life, so a little bit scary. That 0 life is a little bit deceptive because even something like the unblockable Sanji swinging at the opponent's leader is not going to get through because you have that redirect. But now that 3 Dong on the board is just not going to do anything unless he has some sort of counter vent. But is just going to try to take back the opponent's board as best as possible. The Usopp is going to die to the 8k, which means that surely, does the Sanji die to the 10? He needs 2ks.
We have Dons. Oh no, you can't use it, of course.
Yeah, your leader is negated, so those don't mean nothing right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is what he's been setting up for, and now, even though Red Green Luffy does have the 7 cost Luffy, it is also stunned by the 10 cost Teach. So Red Green Luffy effectively has no board for this turn against a redirect and a 10 cost Teach, which means that there's effectively no way to get through on this turn. He needs to figure out a way to get through on the next turn. But we already know that Black Yellow Teach has that Borsalino in hand. It's going to get trickier and trickier as the game goes on because he hasn't been able to pressure enough despite a very powerful early game.
Really tough. We do have 2 Luffys in hand. Do you ever just set up a second one and pass?
So the issue is there's a world where you just lose because you don't
Yes.
have things like the Usopp, you don't have things like the Sanji, so you'd have to play down the Luffy, attach one Dong to your leader, and you only have 2 Dong active after. Oh no, I guess you have the stage. So you have 3 Dong active after that. And while the likelihood of the Teach having a second 10 cost Teach with the cards that we've seen is relatively low, it is still just an 8k, a 10k, and a 12k on the board versus 2 life. There's just a whole lot of damage on the board right now.
I guess that Vedran also doesn't know that we bottom decked one of the 10 cost each, so you might assume that he has one in hand as well, or close to it because of stage. That he can search a second one.
Yeah.
I don't think that you can play around Zehaha 10 cost. If you think they have it, you lose on the spot anyway. So I wouldn't. I would just play like they don't have that exact combination, because they don't have a lot of cards in hand, and we do know Borsalino.
Yes, we do know the Borsalino, and I think that Luffy needs to play in a way that he can push through despite Borsalino coming down on the next turn. So is going to play down that 7-cost Luffy, as you mentioned, attaching. Oh, looks like he attached an active Dong with the stage. But does correct that. Yep. And now, if he has a Charleston, might not be impossible, but doesn't seem like he has one in his hand. Now he just needs to survive this one turn and hope that he can break through on the next turn.
Well, you are playing against a yellow deck. They tend to play safe most of the time, right? So you might get one extra turn. You don't have. This doesn't have rush, right? You don't have.
Does not have rush yet. Yeah, so he needs to make a decision. Does he need the counter, expecting them to not have a 10-cost Teach, or does he attach the Dong just to try to get more cards out of the opponent's hand? It's very tricky from Red Green Luffy's perspective to assume that the opponent doesn't have another 10-cost Teach. You've only seen one in Trash, and you see one on the board. You have to assume, especially since they have that stage, that they must have another one. But is just going to err on the side of caution, hoping that the opponent doesn't have another 10-cost Teach. And he's going to be searching for it. Doesn't seem like he sees it.
That helps. But can we win versus a Borsalino? Because that basically means they have 3 lives next turn.
Yes.
They have a blocker, a redirect, and a life. 2 blockers even.
Yeah, I think you're in a pretty comfortable spot this turn to just allocate your Dong among your attackers, play down a Borsalino, and pass and look at them like, now what? And it's going to be pretty tricky for Red Green Luffy to keep getting over this mountain because Black Yellow Teach, now that he's set up his powerful attackers, you're in his domain now, and all he has to do is just keep swinging at you and surviving until eventually your flame fizzles out.
Are you comfortable enough to just play an 8-cost Teach instead of the Borsalino?
I don't see a reason to. So Borsalino, it has a 1k, but also the 8-cost Teach has Trigger, so you can use that for your leader effect redirect as well. So even though it's a counterless card, it has a lot of value in your hand as Black Yellow Teach. And Borsalino not only heals you 1 life similar to the 8-cost Teach, but also is a blocker. So it's just much more powerful defensively once you get to this point in the game.
Yep.
Yeah. Plus that extra Dong that you get will mean that he'll be able to attach Dong to things like that 6-cost Shiryu, just get more and more attacks to pressure the Luffy as best as possible. And then even, for example, develop a 1-cost, which will just make the redirect that much easier to use. It does seem like he's going to play it down, though. So would rather have the control.
Ooh, really?
Yeah,
I guess
do
with
much
this
here.
board, yeah, not amazing trigger, but yeah, not on this board.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to pick up a 2k.
That I'm going to point out for Mr. Marton, if he is rewatching the stream, something that I like more when I'm playing Teach is the draw first. Basically, in every card game that I play, draw first feels like a real line. And he is using his stage and his Maya Age quite sometimes at the end of his turn. Of course, his hand is like super good already, and maybe it's like I don't really need to draw, but draw first feels like an iron rule in every single card game that we play.
Yeah, it would definitely inform some of his decisions, for example. But the 6 cost Brook, Luffy is going to be going for it on this turn, basically no matter what. And now that, I mean, Teach doesn't have a blocker now because he decided to play down that 8 cost Teach on this turn, which means that the 10 cost Teach is going to be rested by the Brook. 7 at leader, 9 at leader.
Oh.
Oh, wait, that's why I totally forgot about that. So he
Oh.
can't get the restand.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Uh,
Was it even? It was not possible, right? Could we play
no,
around it?
there's no way to play around that. Yeah, so he thought about that out, which is why he planted that into his life over things like the 9 cost Hancock, just to
Wait,
ensure that
there was a way to play around attacking first. I guess no, because then they just block.
because yeah, no, the 10 cost each blocker would just take the free block there, so you had to play it first and then swing, which means that there's basically no way for Brook to ever get off this activate main effect, which was really good thinking. Does get the redirect with that last card in hand into one of the
So,
characters and has nothing he can do now.
oh, so this really was amazing.
Oh my god, he is just that much better than me, I guess. I forgot about that out. And now, I mean, Luffy still has fair bit of cards in hand and 3 don't active, but now with these attackers on the board, surely Teach can break through on this turn.
Yes, I think so too. This looks really good for Martin on the black yellow teach, and this really showing his discipline that it's not time yet to go at least 1-0 in this Croatian regionals.
Yeah, no,
GG's.
exceptional trigger at the end that he placed in his life with that 8 cost Teach. So setting up a massive attacker despite Borsellino being a blocker and ensuring that he would have a trigger that would be able to deal with that 6 cost Brook is going to be enough in the end with perfectly enough cards in his hand. GG to Marta and unfortunately for Vijan hitting one of the strongest or most difficult matchups from the very first round, tried his best.
Absolutely. Wow, this was a ending that I didn't expect. This was actually really cool to see. This Rayleigh trigger set up by that 8 cost Teach. I would really like to see everything again. How would it be if we just played Borsellino? Were we? Well, we didn't know the trigger, of course. That's making a big part of.
Yeah,
Like, imagine if that was also Rayleigh or another card.
I believe the
We
top
wouldn't
card would
know.
have been 9 cost Hancock, so it wouldn't have been a very powerful trigger. But just having a
Mm-hmm.
blocker may have been enough to protect. I would need to check out like every single card to make sure that that line would actually end up making sense. But it did seem like, regardless, because he was able to find that Rayleigh in the end, though it was a little bit of a risky top 3 search, because he was
Mm-hmm.
able to find that Rayleigh off of the 8 cost Teach, he was able to get there in the end to deny the restand from the 6 cost Brook and was able to make it in the end, albeit barely.
Yes, I don't think there is any other trigger that could help getting rid of that Brook, because Teach's trigger is negate a 5 cost or less, right? So Teach
Yes.
wasn't enough. Dragon Twister is draw 2, trash 1, so also didn't make it. Vasco is resting, but you can still use the activate main. So I think literally only Rayleigh could have done this job and is putting the black yellow Teach at 1-0.
Yeah, extremely high risk play going for the 8 cost each, looking for that 6 cost Rayleigh. But that's why I really like that card. Being able to find that trigger really, really helps and really stunts that sort of aggression into things like the 6 cost Brook and also into decks like Green Blue Luffy when they expect to have a full board of characters. Suddenly, if one of those are gone, then things can get really, really messy for them. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, interesting to see that he's running both tech cards in his deck to make sure that he has the best odds possible into some of these decks. Manages to find it in the end off of the 8 cost Teach despite a
Well,
slightly risky play in the end. But great
yeah,
job
I
to
have to
him.
correct myself. Teach can also, I guess you can put Teach, and Teach can still negate the effect of Brook. Brook doesn't work anymore, I guess. The effect is fully negated as well. So I guess two cards could have saved him there.
Right.
Teach, heal into Teach, but there was already a Teach on the board, so the chances of finding another one were really, really low. Of course, we don't have open decklist for us here, so we don't know how many cards they are playing, or how
Yeah.
many Teach, how many Brook, and so on and so on.
Yeah, there was also an early Hutchinless search, or full lead search, my apologies, where he actually chose, I don't remember which card he chose, but he ended up bottoming 2 8-cost sieges in the exact same search. So the odds of him finding that final teach, if it wasn't already in his trash, for example, I don't quite remember at this point, was very, very low. So I think effectively in his mind, it was only the Rayleigh that was the out at this point because he's seen
Oof.
so many 8-cost teaches.
Yeah. Do you think that you really put the Rayleigh there because of with Brook in mind, or was it just the best trigger? Because the other cards were not that good. It was Boa, it was something random. Um,
It was a countless card and Boa. Definitely the Rayleigh was just the best trigger there. But I
mhm.
think the fact he snap played it out of his life,
Yeah,
he knew it was happening. So I have confidence that he had already thought of all the lines in his head and he knew he was going to win. He knew that it was the third card in his deck, was able to
we
find that win.
we all lost at least once against the Brook, right? So can't blame him for that. And yeah, we are wrapping up round one of the Zagreb regionals thanks to Magic Ohms. We will cover 8 rounds of Swiss. That means we are with 256 players attending in the regionals and top 16 top cut. Um, After these 8 rounds of Swiss, we will be covering also the top 16, which will be best of 3, of course, where the higher seeds get a dice. And tomorrow we will be covering top 8 of the regionals. And after top 8, if, and we are pretty sure of that, the Treasure Cup is still going on, we will do the later rounds of the Treasure Cup as well. And the Treasure Cup is one of these cups where Hervoye, for example, revives. You might also know him as Kai's friend.
Yeah, the Treasure Cup King, Urvoye, thankfully this time in Chile, so he won't be able to terrorize people in Zagreb today. But still, some very formidable players at this tournament. If they don't make it into the top 8 of regionals, surely we'll see them in the Treasure Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Then I think we will be going to a break and we will be, uh, I think, very fast back with round number 2.
Okay, we are
Well,
back, getting into round two very soon. Intense round one to start it off, the first of many, I imagine. But how are you feeling after that first game with a intense trigger at the end?
it was definitely a ending for a start, to say it very weirdly. But that really trigger was definitely something to end round one between Black Yellow Teach and RG Luffy. Definitely a round one that you don't want to see is RG Luffy versus Black Yellow Teach. So I hope for Vedran that he is having a better matchup in round number two, because we are here at the Croatian regionals with 256 players, and only top 16 makes it to the top 16. That's a top cut. So people are, I'm going to say, used to a top 32 with 500 players, with 1,000 players, but now it's 256 players and a top 16 cut. So it's very tough to get in. 7-8, 7-1, 8-0, and the 6-2. Not a lot of them, and you need like a very good tiebreaker. And tiebreakers is something that you don't really can control. Of course, the later you lose, the better your tiebreakers will be. But even then, I had a loss in round 6 and 8, and I didn't make it. I was 23 even. So it matters a lot of your opponents as well. But
Yeah,
I do have,
100%.
yeah.
There's, in Japan and stuff, we'll have like top 16 top cut or something with 1,000 people. And so there's one of the tournaments I went 7-2 and got 99th place. And I was like, what am I even doing here?
Oof. Okay,
Yeah,
that is a top 16 out of 1,000 players is insane. But here we
yeah.
go. Round two, Purple and Nell versus Green Mihawk. And I do think that we do see the wonderful world sleeves from the Mihawk player as well.
Yes, we do. And this is, after a first match where we had one of the newly buffed decks against one of the old kings, this feels like the premier best of best right now that OP 16.5 has to offer. Purple Enel against Green Mihawk. And it seems like Green Mihawk is going to be going first in this matchup.
Yes, very nice for us casters as well that we can see it because of the small card showing first and going first as Mihawk. I think very important. A lot of people mention it already that Purple NL going first tier one, going second tier one, but going first it's like god tier. Is it still that important for NL?
Yeah, I mean, just NL being able to play down that 6 cost 10,000 power character effectively in that 6 cost NL on what should be your 5 dong turn compared to what should be your 6 dong turn feels like you're just getting down an extra card before the opponent's ever able to start playing down the game. So
Mm-hmm.
that 6 cost NL is very important, which is why Purple NL even now just loves going first in basically any matchup. And so the Mihawk with that new 6 cost Mihawk does prefer generally to go second. But I'm imagining, can't tell who won the dice roll, but it does seem like Mihawk may have tried to take the NL stronger curve rather than just playing to his strengths.
And a very good start for Mihawk because they do have the searchers, they do have stage already set up. I did see You Are My Samurai in hand, so we will draw some cards as well this turn. And we did see, of course, in Oklahoma that in top 16, 11 Mihawks and only 2 purple NLs. So this Mihawk got so many buffs thanks to the, I have to say, Green Zoro starter deck. Because not only the 6 cost Mihawk that you mentioned, but also Odin. What do you think of that card?
Odin, just so good, especially in this matchup. This matchup used to be very, very bad for Mihawk, which is part of the reason why you didn't see it. But that Odin being able to not only draw a card, but also stun a base 6 cost or less, not allowing them to be rested, just makes it so that Enel, with his characters that are all base 6 cost or less, very, very difficult to play out the game. So, I mean, that Odin, that 6 cost Mihawk, and even the 1 cost Kiemon that we see on the board are just great consistency power tools for this deck in OP 16.5.
Mm-hmm. So many new cards actually in this Mihawk deck, thanks to one starter deck. But yeah, one starter deck can just change or push a deck to tier 1. I think we did see that with Blue Doflamingo back in the days as well.
Yeah,
And now we do see it with Mihawk and RG Luffy as well. I guess RG Luffy is also like a lot stronger thanks to the starter decks. The stage card is insane as well, as we mentioned previous round. And that 7 cost Luffy is also like very, very good.
yeah, the stage is a massive difference maker for RG Luffy. But speaking of stages, Green Mihawk is going to be playing Coffin Boat, which is not a stage that you see all too often, especially now that people are playing towards that Wano version. He's going to be very helpful for your leader effect, but a lot of people have been just cutting that in favor of just more counter cards or more powerful things like Mirror Tech. So having that is just going to be nice in general, but we'll see what kind of work you can really put in this matchup.
Are you a big fan of the stage in Mihawk or prefer not to play it?
I don't run it in my own build just because I feel like for the most part you will be able to line up one cost and sort of get the job done. But if you can manage to get it down, then it's just really nice. The main problem is if you get multiple stuck in your hand. So I feel like when people run this card, they generally only run it as something like a one of, for example. So maybe he just drew his lucky one of. Maybe he's playing more towards that stage. Hard to tell as of now. But because he has that stage, even though his board is completely wiped right now after using that You Can Be My Samurai, will still have a target for his leader effect. So already going to have some use at this point.
And Perona freezes both active ohms. And question is, are we gonna swing on the board or are we gonna go for an aggressive approach into NL? This looks like a very aggressive approach. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, it feels bad hitting 5k into those 2k swings, and because the opponent has so many on the board, you kind of feel like you're forced to just ignore them for the time being.
Yeah, especially if there are 3 ohms, not just one. Because if there is 1 ohm, I can imagine that you want to get rid of it. That minus 1k can be so relevant because your Odin, your Perona are all 6k bodies. So minus 1k puts that body into a Mama Ragan stage.
Yeah.
And well, now they have 3 of them. It's like, okay, sure, I will just ignore it.
Yeah, but the thing with 3 is that now it'll put your Ulden into Elthor range. So this is a very scary, just looming threat that's going to stay on the board for as long as Mihawk doesn't deal with it.
We did see a second coffin as well, straight from live, from Mihawk. So it means that he plays at least 2 of them.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the old Mihawk, if you drew that second Coffin Boat, then you just have it in your hand for the rest of the game. But thanks to new tools like that 6 cost Mihawk and like that 1 cost Kiyamon, does have some means of getting it out of his hand as well. So reasonable card to put into your deck if you have the space for it. And we'll see what sort of the cards he's sacrificing to make that space in his deck.
Yeah, I guess most of the time, what I do see the most, I'm gonna say, is they are playing less 2Ks.
Yeah.
That's something that they because you are playing a lot of 2Ks nowadays, and because of Otama is not only a searcher, it's also a 2K, which is amazing, of course. That's one of them. Like one of the cards that is cut is the 2K Zoro, the 1 cost sometimes, but
yeah, I think generally for the most part, Mihawk only runs 8 2Ks, which is on the lower side for most standard decks, but does help a lot that you have the ability to stun the opponent's characters over and over again. We'll see if he has that 5 cost Uldan on this turn, for example, to ignore that 6 cost NL attack. But even if not the Uldan, you have things like the 10 cost Law and Beppo as well, which will make your leader 7k and also stun a character. So this deck draws a ton of cards, it stuns a ton of cards, and just keeps the machine going.
And preferably, we want to play the 6 cost Mihawk together with Odin combination. Not only Odin, but if you can play it with Mihawk, that would help a lot. But I don't think we have it, or we do have a lot of cards on hand. Do we have the combination?
Yeah, this is one of the scary things. Deck is very consistent, but if you don't find it, oh, looks like he has at least the Mihawk. Oh, he does have it. Okay.
Okay, we do have the combination.
Yeah, so 6 cost 7,000 power character, which if your leader has the slash type, can play out another 5 cost or less Perona or slash type character. So is going to play down that Ulden, which will draw a card and stun one of the opponent's characters, this time being that 6 cost NL, and just expands board while denying the opponent the ability to attack and swinging with Perona, which is also very annoying to deal with because of this odd KO effect.
Yep, absolutely. This card is also very good on the 5-Don turn most of the time. That is what I learned from some Mihawk players, at least, is that the Sperona is very good on the 5-Don turn against Purple NL. Afterwards, it's probably not as good as most of the other 5-Cots, which you can potentially play. However, most of the time, people are playing aside, you have Odin, Tashigi, and Smoker. Those are basically the 3 5-Costs as well, I guess. And then Perona does shine because you can't just Altor it, you can't just Gamma Knife Mamaragan it. So I can see it. That's in worst case, you can also play it out with your 6-cost Mihawk as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine as an attacker. The issue against NL is, only being able to stun 5 Costless with that Pirona doesn't affect the 6 cost NL, nor does it affect the Reiju. I believe it wasn't base cost. I'm pretty sure at the very least.
No, it's not base cost, no.
Yeah, so does kind of struggle if you don't just get out. But if you can manage to get it out early on, then it's basically just a attacker that's very tricky to deal with because of that on KO effect. So in a pretty comfortable spot right now, was able to go first as well. And NL's hand just fanning it out. We see an innumerable amount of events at the ready for whenever he decides to try to take back the opponent's board.
Wait, I think I do see another 6-cost NL, so... But yeah, he probably wants to Gamma Knife this turn. The 6-cost Mihawk gets rid of it with Altor or Mamaragan. He has choices. And I guess we will also see like a Lightning Dragon on this Pirona. I'm gonna call it right now. This Pirona will not be active anymore this game.
Yeah, would have ideally wanted to have a 4-cost on this turn to play alongside that Gamma Knife, but decides that the board clear is much too important to forsake playing down that Gamma Knife combo right now. So is going to use the Gamma Knife, is going to use the Lightning Dragon just to cycle one more card, and is just going to try to deal with the opponent's board as best as possible before it gets too large.
No 4-cost, that's just a bit painful, I guess, for the purple NL, or not perfect.
Yeah, did find another 1-drop, so we'll be able to at least fill out some of his dome. Just keep spamming out these 1-drops and hoping that you find something better. But we'll see.
So another event. Here are the 4-costs. All 4-costs. Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Too Frankie, too Ragey, too.
When your entire hand is events, you have to think that the hit rate of putting it goes down a little bit. And unfortunately, that time it was far too low bottom decks. All the cards that he wished they could have seen before this turn. And whiffs on that search. Does use the Althor to get rid of that active Mihawk. And we'll see if he starts using these ohms to try to deal with the opponent's characters. Or if he wants to hold on to them for something later on. But I mean, given the amount of defense in his hand, he also has another Althor in his hand as well. I don't see a reason why you shouldn't, but there's layers to this.
I do think that you want to go for an aggressive approach, at least this turn. The Mihawk is at 3 lives. You did skip a turn, basically.
Yep. And that is going to be a 5k, I believe, with the +1 from Althor. So 5k at leader. Now can use his leader effect to just get another swing in and keep reducing that. Well, then potentially for that Althor, but we'll see. I think he's making a decision right now if he really needs to get rid of that Ulden now or if he can wait until a little bit later. No. One thing, though, is if you don't get rid of it now, then that 1-cost put on the board is going to manage to deal with at least one of these ohms. So it seems like an opportune time to get rid of that Ulden if you can, as his board just gets filled with every Dome card on the field.
This looks like he is going for it. Another 5, and you're able to swing 7 afterwards as well, and he's taking this 5.
Yeah, opening himself up for another big attack. Does have 1 Dome active, though, so can just use a counter event should he choose to. And is going to go for the 2 Karabiri, as we say in Japan, for the -3 cost, 3,000 power, into the Althor to get rid of that Ulden, giving his leader +1k. And like you said, that 7K probably coming through next.
We do have a Don active as Mihawk, and Mihawk is nowadays playing a lot of events, so maybe he will use an event, but using an event instead of a 1K might be, I'm gonna call it expensive this turn. However, maybe we have a handful of events, and he was like, I prefer to keep raw counter for a turn that I want to play more characters instead of using an event.
Yeah, regardless, this will give a lot of information to the NL player, whether or not he decides to counter it or take it. Does decide to take the attack, which basically indicates that either his hand was too good, they didn't want to give up a 1K, or he desperately needed those cards in his hand to find something. So he's going to take that 7K hit. That one active dunk also can be a little bit deceptive because it did come off of the coffin boat, so that will be there no matter if you have the event to use it. But giving information over to Purple NL here, and Mihawk now going into his 9 dong turn.
So, this looks really tough for the Mihawk. This is like because of that big 6-cost NL, you need to chain either Odin's, preferably with a Mihawk again, or to play a Beppo, but Beppo is not possible yet. We are at 9 done. Otherwise, we are going very fast to 0 life. Oh, we do draw an Odin.
Yeah, and I believe he did have another 6-cost Mihawk in his hand, so doesn't matter if I have the card or not, I will find it, is basically what Mihawk's thinking right now. Is going to also search for good measure here, but I believe he has the combo.
Yeah.
Now, I will say NL's board looks very scary, but you look at the power, and they're all 2K. So as long as you can keep dealing with that 6-cost NL, the board isn't as scary as it may first appear.
Yes. So really good card to pick up.
Yeah, just going to keep the engine going, rest those 2 Pidolas on the board, which means he's not going to be able to take out that old Ohm at least easily, but will just keep his resources going. Has a fat hand right now. You'd think he's playing Blue Rocks right now, but that set isn't out yet.
I can't wait for the people keep holding 14 cards in hand as rocks and basically starting blue-purple Luffy effect on turn 1. Well, turn 2, I guess.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, which is very scary to think about. And still, NL, I think really a shame that he wasn't able to find a 4-drop that turn before, also missing that pudding search as well, which means that he really doesn't have any large attackers on this turn, despite the fact that he's able to confidently deal with the opponent's Mihawk plus Ulden the turn before. So, I mean, now Mihawk's just resetting the board state effectively and attaching Donk, swinging at leader to just keep putting pressure.
Yes. This is deciding also to keep 2 Dons active, because one of them will get active from the coffin as well. One he is doing on purpose.
Yeah. And if last turn's Dong didn't really mean much, this one certainly does, because he chose to leave it up by himself. So we have to see what he has in store this turn. It's kind of interesting, though, because NL doesn't really have very many large attacks on the board. So just leaving up a couple extra Dong to be safe and just make sure that he doesn't go down to 0 too early, especially right before he wants to play something down like that 10-cost Lawn Beppo potentially.
That will be the big issue. If you have no 4-cost and your 6-cost NL is frozen, 7K leader is just way too big to hit as purple NL.
Yeah, and looking at his hand, he has an abundance of events still, but I think for characters, he really only has that 6-cost NL that he can play on this turn. And that may be the only option that he has, but it's a very, very slow turn right now.
I do think that he has to. Playing 6-cost NL and again a Lightning Dragon, I guess, as well.
Yeah, I mean, he does have that Gum Gum Lightning in his hand, so he can technically get rid of the 6-cost Mihawk that is now 6,000 power. But the problem is really, what do you play alongside it? So I think this is the decision that he's making. And if Mihawk can answer with a Lawn Beppo on the next turn, and you only have these 2K characters and a stunned 10K character, then you're really not threatened by his board. So I think he might just need to take this turn to expand board, even if it means he's taking a lot of damage next turn.
Yes. Do you ever go for... Okay, he's going for Lightning. I was thinking about, what if we play the 6-cost NL over the rested Ohm and only attack with leader, so we don't rest anything. So Beppo also doesn't boost the Mihawk to 7k leader, and that means that next turn they are still a 5k leader. Just keep everything active. Don't give them the opportunity to become a 7k leader.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I've been playing so much OP17 where there's the threat of 10 cost Shanks just resting your entire board. So that's actually a pretty good play right now, I'd imagine. But I think that right now he's just trying to play the same way he's been playing the turns before. Even though he doesn't have those 4-drops, is just going to keep attaching Dong and just keep swaying to try to break through as much as possible to try to make it as difficult for Mihawk to play down that 10 cost Lon Beppo as possible at this point in the game.
And you just know the deck got so consistent with You're My Samurai, Perona, Kinemon. They will have the Beppo. The deck is way more consistent. Like before the starter deck, even Mihawk at 3 lives, 10 cards in hand, and you have 4 swings, you can get there. There, sometimes Mihawk just have all bricks in hand, and you can get there. But now the deck is so much more consistent. Odin is replacing himself in hand. Perona, Surge, you have the You're My Samurai, Kinemon, and so on and so on and so on. So it's a whole different deck. And in OP17, the deck is also very, very scary. It's not only scary because of, well, it's very scary because of 10 cost Shanks. I do think that's a very good debate still for OP17. Will you play Beppo and Shanks, or will you only play Shanks? That's at least one of them. But Mihawk, and that's one thing that, for example, Skeppas and a lot of other players really hate about Mihawk, the first line of it, plus 1k against Slash. And Slash, as we know, Rox is a Slash leader. Green Shanks is also a Slash leader. And that might be very important in the upcoming format as well.
Yeah, it does seem like it can invalidate a lot of things, but thankfully NL does not have Slash using Lightning, and with all of those Lightning Dragons, was able to just dig through his deck until he found the Gamma Knife to reduce that Ulden down to 1k, resting it with Ulden, and is somehow, some way, able to find the way to clear out the opponent's board. So very risky gamble just trying to dig through his deck for those cards, but works out in the end as he's able to clear both the 6-cost Mihawk as well as the 5-cost Ulden once again, while stunning both Piranhas on the board this time. So just going to keep the pressure up and keep Mihawk's board as minimal as possible, but is going to get the turn back 1 life in hand and still a mountain of cards in his hand.
Will Beppo come down this turn? Yes.
There it is. Oh, and this 6-cost NL, despite being played on turn 3, has not been able to do anything this entire game.
So it's basically a Burgess. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, it's basically Burgess, so people should cut it from their deck, I think. Yeah, I mean, still though, this is actually one of the nice things we're finally seeing with the stage, is that he doesn't have to rest the Lon Beppo here. Now, the threat of things like Gamma Knife or something just exploding that Lon Beppo are relatively low now, but there are still things like Divine Departure that can give that character minus AK. So being able to use your leader effect to rest the stage and not something like the 10-cost Lon Beppo, which a lot of people would end up doing, means that that Lon Beppo is, for the most part, probably safe on this turn, unless he has exactly Divine Departure and Mamaragang. So he's just going to attach 1 more Dong to leader, swing 6, NL takes it, and passes back the turn with 3 Dong active this time.
Yes, and I only saw a Gamma Knife in hand for purple NL, so this might be very... Well, I guess if you need a Mamaragan as... Because with 3 ohms and a Gamma Knife, you can definitely get rid of a Loan Beppo.
Yep. Yeah, he does have that Gamma Knife, but he doesn't really have anything else. Is just drawing so many of those 6-cost NLs. Now, I wouldn't say I'm a great NL player. I've played a decent amount of NL, but the issue with the 6-cost NL is that the longer you wait on playing it, the lower value that it ends up having. So because he didn't play that card out earlier, though maybe it would have been too risky to play it out early on, he surely can't play them at this point in the game because they're just far too slow considering that he's at 1 life with only a few cards left in his hand.
Absolutely. I think I saw 2 Mamaragans in trash, and we really need one.
Did he pick up Lightning?
Oh, it's Lightning.
I think that's
yes,
oh my god. Oh my god, just draw
That's really
everything
good.
you need. It's insane. The Gamma Knife lightning combo is just going to blow up the lawn Beppo, and
Ooh,
Mihawk's
whoa.
just never able
Oof.
to play any card that's sticking until the next turn, except for that Piranha, which is just stunned permanently.
Oof. We
Oh
were
my
two
god.
centimeters away of playing lightning over the Gamma Knife first. That would have been horrible, but
Oh no. What an insane top deck. Wasn't able to find those 4 drops, but is able to find the removal every single time.
now lightning the Beppo. This lightning was a card that at first wasn't really in the purple and L decks, but the longer we went into the format, the card found his way for at least 1 or 2 spots in the purple and L deck because it was also like super good into Goofy, a deck that was also very oppressive in OP16 at least.
Yep.
And people just started liking the card a lot in this deck. So especially against Mihawk, I guess right now it's like insane to get rid of that new 6-cost Mihawk as well, to get rid of Odin. And as we just saw, get rid of a Beppo.
Yeah, no, it's so easy to get rid of the opponent's higher power things when you have that Gum Gum Lightning in hand, as we saw 2 cards and only 4 going to just obliterate an 11,000 power character. And those ohms on the board only make it stronger as well. So
Mm-hmm.
just a really powerful play. Is going to use leader effect, playing over the pudding onto that shoulda, and just keep putting damage into the opponent's leader. Leader is notably 7k right now, so can probably only get in 1 hit, but I mean, as the game goes on, if Mihawk isn't able to establish his board, it's going to be very difficult to actually close out the game.
Depending on how many counter we have as NL. Because if we are able to chain the Beppos and swing 8, we might get there as well as Mihawk. So do we have, because we are stuck with 2 6-cost NLs in hand.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Oh, and that
So
Perona isn't stunned, is it?
I don't think so, and not anymore.
Oh. So yeah, Enel has a pretty big problem on his hand. Does swing twice with the Ohm to reduce Piranha's power down to, I believe, 3k, which means I wonder if he's thinking about just swinging into it to see if he has a 5 cost.
High risk, high reward. If there is the reward. Yeah, look, we have 2 6-cost NLs and only a Mamaragan, so
Yeah, actually,
that on
this is a pretty
backswing if
scary spot.
this. I think you have to risk it.
Yeah, no, I completely just uh, assumed that the Perona wouldn't become active on this next turn, but you're absolutely right. That Perona will be able to end the game next turn if he doesn't have a way to deal with it. But there's so many cards in hand, you have to imagine that he has something they can play out. Does look like he has a Perona in hand as well. 7 at what?
What,
Looks
leader?
like 7 at leader. Yeah, does counter out with the Perona, and is going to cycle with the Mamaragang rather than just use it for counter, and picks up Senor Pink, another counterless card.
You have to swing on the Perona and just hope now.
Yeah, but you have to imagine he has it now that he's also cut a Perona from his hand. Just deciding which one he wants to put out at this point. Has the Olden insult to injury, and is going to be game for Green Mihawk, just able to power through despite never having a board to speak of.
Yes, this was a very tough game for Purple and L. It started okay, I guess. They had like 1 drop, they had 6 costs and L, but missing that 4 costs and whiffing on that pudding, seeing all those 4 forecasts was just terrible. It was a very tough game for Purple and L. I do think that Mihawk did see a very good curve. They did see the cards that they needed. But yeah, the deck got so consistent after these starter decks. It's very hard not to see the cards that you need, basically.
Yeah, no, that was pretty crazy, honestly. Like, Mihawk played down his curve, and Enel was able to answer it consistently, but just not being able to play down things like that 4-cost Rage, for example, that he ended up bottoming with that Pudding Search very early on, meant that he just had no blockers the entire game, and Mihawk, through sheer willpower, was able to just push through leader effect, Donglan leader, swing, 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 and eventually in the end, not Mihawk, Enel was left with several counterless cards in hand and nothing he could do about the swings that were coming on the next turn.
And as you mentioned, that 6-cost ML didn't do anything. It was basically a searcher. It did the exact same job as Pudding, but better because he could actually take something, and with Pudding he couldn't. But other than that, it didn't do anything. It basically makes the turns of Mihawk better because Mihawk was actually able to play and Mihawk and the Odin instead of that to play a Perona with it. But yeah, uh, that means that we do have a Mihawk at 2-0 right now.
Yeah, against everyone's shock, Mihawk is doing well in this tournament. I'm just shocked that that was enough to get through. He literally, I think the Perona had like one attack in that game and was stunned for the rest of the game. All of his
Mhm,
characters were played onto the board and were immediately cleared. And despite that, just through the leader attack, essentially, he was able to just break through all of Enel's defenses in the end. And it was enough, unfortunately, which means that Enel is going to be losing that game after some rather unfortunate draws in the early game. But
mhm.
yeah,
Is Mihawk the best deck in 16.5? And is Mihawk the best deck in OP 17?
uh, I think it would probably be the best deck in OP 16.5. OP 17, I think, is too much of a jungle to actually say. The thing in OP 16.5 is that the problematic matchups are Green Blue Luffy and Red Green Luffy to some extent. Red Green Luffy matchup has become significantly better as people have been taking in cards like for fun, and the Green Blue Luffy matchup just in general has come down a lot in priority as there's some more problematic decks that are still floating around, like that Red Green Luffy and like that purple NL. So just in terms of the entire matchup spread, this deck has just generally survived the storm the best, whereas every other deck has had hits from here and there, and Mihawk has been able to consistently find just good green tools to deal with some of its counter matchups. I do believe
Mhm,
that Green Mihawk, if you had sideboard, would probably be the best deck in OP17 as well. But the issue with this deck is that the cards that are good in the mirror, the cards that are good against things like rocks, and the cards that are good against other decks that exist within the meta are very, very different. So finding the
mhm.
correct balance of that's going to be very difficult. But I'm sure that if that balance is found, it's going to be a terrifying deck in OP17 as well.
Yeah, I think one of the things that people are still exploring is, as I mentioned before, is it Beppo? Is it Shanks? Is it both? Uh, you can see it perfectly in the stats. People are literally trying everything and every single combination because Beppo is like, okay, if you read Shanks, you think, okay, this is one of the most broken tentacles that we will ever see. That is insane. You can combine it with Luna and Mihawk and so on and so on. But Beppo is also still an insanely strong card, especially in mirror matches as well, making your leader an 8k leader, basically, especially in mirror match then, or 7k against any other deck. And being still 11k leader is so, so strong. So I honestly don't know yet. I don't know what the perfect spot is in OP17 for Mihawk, Beppo, Shanks twice, but I can confirm already Shanks is a menace. That card, that card is so good.
Tenka Shanks is very, very good. But I think you hit the nail on the head right there, where things like that Tenka Shanks are really good into things like rocks because you could combo it with things like Luna really, really well with your lead effect. But um, when you think of the mirror match, for example, things like that Tenka Slaw and Beppo are going to be really, really important. So it's going to be this balance. How much can you forsake the mirror for other matchups? Because right now, Law Beppo feels just very good across the board. But what happens
Mhm.
when there's even faster decks like Red Black Sabo in the meta? What happens when Luna's priority is much, much higher? You have to find this balance between the cards. And right now, in OP 16.5, people have a very good balance thanks to that Watto engine just pumping an insane number of cards into your hand. But I will say there have been some people taking in things like that 7-cost Shanks or the 9-cost Mihawk to further disrupt the mirror. So even in OP
Mhm.
16.5, we are seeing some discrepancy in lists depending on how much you want to tech for that mirror matchup. So very difficult to actually build this deck, and piloting the deck. Um, I won't say it's linear, but if you can find your 6 drops and your 5 drops, then you're going to be able to go quite a long way.
Absolutely. Yeah, that 7 cost Shanks is something that we saw in Oklahoma. I think Clyde and Jonas were playing the card, and they had a very specific reasoning for it. The mirror match, which is like one of the most important matchups as well. Also, one of the things is if you're getting starved by Black Yellow Teach, for example, um, and they just use Dragon Twister on your 5 and 6 cost, you will have a very hard time as Mihawk, because basically your 6 and 5 cost will get Dragon Twisted, your big cost will get stunned by 10 cost Teach. And that 7 cost Mihawk Shanks and that 9 cost Shanks are basically cards. What will they do about it? They need more answers, and that makes it very hard. So that card for the mirror match, for I'm going to say counter against cards like Gravity Blade, Dragon Twister, and so on and so on. Also very, very powerful. And still, yeah, it's so cool how much we have to explore still about this deck. Although Mihawk is quite long in the format, we only gained the starter deck in OP17. As far as I know, I think only Shanks is a card that is coming. Like, even Luna is a card that, are we even gonna play Luna? Okay, Shanks Luna sounds amazing, but it's amazing against rocks. But against Kaido, it's not good.
Yeah.
Against Sabo, it's not good. Like, all those monsters are 12 plus. It will really depend on what decks are very good. In a mirror match, it's fine, not amazing. And will
Mhm.
there be that much rocks if rocks is not winning against Mihawk? So I'm very excited for what we have right now, because people are trying to counter Mihawk and are trying ways to make Mihawk better, even if we are trying to counter it. But also in OP17, Mihawk is still a deck to explore.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that like in OP 16.5, people are trying to find decks that can beat Mihawk, and then decks that come to mind are things like Purple Katakuri, or some people have also been playing Yellow Kid as some very interesting, strange answers to just pick up wins here and there. But when OP17 comes around, especially, because big new deck, people are trying to think about what beats Rocks now. And then what ends up happening there is that Mihawk's kind of left open to just do his thing. So he can end up bulldozing over the competition. And I think that'll also not only make people more encouraged to play Mihawk, especially if they're playing Mihawk right now, but also it'll make some people more afraid to play things like Rocks as well, just because you assume there's going to be so many Mihawks in the meta. So this tricky balancing act of how much can you actually tech for some certain decks, and how much do you need to tech for what's presumably going to be one of the strongest decks in Mihawk, whether it be OP 16.5 or OP 17.
Mhm. Absolutely. We will cover some more OP17, because Kai and me, we definitely both can't wait, and we both played quite some OP17 already. But for now, we are going to a break. We are setting up round 3 very soon, and we will be back in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to round number 3 of the Magic Ohms Regional in Zagreb in Croatia. I'm Chinois. I'm joined here with Kai. How are you doing so far?
It's been a couple of exciting games. You know, you expect some of these earlier rounds to have lots of misplays and some really rough playing as some more experienced players start to squeeze their way out of the top. But these games have been very close, and though we have seen something's been very high level, I would say. Like
Hmm.
we've seen some very close game one, game two, and game three. I think is going to be very exciting as well because we have not seen this deck really do all too much in Japan. But I have heard a couple of things about this deck wrecking in the West, and that's going to be purple katakuri.
Mirror match.
Yep.
uh, we were talking between the rounds about how good 10 cost Linlin is and how it's basically revived this deck. Not only 10 cost Linlin was in the starter deck, but also 5 cost Katakuri. Extremely good cards. And we did see in Oklahoma one purple Katakuri making it to the top 16. And now we will watch a mirror match. How is this mirror match going? Do you have an idea?
So what I have put together from just staring at statistics is that going first is very important just because there are some very powerful cards like that 5 cost Katakuri. The difference in power in this deck, if you can find or not find that 5 cost Katakuri, is drastic. So that's going to be one of those large things because it's going to just help you ramp more and more into the late game while being very difficult to get rid of. And being able to chain that into things like the 8 cost Katakuri and that 10 cost bomb that you're talking about is going to be very influential in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. I think this 8 cost Katakuri is probably also super relevant because you're basically hitting each other every single turn, but you also restanding everything at the end of the turn. So going for board control will be very tough in this matchup because of the on KO effects, because of the restanding, and so on and so on. So it will be very hard to get rid of the board. You're basically just have to play aggro, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, even if you wanted to clear out that board, there's the 5 cost Katakuri with the on-KO effect to play out an 8k power or less, and, you know, being able to play out the 8 cost Katakuri, or even just the threat of playing out the 8 cost Katakuri off of that 5 cost Katakuri, I think is just too much to deal with. So this tech card, Hakai, I don't know what it's called, Purple Gravity Blade, is
Mm-hmm.
very, very powerful in things like that Mihawk matchup, but in this matchup, I don't see it doing all too much.
Mm-hmm. And these players both playing at a started with a high pace. I guess they want to go to the end game. They both want to play 8 cost and 10
Mhm.
cost Katakuris. Well, I guess start with 5 cost Katakuri and afterwards the very, very big drops.
Yeah, especially when you're going first. If you can go 5 cost Katakuri into the 8 cost Katakuri because you get that one extra ramp after you use your leader effect, you're going to be in a really, really nice spot. And I think these players are playing a little bit fast because they know this matchup can go very, very long. Once purple Katakuri, or any purple deck for that matter, can establish 2 8 cost Katakuris onto the board, it makes it very hard to actually close out the game against them because they just have so much defensive capability while also being able to swing for free on their turn as well. So if this game gets to the point where both players are putting down multiple katakuris, then this game's going to get very, very long.
Mm-hmm. And also something that we did see, he did go -1 Dawn to protect his life very early on. I guess he doesn't mind going to 3 Dawn because, well, next turn he's going to 5 and he's able to play this 5 cost Katakuri.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. As long as you go 5 into 8, then you're basically chilling, and it doesn't matter if you have that one extra dong. So just trying to use the resource as best as you can to make sure that he doesn't fall ahead or fall behind too far in the early game.
It's funny to see that both players are playing so fast. One of them forgets to rest it on for one of the events. The other one forgets to put the event even in trash. They are just 5, 7, 6 search Linlin, search Katakuri. This endgame will be very exciting to see on how do you have to approach. And I think we will see a lot on fundamentals on attacking. How do you need to split your Dawn basically when there are like 2, 3, 8 cost Katakuris maybe on the board
Yeah.
later in the game?
Yeah, it can definitely be a grind, but these early turns are going to be fairly automatic, using that leader ability to not only get the ramp thanks to that 5 cost category, but also check out the opponent's next draw. So there's a funny thing where you know what's coming from the opponent, but they don't quite know. So now, presumably, Dario going to do the exact same thing, that 5 cost category coming down into the swing with leader effect, and it's just going to be a repeat of this over and over from now on. Now that you have that katakuri on the board, that's going to just keep re-ramping so much stone throughout the game.
I do wonder how important the combination, and that is a combination that a lot of people were talking about when it came out, is the 10 cost Linlin in combination with Mama Ragan. Both cards are not leader locked, and both card fits perfectly in this deck and fit perfectly in, well, almost basically every purple deck, right?
Yeah, no, I think that combo is really, really powerful when you pull it off, but you realistically only have the dong to pull it off once unless you establish a massive amount of these 8 cost katakuris, because it's going to be -6 dong to use that, because you don't have some magical NL leader effect, for example. But still, though, this 5 cost katakuri and the 8 cost katakuri are going to help with re-ramping some of that dong, so probably just trying to get to a point where that's possible. Even using it to get rid of like the 8 cost katakuri seems pretty solid, just to make sure the opponent doesn't have that blocker slash attacker for the rest of the game.
Okay. Use. Okay, there was a counter and took life.
Yep.
And now we are also at 8 Dawn, I assume.
Yes, and as we just saw at the end of Sandra's turn. Oh, is he at 7?
Yes, we went from 5 to 7 with the 5 cost katakuri. So no 8 cost katakuri as response to the 8 cost katakuri.
There is.
Or
yeah, the 7 cost pudding, because the opponent has I forget how much dong, but enough dong. He is able to play out an 8,000 power or less big non-pirate, so is going to be able to get that effect off despite only having 7 dong right now, and gets the 2 draw, gets to play down that 8 cost katakuri anyways, so still feeling rather chill right now. I think those draws, as well as the attacks that he mitigated in the early game, as well as that 5k body, interestingly enough, are going to help with this resource disadvantage that he's going to be at just by nature of being second.
Yes, and the drawing too as extra, you're not just playing an 8 cost category, you're also being able to draw those 2 cards, which is amazing to this card. So both players making a bigger and bigger board. Of course, we did play our full turn out already, so very easy for Sandro to know how he needs to respond. What attack he wants to block and what attack he wants to counter with his leader effect. So
yeah, and actually I think that this is a really, really nice play from Dario, because though the 7 dong here doesn't seem like it's all too influential, the 2 cost Charlotte katakuri can play a katakuri from your hand with a cost of 3 or more, equal to or less than the number of dong cards that the opponent has on the field. So because Dario only has 7 dong on the field, he won't have that opportunity to play down the 2 cost katakuri into the 8 cost katakuri should he want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
that's his merits and
clever little moves here just to make sure that the opponent isn't able to play his powerful curve.
It's the merit about it seems very high, but you're also locking yourself on not playing a 10 cost the upcoming turn, right? That's the payoff for it.
Yeah, I think the question is, do you want to this early in the game? Like, I think honestly, if you have the ability to, just spamming out these 8 cost katakuris feels very, very powerful.
I wouldn't be surprised if Sandro is going for 10 cost Linlin Mamaragan this turn already on the 8 cost katakuri to get rid of it. So you're leaving your opponent with 5 cost katakuri, 7 cost pudding, but you have set up a big 10 cost and 2 big bodies as well.
Yeah, I think he started with that 7k swing to see if Dario would take that free block, but Dario playing around that 10 cost Lin, and that could potentially come out on this turn, decides to take the attack anyways. And now Sandro just asking the same question. 8k at leader. What will you do about this one? Will you give me a block 1k? Decides not to. Takes this attack as well, down to 1 life already.
And we don't have Mamaragan, so he's trying to bait a block, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, but
So
just the threat of that
Linlen.
10 cost mom is going to deter him from using that blocker for its intended purpose. So, I mean, somehow it is still doing work despite not being played.
Such a good card, the 10 cost Linlen. It made this deck, the 5 cost Katakuri and the 10 cost Linlen were enough to put this deck back on the map, let's say. It's both just very, very powerful cards that fit really well in this deck, as mentioned before, but it did not really find like a top tier spot. What is the deck missing? It's missing something at least.
It's missing consistency. That's the big thing for this deck. But if you can manage to get the ball rolling, it does feel pretty solid.
Yeah.
But now there's no more threat of that 10 bomb because he is attached to his leader. So he probably feels incentivized to just take this free block here. Thinking about what options exist. Could there be something crazy like a divine departure at this point? Surely not, he thinks, as he rests that Katakuri. But there it is. Divine departure, making that Katakuri 0 power, and now all of these small attacks on the board are going to guarantee that that Katakuri dies, which is going to be a huge tempo swing, I think.
0 into 0. You can't protect it because those two Brûlés are also still able to attack, and a very solid turn from Sandro. Puts his opponent to 1 life, and being able to get rid of this 8-cost Katakuri, and being able to swing a last 5 with this Brûlé as well. All dons are used perfectly, basically, this turn.
Yeah, very, very powerful play from Sandro. A bit unfortunate that Dario was managed to take that bait in the end. Didn't want to give up a 2k, 1k from his hand, and instead lost his 8-cost Katakuri for it. So very rough turn of events for him. Was not expecting the Divine Departure, I imagine. So is just going to be playing with 1 character behind. Now, thankfully, though, Sandro did not play a large character on this turn, so it's not like the difference in characters is getting that much larger. But now Dario needs to reestablish his board, or else that 8 Kaskadi that the opponent has is going to be doing a lot.
Looks like he wants to play 10 cost Linlen. Yes, here we go. -4 Don. Needs to trash a card?
Yes.
We can get rid of this card.
Yeah, gets rid of the Hakai something sovereignty, I imagine, in English. Is going to get that 1 heal and turn that Katakuri into 0 power. Now the question is, does he have a way to get rid of it?
I would assume that we have Mamaragan in hand. Otherwise, this was a very expensive Linlen potentially. But yes, here we go. Yes. Mamaragan. Great card. And of course, because we are at 6 dons or less, it's even better.
Yeah. Yeah, the Mamaragan, I think probably the difference here is that Sandro, I presume, may not have had that Mamaragan in hand, so didn't have the option open to him, so had to play in a way to just try to get him to rest it on his own accord. But thankfully, Dario does have that 10 Mom and Mamaragan in hand and is able to force it himself. So does get 2 Dong back from the 5 Cascade effect, so is going to be at 8 Dong next turn. But most likely, most assuredly, actually, is going to be able to get rid of this 8 Cascade.
Easily gets rid of it.
Yep.
And now the board for Sandro looks really small.
It does, doesn't it? All of a sudden. Yeah, but it can flip at a moment's notice, as we've seen 2 turns in a row. Both of these decks have very powerful board clear tools. So is just going to swing 5. Sandro is going to use that leader effect, and then presumably just another 5 with leader just to get that dome back. He may be thinking a couple of steps ahead once again about things like that 2 Kaskadakuri and may use his leader effect. Oh no, but there's only 6 on the board, so there wouldn't make sense.
Yes, only 6 dome.
Yeah, so he's just going to go for that 5k, and it is going to go through.
Yes, and we still have a 7K swing as well, right? Yes, here we go.
Yeah.
I think Sandro is looking for that Mamaragan to combine with his 10-cost Linlen, because we do know that Sandro has that 10-cost Linlen in hand, but it's not as effective without Mamaragan if the big threats from your opponent are not rested.
Yeah, we see several Divine Departures. We even see the 10 Mom, but looking through the small view of his hand that we have, didn't see a Mamaragang. So
Nope.
probably desperately looking for that card, taking 2 life. Now equal in life to Dario, both at 2, but both with an incountable number of cards in their hand. So surely this game is still going to be going on for quite a while as these people keep answering each other's board.
With healing in the main time, so that's what makes this game so long potentially. Is they are answering each other's board continuously, but they are also healing at the same time. So okay, Dario was at 1 life, board was gone for a second, but now back at 2 lives, very solid hand, and the 10-cost Linlen and the 5-cost Katakuri in play, and also this 5-cost Pudding is still a threat for at least 1 card per turn in hand. So.
Yeah, those small chip attacks do start to add up, especially when your lead effect can only deal with 1 attack per turn. So we'll see if he decides to get rid of that pudding. It is very easy to get rid of, but it will absorb 1 attack if he chooses to go for it. So we'll have to see what he wants to go for here. I do think we saw an 8-cost Katakuri in his hand, so that is an option for sure.
8-cost and 2 10-cost Linlens, no Mamaragan for Sandro. A lot of card hands as well for Dario.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. You do want to establish the large body. You do want to get that heal, but not being able to really deal with the opponent's board does feel really bad.
Also a lot of tracking to do, because every time they use the leader ability, the opponent needs to show the top of their life card. So they basically have a lot of info already, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, is just going to go for the 10 Mom. -4 Dong is going to get that life heal, and we'll see what he puts the power reduction on.
I guess we get rid of the 5K Pudding.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only target that makes sense here. The 5-cost Katakuri is far too scary to get rid of, so he's just going to swing. That 1-cost Pudding doing a lot of work this game.
I was thinking exact same thing. Like,
it's doing more work than the Burgess or NL.
For real. Gets rid of 7-cost Pudding and 8-cost Katakuri all in one game.
This card's insane.
That's why you need to play the alt art. Because that non-alt art didn't do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, the non-alt art did get rid of 8-cost Katakuri themselves, so still...
Oh, yeah, as well.
Yeah. I guess Pudding is just an insane card here, so... The moral of the story is people should cut Burgess and cut 6-cost NL and max out on any kind of pudding that they have.
We did ban the wrong pudding, is what you want to say.
That's true. Oh, dude, imagine if we still had pudding. The number of cards in these hands, every blue deck would be salivating.
Well, I don't think Rocks would be a deck.
Rocks would definitely die. Sandro with a little bit of weaker turn, but does just want to establish that 10-cost, especially because he has 2 in his hand. Probably doesn't feel as bad to just throw 1 out for now, just establish that larger body and use another one where it counts, and hopefully when that 10 Mom is rested. Because now that he's played down that 5-cost Katakuri on this turn means that 8-cost Katakuri isn't going to be coming out, which means that NL might be rested on the next oncoming turn.
He's using a 6K swing.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to give him back 4 Dong, which is just an insane amount. So just re-ramping his Dong and probably setting up to use the 10 Mom himself on the pushback the turn after that, because of all of that recursion of Dong once you return Dong. Lots of Dong being set in this game right now, but right now these players just setting up their board to be able to play out these 10-cost Moms as comfortably as possible.
And 2 swings that I can imagine will connect and put Sandro potentially to 1 life. We do have Divine Departure in hand, so maybe... The question is, will Dario swing with Linlin? Because if you swing with Linlin, it opens up a second Linlin from Sandro, but he does swing with it.
Yep. There it is. Decides no fear of the Linlin, which you have to imagine that Sandro has with the way that he's playing this game, is going to swing 12 and force him down to 1 life. Oh,
I
and here it
do
is, the 2-cost
imagine.
katakuri.
Oh, yes. Crazy.
Yeah,
But for the
because the
5 cost,
opponent
not for
has...
the 8 cost.
Okay, interesting.
I guess he can't play the 8 cost because of the... Sandro is at
Oh,
7?
yes, he is. He's
Yeah.
only a 7. So the name tag was covering 1 I thought that he'd have
Yeah.
8 right now. So he's just going to keep playing down more of those 5-cost katakuris, it seems.
Because I did see the new SP from Obi 16 Katakuri in hand from Dario. This 8-cost Katakuri giving me a bit of nostalgia to blue-purple Luffy in OP11 before it was pair banned.
Yeah, no, this is my bad. I thought that he'd be at 8 Dong the turn before with 10 on this turn. But yeah, no, if he only has 9 Dong on this turn, it makes sense that he rested the 10-cost Linlin. So, my bad, chat.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I just
very good
misread
argument
the
why
board.
he should attack it.
Yeah, he's going to pick up that 2-cost katakuri. Now, if you can just spam out a bunch of 2-cost katakuris and just expand your board all of a sudden with 8-cost katakuris, then you can suddenly set up a very scary threat. It does cost a lot of cards in your hand, but these players are not suffering for cards in hand right now.
Absolutely not. Let's see, he's thinking about what he should do with this. And it's not that you're able to push, they are way too healthy in hand.
Yeah, and is just going to go for that Divine Departure. So finds the power reduction one way or another, putting that Linlin down to 4k and swinging into it for 6k. See if he uses leader effect. Does choose to. Sees a little pudding, and with that 5-cost category, is going to be able to get that dome back.
Yes, I don't think you can protect it. There are too many swings still on the board for Sandro. That 5-cost category is still able to swing, and that 10-cost Linlin is also still able to swing. There's one thing that didn't happen this turn for Sandro, and that is healing. He is only at 1 life, and we do see 3 5-cost category at the side from Dario, so the backswing of Dario might be too much for Sandro unless we can establish that 8-cost category that you were mentioning.
Yeah, and he does have 2 dong up, so we'll see what he decides to do with that 2 dong. And now Dario needs to make a decision. Does he actually want to give away 2 cards on this 7k swing into the 4k Linlin? Decides not to.
And for a 7, going live. We'll use leader effect and a 2k, I assume. Yes, here we go.
Dario's hand slowly but surely getting smaller, but does have these 5-cost categories, which, as we've seen so far in this game, have been very, very difficult to deal with.
Yes, it feels like we are going to the last turn of Dario. He either wins or loses the upcoming turn. That's how this feels like.
Yeah, I mean, you never know with these purple decks. They just heal out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
I guess that's what you should be saying about yellow decks, but for some reason this purple deck is going to be healing, but is now has protection against things like the 10-cost mom or just 10-cost mom on its own. Would need that Mamaragang if he wants to get rid of that 10 mom on his own. But this is a bit of a tricky spot for Dario.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking at what I can see, at least from the hand of Dario, I don't see a way of like if he had, like, for example, 10-cost Linlin, Mama Ragan again going back to 2 lives, reducing the board, I would be maybe positive about it. But from what I can see, I do think that he has to go for it. And if he has to go for it, I think you just split 4 ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky to get through here. He has 1 life, he has a blocker on the field, but he also has a lot of cards in hand. So you need to just stop 2 attacks and you're good. But he may be able to get there.
I think it's 4-9 swings. because of leader
You can
effect?
go. You can go
No, he's
4 9s. You could also start with the. Oh, is it? Yes. I think it's 9 9 9 10. Is it not?
oh, even more.
Yeah.
2 2 2
But
4. Yeah, it's even 9 9 9 10.
yeah, but I wonder if you even just start with an 8 here. So you go 8, you force them to give you counter early, and then you go 9, and then the attacks after that become 10. So they're basically forced to defend the 8 and the 9 before anything
Hmm.
else. And depending on that, he can see if he can maybe play one extra turn if he has some defensive options. But the thing with going 8 9 and not 9 9 would force the opponent to counter the attacks early before taking that last life. Whereas if they take any of that 8 or the 9, the attacks only get bigger from there with that 10 10. And so if he doesn't have the counter in hand already, it only gets harder for him to defend. So I would maybe go 8 9 10 10 here if I'm trying to go for lethal. But it
Hmm.
did seem like he was maybe going for that 9 first. Honestly, in the end, it's just does he have it or does he not?
Of course, we saw, I think, almost every revealed card from Dario, while we couldn't see the revealed cards from Sandro, basically. So, of course, Dario has a lot more hand information than we have. So, if he knows about the Divine Departure, if he knows how many 2Ks or 1Ks are used or are still in hand from Sandro, he might uh, consider his attackings pure on that information.
Yeah, that is true. The hand information
Yeah.
does actually play a very big part in how you're going to swing here. But I think he's debating whether or not he can actually survive this next turn or not. Looks like
Yeah,
he's just going to go for it.
Yep, I'm very positive that he can't survive the upcoming turn with 1 life and no blockers up, no 8 cost in play, and your hand got reduced by a lot. Let's see.
Yeah, is going to swing with that 9. So what happens here is that you can basically math out that this is going to be the lowest power attack, and the opponent's most likely going to swing 9 9 9 10 here, which means that you're free to take this first hit. And then now all you have to do is defend 2 9s or the 9 the 10, but now you basically just need to be able to defend these 2 9s, and you're good because that last attack is going to be absorbed by the 8 cost Katakuri. So the difference in play here is that now Sandro was able to take one more life before being forced to counter out these attacks, which means now just it's going to be a matter of does Sandro have it or not, does have his leader effect as well. So he basically just needs uh, 2 2Ks for this attack and his leader effect, and then the next attack he needs 2 2Ks and a 1K. But given his hand side, it's a lot to ask for right now.
Absolutely.
And there's going to be the 2 2.
Charges?
That's one done.
Another 9.
And if he
This
has
one,
it, this is just it.
if he counters this, I would be very positive that he doesn't. And if he does show it right now, we do see a departure in hand and a 1K, but I don't think he has enough. I don't think he has enough. It's a 1K. It's not enough.
Yeah.
Dario is taking the win.
Oh, barely not enough. You would imagine that he can't possibly have more Divine Departures after using 2, but does have another one in the end, but barely not enough. Not able to defend against that 9K swing, which means that the 10K swing surely going to go through. And that's going to be game.
Absolutely.
Dario, against all odds, Purple Katakuri is now 3-0.
Yes, very nice to see. And if this is the answer to Mihawk, he might have a very pleasant day, because I feel like if you are going X0 in a regionals, you do see or have a bigger chance to see the decks that you are expecting to see. If you are in the X2 bracket or in the X3 bracket, sometimes you sit down and you see a leader that you're like, whoa, it's not even rotated, or what does this leader even do? But if you're in the X0 bracket, you definitely will play against some Mihawks, you will play against some RG Luffys, and so on and so on. So very cool showcasing of a purple Katakuri mirror match. I think everyone did see the purple Katakuri in action already, but a mirror match is definitely not something that you see every day.
Yeah, no, I thought this, I mean, to be fair, we did use a lot of our time in this match, but I definitely thought it would be more of a battle of 8 cost Katakuris, but it turned out to be a battle of 5 cost Katakuris, so a little bit of learning for me as well.
I
Dario
guess that's
barely making it in the end.
They played very well around each other's 8 cost Katakuris, I guess, because Dario did decide to stay on 7 Dawn, for example, to play around 2 cost 8 into 8 cost. So I
Yeah.
guess that's maybe the reason that we didn't see that many 8 costs this game.
Yeah, I think
Mm.
there was like some times where you maybe could have chose to put down the 8 cost, but just electing to use the life heal from Linlin, for example, was a factor as well. But the nice thing is because you have this new top end, you have these options at your disposal. So even though
Mhm.
they didn't play the way that we may have presumed for them to play in this game, they still had just very powerful curves all the way through.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, very nice. We are 3 rounds deep in this regional, and all 3 games were very exciting. That's super nice. For so far today, we didn't see any player like bricked up, die turn 5, or we didn't see worst cases. I think the worst case that we saw so far is um, putting missing on a purple and L missing on a
Mm.
4 cost was basically the worst thing that we saw. Um, so I am looking forward to the upcoming rounds. Only 20 seconds left of this round, so I think that we will have a very very short break until we go into round number 4 of this Croatia regionals.
Yeah,
So
and I just want to highlight once again these players, especially because you have the ability to manipulate your dong, were able to play around each other very, very well. I think that sort of thing takes a very high understanding of not only your deck, but also the opponent's deck. But it makes it a lot easier when your deck is the opponent's deck. So these sorts of
absolutely.
weird dynamics that come out when you know the opponent's minus their dong. So X can't happen next turn, or because they didn't minus their dong, Y can happen. And these sorts of interactions led to very unique playing from both sides. And in the end, I believe it was Dario just powered through in the end.
I think it's like it's basically a test because I can imagine that both players played the deck maybe a lot. Otherwise, you wouldn't bring it to regionals. But I can assume that they haven't played mirror matches that much because if you're playing uh, locals online and so on and so on, I can imagine you don't find that many purple katakuri to play against. So now it's pure on 100% brain power on how would I play against myself? What could happen if I push them to 8 down or to 10 down, if I go to 10 down, and so on and so on. So I think it's actually that this was a very skill intensive matchup for both of them.
Yeah. And it's nice to have the cheat sheet in front of you as well. You look at your hand, you're like, oh, if they have that card, that would really ruin me right now. So it's
A little
good to
bit of
have
help.
those, yeah, little reminders in your hand as well. But in the end, works out. But actually, something that you kind of mentioned at the end of that game that I think is very worth pointing out is that this is one of those decks that people are bringing specifically to beat things like Mihawk. You know, we saw, I think it was called like Hakai Sovereignty or something, um, in their hands. And you know, this 6 cost event that can get rid of the opponent's 6 cost is just very, very good into the opponent's 6 cost Mihawk plus 5 cost Ultin, for example. So
Mhm.
this deck apparently on paper does very, very well into Mihawk, and the more that you win, presumably the more that you hit Mihawk. So win streaking as Katakuri is very, very nice. Whereas, you know, for example, the Red Green Luffy from round one, if you lose one game, then maybe you have a higher chance of hitting more teaches, and it gets worse and worse from there. So it's one of those decks that really benefits from continuously hitting what you presume to be the best deck in the format and getting past that 3-0 barrier where you see a lot of strange decks in the early rounds is going to make it much, much easier to play out the rest of your rounds when you start to see decks that you more or less expect to see.
Mhm. And it's funny to say, but after next round, we are already halfway for the players for their Swiss rounds, and it's such a different feeling if you're only playing 8 rounds instead of 9 or 10. So um, I can imagine that if you're at 4-0, 5-0, you already get those little tinglings from, "Ooh, I'm so close to top cut." These players really want to get top cut. We have so insanely cool prizes on the line, of course. Like, it doesn't matter if you're playing with 256 players or 500 or 1000. Top 8 is still getting that wonderful serial Luffy. And yeah, that's the main goal, I guess, for a lot of players going to regionals.
Yeah, despite Top Gun only being 16 players, that end goal of that serial is going to be constant. So having these smaller regionals is even a nice thing, especially if you like for me, for example, at the last regional that I was at, which to be fair in Japan, we don't have that many regionals. I was 7-1 going into the last round. My opponent match win rate percentage was fairly good, and then unfortunately lost that game and went down to 36th place, which means that I was unfortunately out of contention of getting into the Wave 1 finals. But because I didn't get into Wave 1 finals, that means that I'm here today. Yay!
Woo! It's the bad and the goods together.
Yeah.
But yeah, the round was already at the last seconds when we finished, so that means we are almost setting up round 4 already. So we will take a very small break. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back with round number 4 of today.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the Zagreb Regional hosted by Magic Omens. How did you feel about that Katakuri mirror?
That was an insane showcasing of a mirror match. Gonna be honest, I have never seen the purple Katakuri mirror match, so I learned a lot, and I think it was very well played from both sides as well. So was really nice.
Yeah, it was a lot more dynamic than I thought it would be. You know, you consider these mirror matches usually just playing the same cards back at each other, and whoever plays them first ends up winning. But very different routes that both these players ended up taking. So it was very exciting to watch, especially as someone who really hasn't explored purple Katakuri mirrors. Still, though, not a mirror this time, but a very well-known matchup with Christian on a
Yeah.
Mihawk against Red Green Luffy.
Yes, and I can imagine that we both know which Christian it is. Because of the C, I'm going to think it's as some people might know him as well, if you've played against him in the Bandai app, as Voice of the Wind.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
playing with that new Mihawk from a PSA promo.
very scary opponent to play against. Christian, you know, you think of these Croatians as like some of the strongest players in One Piece for no reason at all, but most of the people here are Croatians, so everyone's scary to play against.
Yeah, I did see quite some memes about it. People sending in the socials, hey, Luca, I have arrived in Croatia. When do I gain these powers? And he said, like, oh, 7 minutes and you will feel it. But yeah, the Croatians have been having an insane season one. Um, Christian had an insane season one. Ervoy had an insane season one. And Luca has probably the best season of every player in the Western as well. So
Yeah, it feels like he's just everywhere, winning everything. And I mean, Christian not very far behind in his accolades. So is just going to start out the game as we've seen Mihawk do before. I love the way that he's picking up his cards. I've never seen people pick up their cards like that in the search, but he's going to set up those one costs, which are not just searchers, but also going to be fuel for his leader effect, as well as you can be my samurai, as Luffy plays down his fuel as well in that Thousand Sunny stage.
yes, Otama just whiffed. That is the painful part. I think he didn't pick up anything from one cost Otama, but Perona was able to find a card, thankfully.
Yeah, those whiffs can feel very, very painful. It is only at 5 cards in hand, so yeah, I guess I did miss that. But thankfully, if you're playing Mihawk, you will be able to get those resources back eventually. Once you start to pick up those, you can be my samurai. So not the end of the world quite yet.
Absolutely. And I do like how Christian, his deck is tuned to PSA leader, as I mentioned, but also these Dawn cards. I do think that they only exist in Japanese so far. I don't recall the name very well, but
Yeah, the Kumamoto Don card collection, it's
yes,
very hard to
that
get
was it.
even for Japanese players.
Yes, I love the art. It looks amazing. I had to sacrifice the chopper to my girlfriend, but these cards do look amazing. And because we can see Sanji and Usopp Don already, that means that Christian did win the dice roll and he is going second against RG Luffy.
Yeah, I think dice roll does feel somewhat important, but at least generally on paper, Red Green Luffy is somewhat favored in this matchup. You just have so many defensive resources that even though Mihawk can expand his board very quickly, you have the means of just denying them the ability to break through. But as we've seen, some Mihawk players have been teching in things like that 7-cost Shanks, and importantly, things like for fun to just be able to obliterate the opponent's 5-cost Sanji.
I feel like every time that I see this matchup, it comes down if the Mihawk build a board and can go for a double DMG turn.
Yeah,
That is what
those
comes down
DMGs
a
very
lot.
powerful in this matchup. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have anything fancy like we saw with that Black Yellow Teach matchup that you could just turn off their leader effect. So you do have to just get through that Dong. So the DMG is going to be a nice way, you rest 4 of your own Dong to deny the opponent 4,000 counter. But with your leader effect, that cost gets a little bit lighter. So going to be one of the ways that Christian may be looking to close out this game. But for now, both these players just establishing a bunch of 1 costs onto the board.
And we do see 7 cost and 9 cost Shanks in hand for Christian. So that's cards that lately made it into the deck.
Yeah, he's very prepared for that mirror matchup, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things with Mihawk, though, although you do prefer to go second, you don't really have anything to play on this 4 long turn. So if you're not going to be using those samurais, if you're not going to be searching on this turn, then you just attach all that dong to one of your characters and swing, which does feel nice in the short term, but that does make it a little bit harder for him to use those samurais later on when this Perona just dies to one of these attacks.
Absolutely, because now they do get rid of that Perona as well, so... And it's a little bit scary to put your board sideways against Luffy because of that 7 cost Luffy that we did see in game 1 today. It's if you just look at this board, it's already minus 3, 4, 5 itself, minus 6k.
Yeah, but it's also going to be plus the Luffy as well, so it's going to be minus 7k.
Yes, Bonnie is not a straw hat, so I think it's 6. Yeah,
no, yeah, you're
I think it's
absolutely correct.
yeah, but here we go. We are at the 6th Dawn turn. Do we have a nice and solid combination with the 6 cost Mihawk? Yes, we do.
Yep. Like clockwork, they always have it. But when I play it, I never have it. Yeah, it's just going to play down that Mihawk Oden combo new to OP 16.5, but so powerful in this deck especially.
He's going to use his leader ability on his leader. It just says rest a card, not specifically rest a character, so you can even rest 1 Dawn to activate 3 Dawns as well. But yeah, swinging doesn't make sense if that red-green Luffy has Dawn open.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this where Mihawk can make a very wide board, but as long as Luffy just leaves up enough counter, then there isn't really all that much that those characters can end up doing. So it's going to be a little bit of a journey, and then we have to see if Mihawk has the correct responses prepared in hand.
Yes, we do see that 7 cost Shanks for next turn, and that 7 cost Shanks is not only a big body, but it's also like giving everything minus 1k power from the red-green Luffy. And red-green Luffy is, of course, not known, except for, I guess, Zoro and the Luffy, of big bodies. So this will be a very interesting game, I think. Both players also seeing what they want to see.
Yeah, no, if you can combo that with For Fun, it perfectly deals with one of the opponent's 7k characters in that Sanji. But, I mean, even without it, just getting that minus 1k on all of the opponent's characters and just importantly, playing down a 7 cost 9,000 feels very valuable for sure. We'll see what he ends up going for. There is an argument that just playing down more of these 6+5s is better, but on paper at least, 9k power requires more counter and therefore more Dong cards out of Luffy.
And I do think that that 9 cost Shanks will also be very powerful in this matchup, because most of the time you can't really get rid of the 9 cost Luffy or 9k Zoro. Both 9k, not 9 costs. Because of they have that character which is 9,000 power, which is already huge, and they have Dawn open, so you basically never get rid of it. But with that 9 cost Shanks in hand from Mihawk, we might see a whole different game, and also again a very big body.
Yeah, I can see it doing some work in some very interesting scenarios in this game. But Luffy not really trying to play the aggressive game that we saw him try to play against Black Yellow Teach, because he knows that he just needs to out-survive Christian here. So just plays down one Sanji, and with all of those end-of-turn effects, is going to just pass back turn with 5 Dong active, which is basically 10,000 counter, meaning that unless Christian commits a lot of Dong to his characters, he won't be able to get even a single card out of his hand, which basically indicates that there isn't really a reason for him to rest his board. And just as this keeps repeating continuously turn by turn, Mihawk's not going to be making progress, and Red Green Luffy will be. So we'll have to see how he can flip the switch and actually make progress in this game, because that's one of the trickiest parts of this matchup.
Also, very nice to see that this red green Luffy can do both approaches. That makes the deck so strong, of course. Being able to going for the aggressive way, which we saw round one today, but also being able to take this slower approach like this game. But that 7 cost Shanks, as mentioned before, is in this deck for the matchups that are approaching this matchup slower. Like they are putting big body, big body, big body, and that will make this matchup very interesting as well. Without these 7 cost or 9 cost Shanks as the lists were before, they didn't really have like a big powerful tool to play in this turn. Then they are basically forced to play Beppo into Beppo into Beppo. So very good fine tuning from the Mihawk deck list.
Yeah, no, certainly does a lot here. So even if this Mihawk, Olden, and leader ended up swinging the turn before, that would only cost Luffy 4 of his stone cards with his leader effect. But now that you have the Shanks, that's an extra 3 cards that's required. So probably from this next turn, Mihawk can try to get some counter or some life out of Red Green Luffy and make some progress here. But Luffy, unrelenting, not going to let that happen because his leader is now going to be 7k until the end of the next turn.
And an 8k swing. So we are down to 1 life for Mihawk.
Yeah, 1 life already. Does have a very large hand, and I believe now is at the point where you can play down the Lan Beppo, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, is at 10 dong now, finally showing us the Luffy dong in that Kunomoto dong set. So is able to play down something like that 10 cost Lan Beppo, which you imagine has to be the play in most cases, but is just going to start with the 6 cost Mihawk swing just to get that cycle.
I do like that. Draw first, as mentioned before. See, what are your options for this turn?
Yeah, but it does indicate to me that maybe he's not very happy with his hand, because risking resting your characters when there's always that looming threat of that 7 cost Luffy, which we actually saw him search off of that very first 1000 Sunny search, can be somewhat scary to play into, but might not actually mean all too much if you're just going to rest all of your characters anyway. Still, yep, does look like he's going to go for it. Christian just going to keep trying to get Dome cards out of Red Green Luffy's hand, or board, I guess, and try to slowly chip away at his resources this way.
And now that 7 cost Shanks is rested, means that the minus 1000 is definitely active. Also, it's only on your opponent's turn, of course. So
yes, importantly.
very important.
Yeah, so if you do play down this Lan Beppo, which I haven't seen his hand, but I imagine he must have it with the way that he's playing, then your leader becomes 7k, but with that 7 cost Shanks effect, it effectively feels like you're an 8k leader into the opponent's board, so will help you a lot in the face of some of those attacks that the opponent has lined up. Doesn't help all too much against the 7 cost Zoro, who's already very high in power, but he will have to attach Dong to that Sanji if he actually wants to make more progress in this game. Ooh, but there's the 9 cost Shanks, just getting rid of the Sanji.
Law and Beppo.
Interesting. Both of these plays get rid of 1 attack, but one of them would have made your leader a 7k power leader, so might not have the card in his hand, or just thinking that this is the only time that he has to play Shanks and looking to play the Law and Beppo the turn after.
I can imagine he doesn't have it. I tried to. I do see Perona, I do see 2 events. I think I do see 2 Kinemons, so no Law and Beppo for Christian.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has it in his hand, so is just going to play down that 9 cost Shanks. Does get rid of 1 attack, but not the attack that you really wanted to get rid of. Albeit, though, this is a more permanent solution compared to Lawn Beppo. So if he can manage to survive on this next turn and somehow play down the Lawn Beppo the turn after this, then he may actually be in a better spot compared to if he only had 1 Lawn Beppo and chose to play it down on this turn.
Let's see. We still have a very 6 cards in hand, I think, from Kato TB.
I wasn't sure how I was going to say his name, so I just kept calling it Red Green Luffy.
I risked it all.
I was going to call him Kato.
Oh, that also sounds
No, I think probably Kato TV makes a little bit more sense.
You make him sound like a villain from unannounced anime.
Yeah. Okay.
And
He's going to swing 9 into 7, which is going to be, yeah, just one card and a 1k out of hand. So it does get one card out of hand after all of those swings, while establishing that 9-cost Shanks. Now he just needs to go in full defensive mode with one Dong active, but no blockers to his name.
that is a super scary place to be in. And we do see another 7-cost Zoro as well. So he can put a lot of pressure without putting himself at risk. So I do imagine, yes, that he is going for it. Oh no, he's going for the Luffy.
Yeah, decides to go for the Luffy. Doesn't want to deal with that Shanks. The minus 1k is very annoying. So that's going to be -7. But importantly, his board is still all minus 1k while that Shanks is rested. So
yes, so the
Shanks
Nami
right now
can't swing.
2k. Yes, it would be 1k into 2k. I'm pretty sure.
No.
I'm pretty sure.
Yes, now he's just gonna say okay. Let's have a double check. Yeah, we see 5 things on the board. So Shanks is 9 and this Nami is a...
Yeah, it does look like just nothing happened off that attack. So
maybe it was a pure test because you are able to counter a 1k into a 2k, I guess, but
it's worth going for, I guess.
Christian's still fairly well awake, swinging 6 into this 2k Shanks, and that makes a lot more sense. And
yeah, you would have preferred for that attack to go into leader, but just doesn't want to give up his Dong cards, because every Dong card that you allocate to one of those characters to swing into that Shanks means one less Dong you're going to have at the end of your turn for your leader effect. So just trying to stay as healthy as possible. But yeah, I'm probably just not going to swing with that 7-cost Luffy then, because he didn't allocate any of those Dong cards. So just trying to play the slower game, dotting his I's, crossing his T's to make sure that there's just no way of him losing, rather than actually finding a way to win.
I have to say, I was already a little bit tempted to go for a 999 swing or something. Only one Dawn open for Mihawk, but that would probably have been way too risky. So he's going for an 8.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess he presumed that the opponent would only have the events that give your leader plus 3k, like that Dead Man's Game, like that All Out. But is just going to attach that Dong anyways. 10 into the 7, which means that Mihawk is going to die. So I think that actually this play kind of worked out in the end. I was thinking that you could just attach one Dong to Nami, threaten to attach one more Dong to the other Nami, and swing 2/2 into the Shanks. Either he gives you 2 cards and you enable your 7-cost Luffy anyways to swing for 9, or it just dies much more cheaply. But goes for this play instead, just swinging 6 to make sure that Mihawk or the Shanks dies, and using the Dong to just get larger hits to see if the opponent has that. Oh god, I don't know what it's called in English, so I'm going to call it in Japanese. What it's even called in Japanese? Ichidai Sanzen Daisen Sekai plus 4k.
Billion fold.
Yeah, it's there's some word in there that I've never seen before that's like triangle or something.
It sounds way cooler in Japanese, so I don't mind. I think like Dragon Twister was also like way cooler in Japanese.
Yeah, I've gotten so used to calling that Dragon Twister, so I don't even remember what it's called in Japanese. But yeah, the plus 4k event, which if Mihawk's run only is run at a couple of copies, is going to be very helpful here to deny that 8k swing into the leader, so he doesn't have to give up more than 1 card to stop that attack.
What can you do? This is like a spot that I am strong. Luna, cards like that are like very strong.
Indeed. Yeah, but not having that Law and Beppo does really, really hurt. So
going for a 7k swing.
Yeah, presumably maybe didn't find what he was looking for, and maybe, I mean, then you'd maybe leave one more active. But he could, for example, put down the 6-cost Law to replay a 5-cost, for example, and then also bounce back the Otama, which is a 2k to your hand. So that is an option. Would also develop a blocker for you. Does have the Dong to be able to do that, but would mean that you wouldn't be able to reestablish a 1-cost onto the board if he goes for that play.
Are we giving both dons immediately, or yes, he's going to give both dons immediately.
Yeah, which means no Dong left for Red Green Luffy's leader effect, and that 9-cost Shanks is still able to attack, so we'll at least be able to get a very large swing. Does have the 6-cost Mihawk instead of the 6-cost Law, which at least to me means that he probably doesn't have the Law in hand, because I think that just reestablishing the blocker while getting a 2k to your hand does seem generally better. But he's going to play down that Ulden importantly, use the leader effect on the Mihawk to get the 1 draw 1 trash, just cycling through his hand, or through his deck desperately. Gives up to 1k though. That is information.
It's really wants that Beppo, I think, or I Am Strong. Because I Am Strong would be also amazing here, of course. Because I would assume that this Shanks is taking out at least one character. I'm going to say the Sanji. The swinging onto a 9 is maybe a little bit too riskful. If you have I Am Strong, of course, but he's
Yeah,
going
no,
for
is
it.
going to go for that Luffy. I think
Yes.
Red Green Luffy doesn't have all too many cards in his hand, so basically this puts him in a spot where he has to give up a majority of the cards that are left in his hand, or that Luffy just dies. So I think this is a fair gamble to take if you think that you're probably not going to die on the next turn, but he must have already mathed this out at this point, otherwise you always go for the Sanji.
Mm-hmm. I think if you attached on that, I would also try to go for the Luffy or the Zoro, because otherwise it might be... You have to go for a winning game plan. If I had the I Am Strong, of course, I would go for the Sanji and freeze the Zoro and the Luffy.
Yeah.
This will be fairly tough. I don't really know. Oh, yeah, the dice is because we froze it with the Odin, which is...
Yes.
hide it at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, so now effectively, if Luffy wants to go for lethal, save for things like that 7-cost Luffy with Rush, he only has 2 real attackers on the board, the leader and the 7-cost Zoro. And with 1 Dong active and 1 life, he only needs to stop 1 attack. So I think this might be the timing. Luffy still has 3 life and a fair bit of cards still left in his hand. He could just play down the 7-cost Zoro this turn, get some resource out of Mihawk's hand, and try to go for lethal on this next turn. I don't think he's in a place where he needs to go for lethal quite yet.
Wing life. I did see another 7-cost Luffy in hand as well for the Mihawk, so he's also able to get rid of this 6-cost Mihawk fairly easy. It literally becomes a 0 power.
Yeah, that's not a bad play either. Honestly, this is one of the tricky parts of this deck where like you have too many good things that you can play down. You're spoiled for choice. Which one do you actually go for in this situation? Do you want to make your leader 7k and ensure the opponent can't clear you on the next board? Or do you want to go for the more aggressive play, decides to go for the 7-cost Zoro?
Yes. Luxury problems. Is it Zoro or Luffy here? We do have character rush because there is an 8k plus on the board, which is Shanks.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if Christian doesn't counter this out, it gets even harder to actually close out the game, and he's been put on a timer. But you counter this out, and then that Luffy, depending on how you react to that 9k swing, can either go into your leader and make sure that the game ends on the next turn, or go into your Mihawk again and just bully more and more resources out of your hand. But I think Christian might be forced to defend this because he needs these attackers desperately to actually close out the game.
Yeah, problem is you do know that there is still an 8k swing coming at you from Luffy thanks to this stage.
Yep. And the question is going to be, does he attach more though? This could just be 8k at leader, pass back with a 7k leader, and 4 low active with that 5-cost Sanji end of turn effect. Or he could go 9 into the Mihawk to try and just make sure that that thing doesn't stand, because Mihawk only has 3 cards left in his hand.
I would presume that he's not going live, and that because it looks very, very good for the RG Luffy, and no doubt about that, but still one I Am Strong or Luna-ish, and it can still be a game for Mihawk. That's
Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, I think that's a reason why you go for leader here. So if you swing at the Mihawk and like maybe it dies or something, and then they do Law Beppo into I Know You're Strong or something and just stun all three of the major characters that are on the board, then the opponent has 1 life and you only have your leader swing, and then suddenly you need to play for another turn.
Ah,
Whereas if you
yes.
go into leader here, they go Law Beppo and then stun with I Know You're Strong, then even though they've stunned your entire board, they don't have any blockers on the board, which means
Mm-hmm.
that you just attack 10 dong to your leader, swing 15, and
Yes.
usually they probably can't do anything about that.
Yes, and going 15 indeed. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think
And
it's because Red Green Luffy's feeling so comfortable here that you just go for lethal, or you go for the opponent's life to pressure lethal on the next turn.
mm-hmm. And no real blockers in this Mihawk deck as far as I know.
Yeah, it would only be that 6-cost Law, but
Mm-hmm.
probably hasn't seen it at this point in the game, and now it feels a little bit too late unless you have exactly the 6-cost Law and the 3-cost Luna or I Know You're Strong.
I think we do see another 9-cost Shanks in hand from Christian.
Man, he has all the mirror tech, but he has none of
Yes.
the tools ready to answer Red Green Luffy's onslaught, unfortunately. Not on time at the very least.
Nope. Still no Law on Beppo. Although I do
Yeah, a
think
bit unfortunate.
we already played You Can Be My Samurai, so we don't have the Don, of course, for the You Can Be My Samurai.
And he's just going to keep digging, even just giving up on that leader attack, resting his leader with Kiemong to have as much Dong at his disposal as possible. But it's starting to look really rough. If Luffy can't break through on this next turn, there's not even a guarantee that Mihawk can win on the clapback.
Even after this Kinemon, also not Law and Beppo. I guess you don't want to draw it this turn because you don't have any Dons for it, but I honestly don't see a way for Christian to come back from this. This looks really good. He's just desperately...
He cycled so much. Oh, no. Yeah,
Still no
at
Law
this
and
point, the
Beppo.
Lawn Beppo's too late.
Okay, hot take. He's not playing it. He's playing 4 9-cost Shanks.
I mean, considering the number of cards that we've seen, it's possible at this point, but decides to get rid of that 6-cost Mihawk and attach 1 Dong onto Oden, leaving himself with only 5 Dong, meaning that there is not going to be a 6-cost played this turn.
It looks like the easiest Don of Kato's life. Having still 2 Dons open, so... Okay, let's cycle more. Beppo? No. The last one I couldn't see, but I think we are at least 25 cards deep.
Well, you might be more than that at this point. I think he's drawn an
even.
insane number of cards.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, but at this point, it's far, far too late.
Yes, indeed. It's not looking good for Christian. I think this 9-cost Shanks can do a very last swing.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you even swing at this point. So the opponent's leader is 7k. You swing 11, presumably, because, I mean, depending on how much stone you attach, it could be different. But the opponent just gives you like a card, and then you expose yourself to things like 7-cost Luffy if Luffy wants to play even longer, for example. But there is only 3 minutes left on the clock, so it's something to consider, although we do have a little bit of that overtime rule in the West. But,
Yes.
I mean, I think that probably Christian's thinking to himself, the only out that he has is to just filter and search as much as possible with these samurais, with this Kiemon, and just get an insane number of counter events and hope to survive on this turn and somehow find lethal on the next turn. But the thing is, like, Luffy can just swing without committing any dong and decide whether or not he wants to play aggressively or defensively later in the turn. So it's a very tricky spot to be in.
I think this hand sign did mean, well, it's not looking great. One last swing, 12 to, I presume, leader, because there's 2 dons still up.
Yeah, I think it has to be leader here. So this would at least get a 2k out of his hand. So it's just a 2k check. Does he have it or does he not? And he does have it.
Okay.
So Small progress, but progress nonetheless. Mm.
we Mihawk is the strongest swordsman alive, but I'm not sure if Mihawk can overcome two 7-cost Zoros, a 5-cost Sanji, a Luffy leader, and 10 Don still active.
Yeah, it is somewhat
Yeah.
cathartic for Seven Castoro to be the difference maker in the Mihawk matchup, as Christian is going to end up losing this game in a very long grind, almost 30 minutes on the clock, as Kato TV on Red Green Luffy takes round 4 to go 4-0 at the Zagreb Regional.
That's 4-0. He's halfway there because Croatia Regionals is 256 players. So we are halfway of 8 rounds of Swiss today. And after 8 rounds of Swiss, only top 16 will be played. So a top 16 cut out of these 256 players. So it's definitely not over for Christian. Um, from now on, he just needs to win. And yeah, that's basically the ruling if you want to win. Just win. But yeah, 4-0 for RG Luffy. And we did see a showcase basically of, I guess, the two decks that have the most merit of the starter decks: Red Green Luffy and Green Mihawk. Um, that is basically it for the starter decks, right? Well, I guess we did see
Yeah.
Katakuri as well. Katakuri gained also like
Mhm.
a lot of very strong cards like Linlin, like that 5-cost Katakuri. And this Mihawk deck did see Kinemon, 6-cost Mihawk, and 5-cost Odin. And RG Luffy did see that stage. And we do see every single game that we cast from Red Green Luffy that how strong stage is for this deck. You are able to play the 7-cost Zoro and still have 3 Dawn up um, at your 10 Dawn turn. You can even play your 4-cost Usopp right away on 2 Dawn. I think that is a very relevant part. If you're going second and you play stage on 1, Usopp on 2, that you instantly have those 2 Dawns to use as well, which before wasn't a thing. So
Yeah, no, that stage really fixes a lot of problems for Red Green Luffy, despite the card not really being for Red Green Luffy, it was technically for Red Nika. So, funny thing where Mihawk and Red Green Luffy are the biggest benefactors of the new start decks, despite them not being on the cover of them. But I guess in the end, it doesn't really matter when Red Green Luffy was able to take down Green Mihawk thanks to the help of Zoro in the end. Now, although the Red Green Luffy and Mihawk haven't really been used, or what is it? Red Nika and Green Zora have not really been using their start decks as well as these new leaders have been. The purple Katakuri that you just mentioned before has been able to use these cards to some success, as we saw in round 3. So nice to see these start deck leaders actually having a pretty good showing and clearly being very dominant right now.
yeah, absolutely. I do think that some of these starter decks are just one piece away of becoming a very, very good deck. I think about Kuzan, for example. Kuzan is, the cards are so good, and blue is such a powerful color. Like you can adapt so well to the meta, but it's like missing one small thing. And a lot of people hope that the starter decks were coming would be giving that one thing, because if you just look at the cards, like 5-cost Isho is insane how good that card is basically on 5
Yeah.
Dawn turn. But yeah, the deck is still missing something. After the starter deck, it gains some popularity back, but still missing that one small tool to make it even better. So
Yeah, the biggest thing with Kazang is that he doesn't have a way to actually close out the game. So he has those Ishos, he has the 6-cost Garp into the 8-cost Aramaki, but without a way to really finish the game, all he is good at is just establishing a big board and slowly dying fast or slower than he did before. So some leaders, against all odds, like Purple Katakuri, not very highly rated when the cards first came out, at least in Japan, but have seen some play just due to the way that the meta has shaped up. So exciting to see, especially some of these differences as global release comes closer and closer between the East and the West, because the East has not really seen that much Purple Katakuri. Still seems like a relatively niche pick in the West as well. So it'll be exciting to see how the meta starts to develop as we approach OP17's release as well.
Yeah, and we can see that 10 cost Linlin is an amazing card into decks like Mihawk, for example. So I would assume that we will see that card in the upcoming set. Not sure if it will be in purple Katakuri or maybe in purple Kaido, who is also a lot of benefit of that card. They don't have 5 cost Katakuri to ram back, but they do have 6 cost King, who in a way does the same thing, but maybe a little bit better because it's like an active Dawn. I guess it doesn't have like that on KO effect, but it can't be KO'd at all. So
Yeah.
um, yeah, a lot to come, a lot of new decks to discover. But we will have, I think, a 45 minutes break for the players. We are halfway of the Swiss rounds. Today, 8 rounds of Swiss and the top 16 games already. Tomorrow, top 8, top 4, and the big finals. And after the finals, we will even cover the last few rounds of the Treasure Cup as well. So we will be able to crown both players of the weekend as well. So grab yourself some foods or some drinks, and we will be back with round 5 very soon.
Okay, and welcome back from the lunch break. What did you have for lunch?
I had some bacon and eggs, just a normal lunch, I would say.
That it's a little bit breakfast like, but yeah, I had curry because for me it is at night, almost 9 p.m. in Japan, but just past lunch for everyone else. We had a couple of exciting games earlier today, and now that people have feasted, we'll have a couple more exciting games with the first one after the break going to be a Mihawk mirror. How do you feel about this matchup?
Um, well, I do feel this matchup is always. We will see at the end of this game three Beppos staring at each other, and at some point, one of these two players will take the game. But uh, I am low-key excited because literally every single game today was very good. So I just feel something is about to happen that makes this game very exciting.
Yeah, we have to see what cards these people are playing because I think that's one of the more important things when it comes to this matchup. How much are you willing to tech for the mirror? You do have that plus 1000 power innately just because the opponent's leader is also slashed. So 6k leader versus 6k leader will change some of the math when it comes to some of those characters. But
Mhm.
importantly, as you said, those 10 cost law and Beppo is probably going to be very important as the game goes on.
Yes, definitely. It's something what they. But now it really starts as a mirror. Both having that Kinemon amazing card, of course, and
Yeah.
I do feel that this matchup is a little bit diced depending if the Mihawk that is going second is able to play the first Law and Beppo as well. So the first one who's able to attack big, and that's the big reason why Mihawk started to play this 7 cost Mihawk Shanks and 9 cost Shanks, which you can see here
Yep.
in the search, and he is instantly taking it. And yeah, he's on the odd curve, so I do understand.
Yeah, for sure. Not even gonna even consider playing down those or picking up those 6 cost Mihawks that he saw in the search as well, despite seeing 2 of them. So
Mhm.
is going to have that 7 dong turn ready, presumably, and just going to start getting the engine rolling with that. What is it? You can be my samurai in English.
Yes. Also, it's I just wanted to mention it's pretty funny that we see the Don cards on top of live cards, but Judge took care of it, pushing the Don to the Don deck basically. So for Don turn, what are we going to do? Is using you're my samurai as well. Both players drawing infinite amount of cards.
Yep. Yeah, and that Kikunojo end of turn does become active. It doesn't say you can make this character active, so will be forced to become active no matter what. So although he missed that, that will still become active on this turn as Mateo uses You Can Be My Samurai. And I mean, right now, both these players are just going to keep looking for as many resources as possible to make their curve as efficient and as ironclad as possible. But one thing I do want to point out is this Kikunojo, although it is a 2K and most of the time you assume that you shouldn't really be playing out these 2Ks, is going to actually be doing a lot of work because it'll restand itself at the end of the turn, making it very difficult to actually get rid of in this mirror, meaning that as all these 2K characters are being rested, that Kikunojo is going to be standing for a very long time.
That is helping you a lot with your leader ability. You're my samurai, and so on and so on. So, uh, very good card indeed. And we do see that the early turns of Mihawk is basically just playing these small characters like the Perona, like Otama, like another Kinemon.
Yep.
You already see like 10 cards in hand.
Yeah, probably more at this point. It's a massive number of resources. Does also have that coffin boat as well. So, like we saw in the first match, will not have problems with using that leader effect later on in the game. And we'll have to see if Renato also has that sort of answer in store for himself. But right now in this turn, you probably just want to drop down some kind of 5 cost. Does look like he has the Olden in hand before you play down something like that 7 cost Shanks.
Maybe 5 cost Perona, maybe? No, we do have
Oh,
it.
yeah, it does have both. Okay, so that probably will be the better option. Does play
So
that down,
go.
making it so that both of the opponent's characters won't be able to become rested. And in this matchup, that doesn't just mean attacking, that also means for your leader effect and stuff as well. So nice to just eliminate that as an option, but thankfully Mateo does have that stage.
And swinging 8, pushing his opponent to 3 lives. Playing it a little bit more aggressive. We did see that Mateo decided to rest his leader at some point, not attacking. But I think Mateo with 12 cards maybe in hand, or at least 10, and first going into the Beppo turn, it's not that bad going low in life. Some people tend to protect early on too much and afterwards can't protect their characters, and that is most of the time the biggest problem, I guess. If you don't have any cards in hand to protect your board, it doesn't matter if you push your opponent to 1 life or 2. They will slowly grab the game from you. So
yeah, for sure. And so far, I mean, everyone just playing exactly what they're supposed to up until this point. Mateo will be the first to drop down that Dracula Mihawk, and also will be the first to be able to drop down that Law and Beppo as well once he gets to that 10 dong turn. So it'll be up to Renato to try to find a way to actually get ahead of the curve in a sense, because he's always going to be playing one thing behind Mateo if he keeps playing in this way that you kind of expect the mirror to go sometimes.
Here it is.
Yep.
7
There's the 7
cost
cost
Shanks. It's able to rest a 4 cost. Oh, no, even more. Up to 6 cost,
7k
right?
power or less.
Yeah. 7k power or less even.
Yes.
And a very
so
big
is able
swing
to get
into
rid
the...
of that.
Go ahead.
No. I'm thinking about if you want to attach Dong here, because you can swing 9 into the Mihawk, and looks like he's only going to be swinging 8. In which case, I would have assumed that you might have wanted to go for the old end to just make it a little bit harder, but it seems to be just going for a leader. So just using the Shanks effect to get that minus 1k active.
So he keeps the aggressive approach, not going for the board.
Yeah, definitely seems like because Mateo took those early hits, he wants to just keep focusing on attacking the opponent's leader. There's far too many cards in hand to actually threaten them by going for board. So decides to just keep going for leader. If he gives you cards, you're happy. If he takes life, then you're also happy because you're making progress in this matchup. So right now, Renato trying to play taller and Mateo trying to play a little bit wider, but this 7 cost Shanks will actually do a lot because your leader is a 6k, meaning that this 6 into 6 is only going to require a 1k counter, whereas against any other leader in any other circumstance, you would have to use 2k and 1k.
Yes, and this Odin is basically a 5 that can only that needs Don attached to be able to swing as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is why people have been taking in the 7 cost Shanks, to just slow down the opponent.
Still gonna take.
Yeah. Oh, and there's going to be the coffin
find
boat.
a stage on her own, yes. Because we do see that this stage in the mirror match has quite some merits as well so far. Every turn that active Dawn, being able to rest a card, which is not... Ooh, this is a fairly weak turn, I think.
Yeah, doesn't have the 6 cost, meaning that he only has the ability to play down that Olden. And that Olden, already not great, is going to be even worse in the face of Shanks because it's basically a 5k power character into a 6k leader.
Yeah, great showcasing of on how good the 7 cost Shanks is if you are going first in this specific matchup.
Yeah, just flipping his Dong to make sure that they're in the right order is going to attach 3 Dong, 8k into presumably the opponent's leader here.
He can swing 2 8s, I guess, with his leader as well.
Yeah, it does seem to be the play here. And so all he has to do is take one and defend the other. Has the Kikikyu Toryu Ashirabakke Mojan Tamure in hand to get that plus 3k. And now it goes up to 9 Dong. Now, if you want to be really diabolical in the mirror, you run something like the 9 cost Mihawk. But does he run it? Hard to say. It's hard to afford that many slots in your deck to actually play down that much mirror tech. As we already see the 7 cost Shanks, the likelihood of some of those other tech cards being played are somewhat lower. But we'll have to see.
Would you prefer to see the 9 cost Mihawk here or the 9 cost Shanks? 9 cost Shanks here to Destroy the 6-cost Mihawk also doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the 9-cost Mihawk, the 9-cost Mihawk is generally just better here because every turn from now on out, it's going to deny an attack every single turn once it's attacking, whereas the Shanks just denies one attack. So also with that ability to turn the bricks in your hand into 2Ks, that will be able to just really take a hold of this game. And it is a card that we've been seeing more and more recently to deal with that 7-cost Shanks, funnily enough, just the counter to the counter. So it's not impossible for some of these players to be running this card. But because he has rested one Dong for that Coffin Boat, is not going to be coming out in this game, at least not on curve.
Absolutely. What can we do? We have 8 Dawn left. We are going to start with an Otama.
Yeah, seems like it. He still has enough Dong to expand a 6 plus 5. Did see the 7-cost Shanks there, but does just want the resources in Yukibi by Samurai.
Yes, we sadly can't pick the 7-cost Shanks of this Otama. Otherwise, I do think that he would have picked it. Everything minus 2k on your opponent's board does sound very, very strong.
Yeah, thankfully, Otama can only pick up those Wano characters, so that could have been a diabolical turn of events.
Oh!
So,
But we don't have Dawn anymore.
Doesn't have enough Dong. No,
but he's playing at
running
least
so
3.
many. Yeah.
Yes.
3 that we've seen so far. Unfortunately, only has 6 Dong left, which makes it a little bit awkward because he probably wants to play down the Lawn Beppo the next turn. So may actually be looking to get rid of that from his hand, unless Mateo plays in a way that allows him to play that card. So is just going to play down that 6-cost. There it is, the classic combo, Mihawk versus Mihawk plus Olden, and right now Renato in a fairly good spot despite being handed first.
Absolutely, still an amazing turn for him, being able to draw a cycle and play this Mihawk. And Olden, he decides not to turn his Mihawk sideways.
Yeah. Yep, it is going to turn his leader Mihawk sideways, though, with an 8k swing, just keeping up the pressure. Every single turn has been swinging 8k at the opponent's leader and is forcing him to either counter or take, and Mateo each and every time so far this game has been taking it.
We are now going to our 10 Dawn turn.
Big 10 Dong turn here. And this is one of the reasons why you don't really like to counter the attacks early on, is because once your leader is in the mirror matchup, at least 8k, but with that Lon Beppo plus 2k to your leader, it makes it a lot easier to defend the attacks later on if you have more cards in your hand. So especially if you're looking to chain those Lon Beppos, it's better to take your attacks, these lower power attacks at your lower power leader early on so that you have more counter to defend your higher power leader once you get to that point.
And we do see 3 Beppels already in hand for Mateo, so...
Yeah, so that's the next 3 turns.
Yes, Mateo does not really need to think anymore for the next 3 turns. He can chill out, digest a little bit from his break food, and play triple Beppo. I guess he's still... a concerning thing, of course. The Odins can't swing currently.
Yeah, that's I think the big thing that's going through his mind is what does he do after the Lawn Beppo? He already knows that he wants to play that down, as you said, that he has multiple in his hand right now. But once he restands that 3 does he want to allocate that to characters to just swing little bits into the opponent's leader while he still can? Or does he just want to use that for something like counter events? I presume he needs to get some damage through. The nice thing about swinging on this turn would be that you can get at least some amount of counter at the opponent's hand because they want to play down the Lon Beppo with at least a couple of life to their name. So he needs to think about what he wants to do here.
I do like a double swing with Odin to get as many cards as possible. 6, 6, and 8.
Yeah.
That's what he's going for.
Yeah, and then you probably just give 1/1 and then maybe just take this attack. Yeah, it is going to go down to 1, but As long as you're at 1 life against the opponent's board with that Lon Beppo in your hand, you should feel relatively safe on this next coming turn.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one other avenue that you could have taken this game would be to just leave everything active so that when he plays down the Lon Beppo, you don't get that plus 2k, but he can't do that because the Shanks is on the board and will force your characters to be rested. So he's effectively just forced to play in this more aggressive manner because he can't play in a more passive way, even if he wanted to.
Yes. Renato also had that same choice, the turn that he's turned his Mihawk sideways. He also had the option not to attack with his 7-cost Shanks, and that means that the Beppo from Matteo wouldn't have any value.
Yeah. I mean, I think Renato from the beginning of the game has been playing in a very aggressive way, just hitting the opponent's leader over and over again, just seeing if he could get cards out of his hand. And so it wouldn't make sense to switch course at this point in the game. And as you mentioned at the start of this game, here come the Law Beppos, consistently just going to keep their leaders at plus 3,000 power, 8k power in this mirror for effectively the rest of the game for as long as they have Law Beppos. And we can see both players at least have a couple more.
Yes, and you also do see very well at this point in the game that these 6k characters don't have any value anymore because the leaders are 8k anyway. So you have to commit too much Dawn onto that character to be able to swing onto your opponent's leader. So that's why the 6k bodies like these two Odins, well, even if it only asked 1k counter, he didn't want to defend it anymore.
Yeah, for sure. If you end up defending that, that's like making your leader 6k, so it doesn't really make sense to defend the characters that are lower power than your leader. And I imagine that Renato's probably just going to keep exploiting that, and instead of hitting leader, may just hit into the Mihawk, because surely Matteo wants to keep that 6-cost Mihawk on the board and will give it 2k rather than 1k if you went for leader.
This is a big swing. 11 onto the Mihawk.
Oh, right, and the plus 3. Yeah, it is 11,
Yeah.
is the...
It's asking at least 2 cards now.
Yeah, this might be... Oh, okay. Looks like it went towards leader instead of the Mihawk, which means that he is able to use for fun for the counter effect instead of having to use something like the billion-fold plus 4k event or something for the Mihawk if he had it in his hand. So Renato just keeps hitting face no matter what.
Okay. Did he end his turn already, or is he still thinking about something? I guess
know, he has his
head in his
hand. Yeah, he definitely ended turn.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Nons are active. Okay, that means that we are just going for another Beppo for Matteo. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah, and is just going to stun that Law Beppo. Now, playing down the first Law Beppo is really nice because you can play down the second one faster, but you basically just keep doing this thing where you just keep stunning the opponent's Law Beppos. So being able to play the first one is going to be very important because the opponent can't stun both of them.
Absolutely. And yeah, now we are at some point, one of both players is don't have any Beppos anymore to play, or one of the two players does need to go for it. It's basically what we are heading to right now.
Yep. Yeah, I think right now it's just a game of who's going to run out first. And actually, Matteo is swinging 7k into the Perona. A lot of times this is very scary because that on-KO effect is super easy to just rest that Kikunojo and play out another 5-cost. But the question is, do you want to play another 5-cost, even if you have one, considering that the opponent's leader is presumably going to be 8k power for the rest of the game? He decides it's not worth it.
There's nothing that can punish. There is no 5-cost Borsalino in the deck, so you're good to go.
Unfortunately not.
Well, I don't want to know a world with Mihawk having Borsalino, so I'm good.
Yeah, nothing going to come off of that. Both players just accepting that these 6k power characters are not really going to be able to do all too much for the rest of this game. But thankfully, although Matteo was able to play down that Lon Beppo first, that 7-cost Shanks on the board is still going to be a pretty relevant attacker as these turns go on. just because in
Mm-hmm.
the same way that you can only stun one Lon Beppo with Lon Beppo, you can't stun that Shanks and the Lon Beppo. So even though Renato's Lon Beppo is currently stunned, he will still be able to get a pretty sizable hit on this next turn. The question, though, is because he only has one life, he does need to start thinking about if there's ever a time where Mateo can just randomly go for lethal.
Yeah, that's the scary part, especially with cards like Asura, which you need to keep in mind every single turn that if they rest two of your Dawn cards and you don't have any Dons open anymore, how much counter do you have? Look at the little finger.
The little hand.
uh,
From out of
here we go.
nowhere, the little hand. But Lon Beppo number 2, as expected, going to come down stun another Lon Beppo, and slowly but surely these Lon Beppos are going to be able to attack, as Mateo, as you said, has another one in his hand if he wants to keep playing a longer game.
And with so many cards in hand from Renato, I would assume that he will be playing a longer game. Nice to pick up some 2Ks as well for Mr. Renato. And
Yep,
I do think we are at the point that you want this Mihawk off the board, because otherwise the Shanks is able to just swing into it as well.
Yeah, so most likely this game's not going to end on this turn, but if Mateo decides to just keep going face and to set up to try to end the game next turn, potentially there might be a path if Renato doesn't find it himself, because this board is getting much larger.
Mm-hmm. We're almost at it. As I said before the game started, at some point you have triple Beppo looking or staring at 3 Beppos from your opponent as well, and one of the 2 players just might not have enough counter left.
Yeah. The first person to run out of these Lon Beppos is going to be in a miserable spot, because right now, especially Mateo, who has 2 life right now, isn't really at fear of dying quite yet, especially considering that one of those Lon Beppos is going to be stunned. So realistically, only 3 attackers on the board, which means that as long as he defends 1, he should be fine. And because his leader is 8k, most assuredly he will be able to defend them. So still chilling, but Renato, on the other hand, because he only has 1 life right now, if he overzealously takes one of these larger attacks, then he can be in trouble on the following turn.
And here you also saw the merit of the 7-cost Shanks. The Beppos are only 10k power, are 10k power, and your leader is an 8k. So you can defend your life with cards like Asura to defend your life, which is super strong as well. You don't need to use the Billion Fault or any other event to protect your life. So another merit to play the 7-cost Shanks in the mirror match.
Yeah, honestly, putting in a lot of work this game, denying a lot of those early swings, and also in the late game making it much easier to deal with that as the small hand as well, reminding him to restand his coffin bow for the start of turn. Doesn't remind him that his leader is not plus 4k. Oh, there it is. Only 6k right now. But it's been putting in a lot of work. Yeah, this is why we come to the Zagreb Regionals.
Okay, I think they're out of Beppos. We are.
Yeah. That's the end of the line for him, which means that either he has to pull the trigger right now, which is very difficult, or he has to see if there's any possible way for him to survive on this next coming turn. But it's pretty difficult, honestly.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel so confident going into 4 open Dawn, 8k leader, and 2 life with basically 3 hits, 4 hits maybe, if you want to count the leader as well. So this look very, very tough. We do have an Asura to put down 2 Dons, but still 2 Dons remaining afterwards. So
yeah, I think that this is probably why Mateo ended up leaving up 4 Dong, is just so that even if the opponent has the Dead Men's game, you can't get rid of all of the Dong unless you use 2 Dead Men games, and at that point it's probably just not worth it. So leaving up 4 Dong to make sure that that's not an option for him, and just trying to, some way or another, force the game to end at this point. I mean, yeah, sees a lot of Beppo, picks it up, but won't be able to play that on this turn, as even if he uses leader effect, will not be able to play down any characters, not to mention that a Dong is attached to that 7-cost Shanks.
I don't feel like we will have time this game to play another Beppo. So I am surprised that we snap take the Beppo. Are we ever gonna
Yeah.
play it again?
I don't think the game goes on that long.
Mm.
I'm pretty
No.
sure, yeah, if Mateo doesn't close out the game on this next turn, then Renato just wins. So I didn't actually see the rest of the cards that were in that search, but maybe just nothing
Oh.
better because he does just pitch that Law and Beppo.
Yeah. That was the answer.
Yep.
So
Does
he
have,
swings another 8.
yeah, does have 2 counter events, 2 2Ks and 1K and one last card, which I couldn't quite see. So has decent amount of counter, but the opponent's board is so big that if you don't have something like that 6-cost law to just absorb an attack straight up, it can be pretty difficult to actually survive on this next turn. But I think that he basically has to, considering that Mateo has been able to defend these early attacks.
Yes, he needs some time for this 8K swing, does he? I do see the 2K and the 1K, so I presume. Oh, he is taking it.
Yeah, confident that he has enough counter to defend against anything that Ronaldo can throw at him. This also, importantly, I was going to mention if he countered this out, that you could just try to take out one of the opponent's characters by slamming a bunch of Dong onto the Law Beppo and try to take out one of the opponent's Law Beppo. But because he took that card, he not only saved at least 1k counter, but may have also gotten counter out of his life as well, which just makes it a lot harder. So now he needs to decide if he wants to go for that anyways, or if he's going to give up on trying to clear the opponent's board.
He's going for another 8. I think he is hoping for a bricked up Matteo.
Gives a 2k though, so that has to indicate that he just has an insane number of counter in his hand right now, feels comfortable enough to just give up a 2k at that point. This makes it much more difficult to take back the opponent's board, at least from Renato's perspective, if he wanted to do that.
I don't think we have any playable cards in hand for Renato, so I would presume that we are going to try to kill at least one Beppo and survive one more turn, but that's...
Yeah, it's a very tricky place right now. I think right now he's checking for his trash to see, first of all, if he runs the billion-fold plus 4k event, and if he does, has he seen it already to sort of indicate whether or not he may have it in his hand or not? Because the second he has one of those, he attaches Dong to this Law and Beppo here, it becomes very easy to defend. But surely at this point, Mateo has been holding on to one, right? It's hard to see his hand. Oh, he's going to let it go, so he doesn't have it. Because I'm sure that he would have defended it if he didn't. So in the end, the 8k swing into leader forced him to give you a 2k counter, and then swinging 13 into the opponent's board was enough, because it just means that he didn't have enough counter to his hand. Because I think now he probably has to try to close out the game with the cards that he has on the board. Thing is, if you took that 8k swing to your leader, then that Law Beppo swing just goes to your leader and you end up losing the game. So he was forced to defend that attack, and apparently just didn't have the counter in his hand to defend the Law Beppo on board.
I do think that I saw an Asura in hand from Matteo, so maybe he took live the 8k to potentially protect his Beppo on the swing afterwards, which is also very possible. Asura, of course, can't protect characters, only your leader. But I do think that Matteo put himself in a spot where he has to go for it. We have 3 swings.
Yeah.
Against 1 live and 6 cards in hand and 4 done up. This is a 12k swing.
Yep, 12 into the opponent's 6k leader. He just needs a 4, a 2, and a 1, which he does have in hand, but he does need to defend 2 more attacks. I think, yeah, this makes sense. If you go 12 here, and then next attack you attach... you could go 12, 12, 12, right? Am I doing this math wrong? Yeah, you can go 12, 12, 12. But if he counters this attack, you might be able to go lower to see if they have all the counter in their hand, and then finish out with a larger swing from leader. I think there's a couple of ways you can do this, but regardless, I think Renato has to defend this first attack, or else the next attack's just going to be something like 20,000. No, what is this? 18,000 at leader? Yeah.
Do we have enough cards rested for Billionfold? to work.
Oh, that's actually a good point. He has 6 right now, doesn't? Oh no, he doesn't have the stage rested. He only has 5 cards rested.
So Billionfold is not +4, right? I'm not
Yeah,
missing
right now it's only a
anything.
+2, so he will have to use a couple of countervents before he can actually get to that point.
But he only has Asura on hand. So this is
Yeah.
+3. +2. Okay, this is 14.
Yeah, wait, he can't use it, can he? Or he can't get the full +4. I think that would only be a +2 because he doesn't
Yeah,
have
so he
8 rested
needs an
cards.
event from life. How many cards do we have rested right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yes, we
Yeah, no,
do need an event from life. Otherwise, Billionfold is not at full power.
yeah, he needs to rest one more Dong somewhere. In a weird way, I mean, maybe Mateo does it for him if he uses DMG on your Dong cards, but who knows at this point? But in a weird way, the Coffin Boat restanding a Dong at the end of the turn, I believe. Yeah, I think he reset the Dong that he played from Perona, is going to end up making it so that he doesn't have enough Dong active. But I mean, if you don't restand that Dong, then you just get exposed to things like DMG. So kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of awkward
Oh.
paths as we near the end of the timer. 15 seconds left on the clock in this round, but surely this is going to end on either this turn or the next turn. As Mateo,
Yep.
yeah, as we mentioned, he could go for the 12/12, but because he defended this first attack, now because he went for the 11 here, this next attack's going to become 13 from leader, which means that Renato, if he doesn't have the counter in his hand right now, the next attack's just going to become even worse. But interestingly, because of that Billionfold in his hand, it probably makes the most sense to take this attack and hope that it's an event, because then it would actually give you the Dong rested to be able to make that card a +4K. Does
Ooh,
not
it's
see it
not.
though. Yeah. Which means I believe that that's going to be game for Mateo because he only
Ooh.
has. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
if he
yeah.
didn't,
They
if
are
he
pointing it
just
out.
swung with the Perona, which means that the +4 is not going to be enough, and Mateo finds the win in the end, barely making it through with the correct number of hits and the correct number of Dong on his characters. The 12, 11, 13 going to be enough in the end. Lethal is such a fun puzzle in this game, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think he had enough counter if the Billionfold was active, no? 4,
Yeah,
2, 1, 1. 6, 7, 8. So 14. He could counter 14. So yeah.
yeah,
One
no, he could have even countered the
small misstep.
11.
The Beppo. Oh, one small misstep cost him the game in round 5 of this regionals in Zagreb.
Unfortunately, the lunch break hitting him a little bit too hard there, and not able to identify that that Billionfold would be online, at least until the turn is passed back to Mateo, and in the end, is not going to have enough counter despite technically having enough counter in his hand if he had just swung that one Casperona.
Absolutely. Wow. Again, exciting ending actually for or round
Yeah,
number 5. So far, we have been treated well. Um, yeah, as you see, one small misstep might cost you a game in this regionals, and yeah, one loss might cost you the top cut, especially in the 256 players event where only top 16 goes to the top cut, and that means you have to go 8-0, 7-1, and a very few amount of 6-2s will make it because of tiebreakers. So tough.
yeah, no, that's a brutal way to lose in the end because you had it. You just needed to identify the condition of some of your cards. But, as the age-old saying goes, card gamers can't read. And unfortunately, a little bit of a brutal loss in the end, but a very good showing because I think that we could see how influential the 7-cost Shanks was in that game. He was basically playing behind at every turn of the game. He played the 6-cost Mihawk 2 turns after Mateo played down his, but he played down that 7-cost Shanks on that 7 Dong turn to stall a lot of time and also get in some very important hits throughout the entire game. So that despite the fact that Mateo had 3 Lawn Bepos throughout that entire game, was still able to keep it extremely close and would have actually won if he were able to identify the win condition that he had essentially at the end.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, actually, yeah, very nice showcasing again of this mirror match of Mihawk. I do know that some people are like, oh, why did they bring out the Mihawk mirror match on stream? But I do think the further we go in this tournament, the better the players are, of course, and you do see that these mirror matches are not always as straightforward as you think. So I think a couple of regionals ago, the undefeated game as round 10, so both 9-0, we had two purple and a purple and L mirror match. And that really opened my eyes like, whoa, this mirror match is very different than I thought, or the approach of both players is very nice to see. And I think the further we will go today, that we will still discover some things of how players approach some matchups. And that's, of course, the fun of casting. You see great players later on the day as well approaching specific matchups.
Yeah, it was a very fun matchup to see. Those mirror matchups can sometimes be a little bit polarizing depending on who wins the dice roll, but there are some tech cards
Mhm,
like that that can make things really, really close. So happy to see
mhm.
that. And it seems like we're probably going to have a break coming relatively soon. This has been round 5 of 8 of our Swiss round. Only 3 rounds left of Swiss before we finally get into that top 16 match, which is also going to be played today. So stick around for that as well as we jump into the break. Go ahead.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Magic Ohms Regionals here in Zagreb, in Croatia. We are down to rounds number 6 of the Swiss rounds. I'm Chinois. I'm here joined with Kai. How are you doing so far?
I'm doing well. It was a very complicated mirror. It's been gracefully pointed out to me that the Perdona could not swing because that was the turn that it was played. But there's a lot of very technical things that you can do in the mirror to just be able to meet some of those conditions for something like the billion fold. But we don't have time to talk about that because we're jumping straight into matchup, one of the premier meta matchups, Mihawk versus Purple NL, with Mihawk going first.
Yes, and we do see a lot of Mihawk, but hey, it's probably, if not the strongest deck in OP 16.5, as we call it. It's been doing very, very well thanks to the starter decks again. And I would say get used to it. OP 17, this Mihawk deck is definitely still a contender.
Yeah, no, he's very well situated for the time being right now. And as we can see, as the rounds go on and the number of people who are X0 gets smaller and smaller, you get to see these meta decks, as you'd expect, being on top of the meta. So the start that we've become very accustomed to throughout this regional stream, just dumping down a bunch of one costs. You would have ideally not wanted them to be Otama, but that's the one cost that he had in hand with that coffin boat, which I guess just seems to be in every single Mihawk deck, which is different from Japanese lists because in Japan you don't see that stage run as much anymore.
I guess that one active Dawn at the end of the turn is just so relevant, at least in the mirror match, because at some point, or not only the mirror match, but in a way you can play Beppo and I Am Strong, for example, against Red Green Luffy and still have that one Dawn active at the end of your turn. And I do think that people just recognize that that Dawn might be very, very relevant. Also, very painful for the Mihawk player is, I think he whiffed even twice with one cost Otama. And that is...
Oh, did he actually? Oh, he only has 5 cards in hand, does he?
Yeah. So he is going to see a very tough matchup because going -2 in hand and even 2 2K counters is, yeah, that's tough, of course, especially because you are also playing against a leader which is hitting you a lot for 6Ks because of the leader effect.
Yeah, that's and not only that, but you've lost 2 2Ks from your hand in a deck that usually only runs something like 8 2Ks as well. So that is very shocking. Also, plays down the "You Can Be My Samurai" before anything else, leaving him with only 4 Dong, meaning that he doesn't have a 5 cost to play on this turn either. And I think the only streamie that we've had so far today that really had a subpar curve was that NL game, but this seems like a very rough start for Roko.
He finds the pieces, but I feel like he is one turn behind right now. So there will be a lot of aggression from the NL.
Yeah, effectively what this has done is just flipped who is going first and second, because the benefit of going first as Mihawk compared to giving first to NL here would have been the fact that you can play down your characters before the opponent can really start to establish theirs. But this is effectively the same as if you had just been going second and just dumped a bunch of small characters onto the board on 4 Dong to start to establish that 6 cost Mihawk the turn after. Now, NL is going to be able to establish that first 6 cost NL before Mihawk's able to do anything about it. Does he have it in hand, though?
He
might
think
not
so. I
have
think
it.
the last card at the left is either 6 or it's a 0. It's
yeah, that's
he's
the
gonna
difference between heaven and hell, as we say in Japan. Is it going to be the 6 or is it the 0? But the way that he's playing does look like he's going to end up filling out his entire curve.
He also has the Reiju in hand, so he is not missing on a 4 cost, as we did see before today. And yeah, he's removing all the small drops from Mihawk, leaving no value to the You're My Samurais, although we already saw 2 of them. And there is a coffin boat, so I don't know how big the merit still is, but why not? You have a very big board already as NL, and we're not playing a 6 cost.
So maybe it was that 0 cost at the end of his hand, but I mean, it does look like the secret rare NL, so maybe just favoring eliminating the 1 cost completely, which would be very powerful if not for the coffin boat on the board. So doesn't look like he's just going to go for the 2k, wipe out the opponent's entire board, maybe just denying things like the 6 cost law potentially, though we have not seen that at all today. Another swing at leader with 1 low attached and leaving up enough dong to play down something like that 4 cost Reiju.
That's what he's going for. I guess that this Reiju is not as bad versus Odin, although I don't think we have enough spells already in Trash.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Odin stuns based on base cost, so even though this Reiju is 9 cost, yeah, it will still stun it. So doesn't do too much. It's both of the characters would still be out of range of the Piron, and both characters would still be in range of the 5 cost Odin. So leads me to believe that either he just really wanted to expand these 1 costs onto the board and get some pressure, or he just didn't have the 6 cost NL, which is still kind of hard to see exactly what's in his hand, unfortunately.
We do have a 5 cost Perona if we want to, so I think I would double check the event. Yes, that's what I see is checking here. Only 1 event, or yes, only 1. So Perona does work. So if we have 6 cost Mihawk into 5 cost Perona, we are quite okay. Yes, that's what we're going for.
Yep. Yeah, pretty solid turn of events. Weirdly, something like the 7 cost Shanks actually would be able to handle the Reiju as well in a way, just to smack it to make sure it doesn't exist the next turn. But just choosing to expand board here just seems to be the standard and probably better play right now. Expand your board, and we'll see if this ends up going in the similar way to the Mihawk versus NL matchup that we saw earlier today, where NL tries to clear these characters, or if he's going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive route because he has been given this opportunity thanks to Roko kind of low rolling in the beginning of this game.
Maybe the last card is Mama Ragan Altart instead of a 6 cost.
Yeah,
I'm almost sure.
Yeah, the shine there does look like something, like it could be a Mama Ragan. Because I think that if you had the 6 cost NL, you most assuredly play it on that last turn. So thinking about what he has, thankfully he is spoiled for 4 costs, unlike the NL that we had on stream before. So we'll be able to do some interesting things with Gamma Knife and Reiju if he wants to. He's going to start with a 5k swing at leader.
It's asking a 1k. Here we go. We do give the Kinemon.
Yeah, and is going to reduce that Mihawk down to 6k, and the Gum Gum Lightning. Super powerful card, exactly enough dong to play down that Reiju as well. So very happy to have this Reiju on this turn, even though he didn't have that 6 cost Mihawk the turn before.
And this Satori swinging, I think, for the 3rd time already this game.
Yeah, I mean, this card, people have been cutting it down recently, especially because there's more quote-unquote weenie hate cards in the game now. Lots of cards that can deal with 1 cost or less, 2 cost or less, 2k or less characters in the game right now. So that Satori usually just doesn't survive very long. But in OP15, where there just weren't very many tools to deal with those 1 costs, that Satori was one of the strongest cards in this deck to just give you monstrous amounts of consistency. As we keep seeing, he keeps putting cards to the bottom, but chooses this time to put it to the top because he wants whatever card that is.
Yes. Spoiler alert, I'm even playing this Satori in my Kaido deck in OP17 just for consistency reasons that I really, really want to see 6 cost King on curve.
Oh, you terrible person. Whenever I see Mamaraga in a non-NL deck, I'm like, please don't do that. But if I saw Satori in a non-NL deck, I think I'd flip the table.
It makes a lot of sense once you tried it, to be honest. Because, well, I can go about it, but just very quick. If you go 2nd, you play Satori, you go to 3, and you have ramp, you go to 4 into 6. Still And you have to find your king very, very fast.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you're going second for sure, because you actually
Yeah.
have that dong to return for the unplay effect. But I mean, I guess going first, you could just choose not to use the unplay effect and just use the cycle ability. I can see it in a way. It is a 1k counter at the end of the day.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, it is gross though.
Well, we are using Odin as counter as well. Or no,
Yeah.
Trash from the Kinemon, I guess.
Yes, which means that he probably has the oh, and he's gonna pick up the Mihawk anyways. So definitely has that 6+5 setup with the 6 dong left at his disposal, dropping it down immediately. Not even going to hide what he's going to do. You already know what I'm going to do. Drops down the Pirona, and because NL still doesn't have enough events in Trash, these Reijus are going to keep being stunned, which is actually a pretty big problem as this game goes on, not being able to not only get those Reijus up to 7,000 power, but also just not be able to use them as blockers early on either.
Yeah, actually funny to see that these Reijus are still normal forecast 5Ks.
Yeah, no, honestly,
We
it's hard to see what's in
lose.
NL's hand, but if you have just random things like Lightning Dragon or like Den and whatnot, if you just use them out of your hand to just get to 4 events in Trash as soon as possible to just ensure that you're out of range of Perona, that'll solve a lot of issues. And but because he hasn't done that, he is just facing down the barrel of 2 Peronas, which usually in this matchup don't really do all too much, but right now, absolutely dominating it.
Well, Mihawk needed time. That was because we had such a rough start from the green Mihawk side. He needed time. And Perona is buying a lot of time right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Giovanni, who's been playing very aggressively up until this point, using that leader effect and just hammering hits into Mihawk while he's still a 5k leader in this game, has lost a lot of steam just due to the fact that 2 of the characters he's played up until this point have just not been able to really do anything in this game so far.
Oh, and now that you say his name, I just realized that it's Giovanni, one of the most known players, I have to say, from Europe. Player from Italy, also known as Johnny. I think he is at least in the top 5 most regional wins ever. And he decided to still play NL also in 16.5, which I can see he had a very great season as well with Purple NL these past few months.
Yeah, no, if you're good at NL, it makes sense to just keep playing it even in this meta. The Mihawk matchup historically was very favored for NL, but even with the new buffs to Mihawk, not necessarily hard losing for NL by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of good NL players will call it 50-50 at worst. So one thing, though, notably, he has used 2 events on this turn. So finally, these Reijus are going to be 7k power, but importantly, in the face of those Pironas, 9 cost.
So they are a lot better starting right now.
Yeah. Although he had to take a lot of his life early on, I mean, he has 3 blockers on the board, so they'll definitely get some work in as the game goes on. 7,000 power blocker is very efficient.
And Satori never did so much damage at one round.
Yeah, another 7k swing from Satori, just putting on so much pressure.
Do we have an event that's the easiest way to counter out of this? I do see a lot of Odins, I think, in hand. Do we have a Beppo?
Do we have a Beppo? That is going to be one of the biggest questions when you're playing Mihawk in general. But these rages on the board, you know, usually one blocker is somewhat annoying because it's just going to stop one of your attacks or at least reduce the amount of counter required to defend against the attack. When you have this many 7,000 power blockers on the board, a lot of the attacks on the board just become completely invalidated. So, oh, he's going to play down the Olden first. Maybe he's just going to go for double Olden and try to just push through with numbers on board.
Yes. Well, if he wanted to play Beppo, he should not have hit the Satori because there was no 2 rested characters anymore on the board. So he couldn't boost his leader. So he was very committed on playing Odin and freezing both Reijus.
Yeah. the fourth time this game that Reiju has been stunned by something. So is just going to focus on making his board as wide as possible, something that he failed to do on that first 5 dong turn and swinging 7 at the opponent's leader. Now these 7s are a little bit more annoying to deal with because you don't have the ability to just block in 1k for free.
You have one blocker left, I guess.
Yeah, you can do it once, but he does have another 7k attack lined up.
He's gonna take.
Yeah, which he is just going to go for it. There is the argument, depending on what cards may be in his hand, that he just decides not to. But I think if you don't necessarily feel like you're going to be in danger, you might as well just keep going aggressive. And with both of those rages being stunned, he's feeling relatively comfortable right now to just get as much counter out of Giovanni's hand as possible.
Crazy to think what Mihawk all did this specific turn. If you think about it, played 2 5-cost Odins that both drew a card, both froze a Reiju, and we swung 7, and we still have a Dawn open.
Yeah, no, those cards being card neutral is kind of ridiculous. It stops the opponent's attacks, saves you counter, and also sets up a very significant attacker on the next turn as well.
Absolute crazy. And suddenly it doesn't look that bad anymore for Mihawk.
You know, I think that Perona just stalled a ton of time in this game. If not for the Perona, I think that this would be a very different story because he would have to absorb potentially 2, maybe even 3 more 7k attacks at his leader if he was able to get those events into his trash. So just able to stop so many attacks by just not letting them attack to begin with.
I do wonder if Giovanni would rewatch this game if he would consider that he had to play more events early on to cycle it, but also just to boost your Reiju to 9 cost. Because it was in the end very, very relevant in this matchup.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because I think he, at the very least, had Kiten in his hand at that point. I don't remember about other cards that he had in his hand. But especially after you see the first Perona, which you kind of have to accept that the Perona is going to stun your Reiju, the likelihood of them having a second one, at least internally, feels relatively low when you want to usually be playing down things like that Ulden. So he may just expect him to not have a second one, or just assume that the cards in his hand would be much more valuable in his hand rather than to just boost that Reiju, because that would be purely what they'd be used for. So there's a balance that you have to make there, which is going to be very tricky for these NL players, where you have to decide, is it worth it to use these cards now for the off chance that they have a second Perona, or do you just play for what's the more consistent, stronger play? And fortunately, this time it seems like he was punished for playing in this way, but it's hard to say without knowing the full scope of his hand at the time.
Yes, absolutely. Giovanni's quick gonna check the hand, the trash of Mihawk, and Mihawk only 3 cards in hand. That's also something to think about, because there's still 3 Rages on the board, all 3 7k power, and Giovanni recognizes that there's only 3 cards in hand, so wants to push.
Yeah, that Satori putting in like 4 attacks this entire game has been very influential, because every single time Mihawk's been giving something like the billionfold, actually I have it now, billionfold world true, I can't read that word. Yeah, no.
You can call it in Japanese, I like it way more.
The Ichidai Sanzen Daisen Sekai.
Yes, that sounds way better.
I tried reading the card, I even had it on screen, and I got to the last word, and I was like, I'm not going to try with that one.
I think, by the way, that Dragon Twister was something like Tatsumaki, if I remember correctly, so I'm learning.
Yeah, the Dragon Twister event Twister in Japanese is Tatsumaki, so yeah, similar to the One Punch Man character. So fun things there. It's a pretty good translation, but importantly in this game, Giovanni is just trying to make it so the game ends as soon as possible, because he found an opening where Roko did not have that Lon Beppo on the turn before, or maybe elected that it was too dangerous to play it down. So is still with 2 life in his hand, does have the Law Beppo now on this turn at the very least to stun one of the opponent's Reijus, making his leader 7k, and importantly, because Enel has 0 life to his name, both of these players feel like they're
1 life.
1 turn away from ending the game. Oh, one
Yes,
life. Oh, sorry.
yes, it's very
It's
hidden, but
off in
there is one
Narnia.
life left. Yes. It's very hidden, but there is one life left for purple NL. But yeah, 7k leader, very hard to go for game this turn. And the upcoming turn, you are in range of losing to an Asura. I guess we did see, I think, at least 2 already this game.
Yeah, the green's ability to just rest those blockers at any point does make lethal very scary, even if you feel secure behind this wall of blockers. But slowly but surely, Roko is getting through those blockers, that Frankie being the victim of a 10k power attack the turn before.
So, let's see. 6 cost NL definitely not a play anymore.
Yeah, far too late in the game for that. So now, what's going through Giovanni's mind, I think, is just, first of all, A, how do you make sure you don't lose on this next turn? And B, how do you make sure you win the turn after that? And I think that's one of the trickiest puzzles to solve in the One Piece card game when the match is really close.
Yeah, you're at that point that you can't really put your Reiju sideways. I think that's one of the main issues here. With only 2 cards, I guess if you can push with your leader and with Shura 2 hits, you either put them already to 1 or you get both cards. That's the merit about it. But he is going for a 6 cost.
Yeah, just going for the 6 cost NL, which will draw him 1 card, but he will have to trash 1 card after that. So in a way, just a very big cycling tool. And also importantly, if he can manage to survive on this next turn, it will be invaluable to finding lethal the turn after. So if he can manage to survive on this next turn, it seems like a very good risk, high risk play with high reward. Does get rid of that second 6 cost NL as well, just getting as many bricks out of his hand as possible. Using Lightning Dragon to just try to find more counter, but finds another 6 cost NL in his hand. Thankfully, he does have the Divine Departure, though, so may be able to turn that into technically 1,500 counter.
Yep, true. But now, how are you going to hit? I guess you can still use your leader ability, so getting a card with Shura is possible.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's looking through his trash to see the odds of the sort of cards that he may end up seeing. Also have to remember that that last life, although it may be in Narnia, is still there. So Roko will have to break through these blockers and that last life to actually find lethal on this next turn. Because even though, I mean, he may be feeling rather comfortable with the 7k leader and 2 life, with only 2 cards in his hand, his time is actually running pretty short.
Yes. I think that after this turn might be the last turn for Rocco. If he can't win, might be very tough to win this game. Although he can like get rid of one Reiju, potentially have another Beppo, freeze the NL, and suddenly it looks fairly okay.
Yeah, and attaches the Dong onto Reiju rather than the Shira, just because the leader is 7k, and does pick up that Mamaragon, which is going to be a free plus 1k. So now it's not only just the card in your life, but also the top deck that you might be able to find some more counter. So we'll have to see when the turn comes if it's actually going to end up being enough.
Can you risk it here to put your Reiju sideways? You're looking into 2 well, I guess 1 Peruna because of Lightning Dragon, 1 Odin and 1 Beppo.
I mean, at least just with the attacks that are on the board, it feels very scary to rest that Reiju. So you have to imagine if Giovanni decides to rest this Reiju, then that means that he's already mapped out that he knows he's going to survive no matter what. Because in which case you imagine the opponent's going to have something like Dead Man's Gate or something in their hand as well. So he's going to use the Kiten, which is technically a 2k counter, and the Mamoragang. So just getting rid of lots of counter to just dig through his deck for something.
Yeah, if you can get rid of this Odin, that would be already helping a little bit at least. So maybe you don't have to put your Reiju sideways. But Rocco recognizes that, so maybe he was thinking about countering it.
Wow. Dangerous read, giving up what's technically a 2k and a free 1k to try to get rid of that 6k power attacker. But has the correct read, and Roko does not defend that with only 2 cards in his hand. Lets it go. Now, the question, though, is what did Giovanni draw off of those
Ooh.
cards that he used for the Kiten and Mamoragang? He feels confident. He's just going to swing into leader. The game is going to end on this turn or the next turn, no matter what.
I do think that we already saw 2 or 3 Asura, so I don't think we have a last one. And I don't think you want to use an Asura just to rest 1 Reiju. But,
I mean, in this deck, it only costs 1 Dong, so it's much cheaper than in other decks.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Yeah, but the question is, does he have it? He only has 3 cards in his hand. Usually you stare down Mihawk's hand, they have 12 cards in hand. You imagine they have every single answer in the world. But, I mean, Roko's been kind of suffering this entire game. Didn't have a good 5 cost on 5. Didn't play that Law Beppo on 10. And now we have to see if he has it. Does not, which means that he's trying to just play another turn. With only 2 cards left in his hand. Going to go to 7k.
Was there ever a way that we had to go for it with... I think the... Oh, it was so expensive. 7 cost Shanks to rest a Reiju? Just to 4 done.
Yeah,
so you have
it's
6 left, and you have like you have Beppo, Perona, and Mihawk.
Yeah, and Giovanni has 7 cards in hand. He also rested the Reiju, which at least to Roko would indicate that he surely has enough counter in his hand. If not, one of the most insane bluffs that I've ever seen. But decides that this game is not, in fact, going to end on this turn or the next turn, is going to try to play another turn, and that's going to start with trying to take out the opponent's board completely.
Yes, the second Beppo was a great pickup. I don't think he had it already, this second one, so...
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but it spawned somewhere, and now has given him a different avenue in this game. The 11,000 power character, but importantly, making his leader 7k is going to help him not only with surviving on the next turn, but also because it's 7k from this turn onward, he will be able to attach some Dole onto his leader and keep attacking into that Reiju. So if he can manage to clear out both these Reijus, then he'll be in a very good spot, but Giovanni's not going to let that happen. The Mamoragang and the Divine Departure is going to be able to defend this first attack.
We need 1k more.
Yeah, I mean, he has it in hand. He's just thinking, yeah, if he wants to give the Mamoragang or if he wants to give the Pudding. I think that it was actually a pretty good call from Roko to try to go for that, because a lot of the times, those 2Ks in NL's hand only affect NL. So if you attack into things like Reiju, even with 8k power, sometimes it ends up dying just because they don't have any natural 2Ks, given that the deck has cut things like that 6-cost Sanji. But both Reijus survive, meaning that the defensive gamble that Roko went for, he probably didn't expect both of them to survive. But Giovanni, with the Pudding that he kept in his hand, and I imagine one more that he drew off the Mamoragang, is going to be able to defend that Reiju, meaning that despite his leader being 7k, these characters on the board, they're already 7k.
I did not... I'm not sure if I saw it correctly, but maybe we could have hit 1 more into the Reiju, because I don't think we restanded at the end of our turn with the Coffin. I'm really not sure if I saw it correctly, but I do think that he forgot to restand the Dawn, so I do think that he was able to swing 9 into the Reiju and almost assure a kill unless there was another Divine Departure, so...
Yeah, fortunately, I don't have the ability to go back in time and check that, but if that was the case, it would have been somewhat unfortunate, because that 9 would have actually ended up going through. But right now, he does have 1 Dong active on his side, so those 4 cards in hand could potentially be plus 4k counter. You really have no idea how this is going to go, so the way that you split up your Dong here is going to be very, very important from Giovanni. Man, this
Giovanni,
is tricky.
you have to go for it, I think.
Yeah. How do you even split up your Dong with this situation? There's so many things to worry about. If you start with something like a 9k swing, you just play immediately into things like the Dead Man's Game or any sort of plus 3K or plus 4K event, but maybe you go 9-9 because they can only defend one with one card from hand, meaning that they would go down to one card after they defend the 9
Oh,
plus 9
even
with a plus 3 and 2K, 1K, but is going to go for the 10 first, meaning that he's not going to be able to easily defend it with one of those Dead Man Game type plus 3K events and would need to have the Billion Fold, but is just going to go take that life plus 2 cost, just
if you
cycling.
have to take that life, that's oof, and an Altor to boost up as well.
Yeah. Importantly, not only is this giving plus 1K, but plus 1K, but it's also returning Dong to the Dong deck, which is going to allow him to use his leader effect, another Althor, all of that Dong being returned, and with that leader effect, 4 Dong come back, 1 active, 1 more onto the Reiju. That's going to be I can't even count, 9, 10,
Oh,
11, 12, 13, 14,000 at the end, out of nowhere to just explode Roko out of the game as Giovanni finds the win.
oof, wow. Insanely close game, although Rocco started terrible with a double whiff with his one cost to Tama. And really tough. I guess these Peronas helped a lot to get us to this certain point, but 6-0 for Giovanni. And even with 6-0, he's not 100% of making it to top cut because top 16. Going 6-2 is even a very scary place.
Yeah.
However, he
Well,
is
if you're going to
for now
go
the
6-2,
closest.
yeah, if you're going to go 6-2, you'd much rather start 6-0. So Giovanni very happy with that win. I do wonder what would have happened if Rocco, instead of going the defensive route there and trying to desperately clear out those Reijus, if perhaps he could have found lethal if he just went for the opponent's leader. Because, I mean, he did have a lot of Dookies in hand, so maybe he just would have been able to defend it in the end, especially because that Reiju blocker would be very large. But, I mean, if he was going to lose on the clapback anyways, which honestly, um, Giovanni had so much damage on the board that even if one of those Reijus died, he may have still had it anyways. I
Mhm.
wonder if the decision that Rocco made was actually correct there.
I would like to see the mod if he played like 7 cost Shanks, for example. Okay, it cost 4 Don to rest the Reiju, but you had 6 Don, a leader, Perona, and Beppo. So you could basically hit 8, 9, and 11 to go for game into 1 life. But I do think at that point, Johnny still had double Mamaragan in hand as well. So it would have come down probably to the top life cards as well. But still, we did see Purple and now can be very, very oppressive. Because I also think that he still had Divine Departure at that point. I'm not
Yes, he
sure.
had 2 Mamara guns, he had Divine Departure, he had, I believe, at least 2 of the NL2Ks. He had 2 of the puddings, one of them off the draw of the Mamara gun. The opponent went for your leader. I don't even know at that point, but he needs to defend 2 of the attacks, and the Law Beppo you most assuredly take. Then I think he probably would have had enough counter.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so
Maybe.
too.
I don't know. I would have to watch it back in because he did have a lot of counter in the end. And I think that Roko's read at the end was that surely you have lots of 2Ks in your hand, but do you have the counter to actually defend your board? Unfortunately, the answer was yes. So he went for that gamble, going for the more defensive play, and did not pay off thanks to things like Mamaragang and things like Divine Departure, which can affect anything, unlike the other events that are at Edel's disposal.
Yes. So conclusion, Mamaragan, good card, good card.
Good card.
Yes, but MVP of this game was maybe the Satori doing at least 3 damage, being able to swing at least 3 times 7k, and to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. But the winner of this round, number 6, is Giovanni with Purple NL. And that means we only have 2 rounds left in this round of Swiss, because we are playing a 256 player event in Croatia, in Zagreb, to be exact, thanks to Magic Ohms. I think we will have a very short break since the timer was concluded already. So couple of minutes of breaks, and then we are going to round number 7. And these rounds are very exciting because the winner of those rounds are definitely making it into Top Cut.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most important rounds up next. And welcome back, everyone, to the 7th round. Now, how are you feeling? We've had a couple of NLs, we have had a couple of Mihawks in a row. How are you feeling up until this point so far in this regional?
At first, I was afraid. So many Mihawks, so many purple NL. I was a little bit PTSD. Oh no, back again, like Emu Ace and so on and so on. But no, it's actually going very well. I literally enjoyed every single game today. And look at this.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure that for round number 7 of this Swiss round, I will like it as well because we are playing red and green Luffy and Ace. What do you think about this deck?
This deck, there's a couple different ways that you can build this deck, but the more popular one recently has been to really explode onto the board with the new ST31, I believe, red Nika cards. Not in that stage or that 7-cost Luffy like we've seen with things like red-green Luffy, who's actually his opponent, but instead with the other card, the 5-cost Sanji, because you can play that 5-cost Sanji, who has 3,000 power, off of something like the 4-cost Luffy as well. So you can explode onto the board 4-cost Luffy, 5-cost Sanji, 5-cost Luffy, as you saw him pick up from that first search. So this deck has some very explosive power. And we'll just have to see if you can actually pull it off, because this is one of those decks that if you can pull off the Exodia, the game can just instantly end.
Absolutely. We did see already some crazy stuff happening with this deck. If they have it, they have it, and a lot of decks will have a hard time beating that kind of opening. I guess we are happy that, as Red Green Luffy at least, that the Ace and Luffy can't go second. Going second, this deck is much harder to beat, I feel like. Especially if they have the combo, because they can do like a lot of swings on turn 2 already, like especially if they have like 5-costs Luffy as well with Rush that can add the Rested Dawn. And of course, you're facing off against a 6k leader, which we should not forget.
Yeah, this leader uniquely 6,000 power, but 4 life, but has the demerit where if you play a character that has 7,000 power or more, will give your leader minus 2,000 power on the opponent's turn. So very punishing to play those characters, which means that this deck usually just plays characters at only 6,000 power or less, as we saw with things like that 5-cost Luffy, and is just going to keep playing in a way that, yeah. Oh, what is this card? It's I forget what it's called, but it's one of the cards that Red Zoro used to run that just gives your leader or character plus 4,000 power if some condition is met.
Yes,
Forget the name of the card.
Kong Gatling, I think. I'm not far away, at least. But it's indeed to have more push power to get, especially in this kind of matchup, to have more firepower to get rid of lives from the Red Green Luffy. And whoa, huge trigger.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this card's insane. And Julius taking a second look at it as well. These red triggers, which were so scary back in the day up until OP03 when red was actually powerful, are some of the most devastating in the game. Just being able to KO a 6,000 power or less, and instantly the first trigger is going to take out one of the most important cards for Red Green Luffy in that 4-cost Usopp.
Oof, that was insane.
Oh.
And to come back to the card, it's Gum Gum King Kong Gatling. And the trigger effect is indeed KO up to one of your opponent characters with 5,000 power or less. So
yeah, it's absolutely perfect. And now, as we're seeing, there's the 4-cost Luffy. Reveal 2 events and play down a 3,000 power or less character, plays down the Sanji, gets the Rested Dong onto the Luffy, and then now off the Sanji effect, plays off the 5-cost Luffy. Luffy's going to swing for 7k with that Dong attached, and now he's going to be able to attach one more Dong onto the Sanji, who now, because he has another Dong, has met that condition, also has Rush, meaning that suddenly, out of nowhere, he's put down 3 characters, which are all swinging on this turn, except for that 4-cost Luffy for 6, 7, and the leader 6k right behind. This is the red-green Luffy and Ace Exodia.
yes, and the worst part about it, because we KO'd at Usopp, we don't have active Dawn as Red-Green Luffy. We were not able to restand 2 Dawns at the end of our turn, so...
Oh my god. This is brutal.
Yes, this one trigger might have decided this round 7. And this is these kind of rounds that you're going to your friends. I got high rolls, and they're like, you probably could have played better. And you're like, no, 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 no. This time I really got high rolls.
Yeah, it's those one of those scenarios that you tell your friends and they think surely you're embellishing some parts of it, but this is just that game. Thankfully, it's on stream, so you can show your friends just how brutal that start is. Not only did he find exactly the 3-card combo to make this deck explode, but also found the trigger to just make sure that Luffy loses not only that character, but 4,000 counter every single turn for the rest of this game.
Yes, that was
Oh,
very,
no.
very brutal. But okay.
Yeah, one thing I will point out here is that the Thousand Sunny stage gives a rested Dong, or one of your Dong from your rested Dong to a Monkey D. Luffy, but your leader is not called Monkey D. Luffy, it's called Luffy and Ace. So therefore you cannot give the Thousand Sunny Dong to your leader, but you can give it to any character Luffy on the board, whether it be the 4-cost or the 5-cost on the board, which is why he was able to get that Dong onto Luffy swing 7 and then a 6 with that Sanji soon after.
And that was so good to push the Luffy already to 1 life, because the biggest weakness in this matchup for Luffy and Ace is Electrical Luna. Electrical Luna literally hits every character in this deck. So going for 7.
Oh man, I'm still recovering from that. That's really brutal. And now because there's 2 attached Dong, that Luffy is now a 4-cost 6,000 power right now. With 1 Dong attached, we'll be swinging for 7k on this turn as well.
Yes, and this one can also swing for 7.
I can already feel the uptick in this deck's play rate. When you get this combo off, it goes crazy. Red Black Saba does something similar, and this deck doesn't have the requirement of finding something like that Pirate Docking 6 to actually make your leader a 6k. This leader is just innately a 6k, so while you don't have the ability to give your entire board plus 1k with the Red Black Saba effect, you have the consistency of not having to rely on Pirate Docking 6, which is why I think that this version of the deck is perhaps not as powerful just in terms of sheer power, but just extremely, I wouldn't even say consistent, but less reliant on a single card that Red Black Sable seems to be.
Absolutely. Also, one thing to notice and not to forget, these Luffys on the board are not 6k. They are all 9k because of the leader ability of Luffy and Ace. So going for board is definitely not possible for Red Green Luffy. The only way of getting rid, I'm gonna say, of these bodies is basically is only Electrical Luna, because the leader does say on your opponent's turn, all of your Ace and Monkey D. Luffy cards gain plus 3,000 power.
Yeah, no, you're super right. Thankfully, he does have 2 Electro Lunas in his hand right now, so can shoot those off. But shooting them off this early would kind of mean that he has to do it for the rest of the game, lest he just ends up losing on the turn that those all become active. So he has to really think about when the correct timing to play those are. And he doesn't have the benefit of something like Mihawk that just gets to restand those Dong for free. If he uses that Electrical Luna, that's 6,000 less counter that he'll have for his leader effect.
And we do have some Conkers Haki.
Yeah,
giving
Conqueror's
everything
Haki.
minus 1,000 power.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror's Haki gives one of your Rayleighs plus 2k and then all the opponent's characters minus 1,000 power if you rest 1 more Dong. So even if you don't get that plus 2k on a Rayleigh, just getting that board-wide minus 1k for 1 Dong is still really good value. And it makes sense to put this card into this deck when you have the 4-cost Luffy, because you need to meet that condition to make sure you have enough events in hand to just explode onto the board in the way that we've seen him do so far. So use the Conqueror's Haki. Also, very nicely, your leader is 6k, because that card's going to hurt a lot more than it would if your leader was 5k, and is being, I mean, very healthy right now. And just these attacks are going to keep compounding. Thankfully, though, Julius buying one turn with that Electrical Luna.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it doesn't look horrible yet for Red Green Luffy. I do see a small chance still for Red Green Luffy taking it if we can find. Well, we do have the second Electrical Luna already, so if we can push like a turn uh, while freezing the whole board of Luffy and Ace, maybe. Especially with 5 Dawn up, you are very safe.
Yeah, I
'Cause-
mean, he only has 3 cards in his hand. Usually, a lot of times, Red Green Luffy's feeling very comfortable at this point. They'll have something like 8 cards in hand, 3 life left, and they're going to start chaining those 7-cost Zoros. But he doesn't really have that luxury in this game because of that early trigger. And wow, that's a really long name. I don't think so. Okay, it wasn't actually as hard as I thought it might be. Um, true to his name, making sure that Usopp was not able to stick onto the board, breaking him down to 1 life so early on in this game. So, I mean, while Red Green Luffy isn't completely out of this game, it is an uphill battle for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're at 1 life, so
Yeah.
let's
I mean, the
see.
thing though, we have already seen the new, I guess, modern Radical Beam, I believe it was, or maybe it was the Search event, hard to say. The one with Law on it. So I think that this deck, being a 6K leader and having a lot of those events, as we also saw things like Conqueror's Hockey, are definitely going to make it difficult to actually push through for lethal. But Julius is probably going to need to flip the switch and be much more aggressive in this game than he had anticipated when the leader was first flipped over.
Absolutely. Let's see. What can we do from the Luffy and Ace side? Most of the time, if your board is frozen and you only have your leader to swing, but you're looking at 5 Dons open from Red Green Luffy, you can't really do anything except for develop and pass, which is you're gonna do here.
It's a wall of Luffy's on the board, which, as you said before, these characters are all plus 3,000 power, meaning 9,000 power on the opponent's turn. Even that Luffy, which I believe is does not have the plus 2k, the forecast Luffy, because there is not 2 attached still, is still going to be 7,000 power. So still going to be higher power than the opponent's leader. So you feel disincentivized to hit into that as well. Luffy, not very many options right now at his disposal, but is going to need to try to finish out this game somewhat soon. But one nice thing to point out, though, I don't think so. Did not rest that Luffy despite having Rush because he was playing around the second Electrical Luna. If you played one at this point, surely you have another one to chain. Otherwise, it'd be far too weak. So has the correct read, plays around the Electrical Luna. So even if things get stunned, at least it won't stun everything. And with that next turn, with all of that Dong open, he can get a lot more damage through than if you were to just immediately rest that character.
Yes, I think the hardest part about playing against Red Green Luffy sometimes is patience. You don't need to swing every single turn to beat him down. Sometimes you just need to keep your character active, and you can swing the turn afterwards way more. So that is what he's going for.
Yeah, Red Green Luffy's leader effect just really stops a lot of these aggressive plays. And thankfully, though, because he attached that Dong, that does mean that he won't be able to do the Nami plus Luna once again on this turn. So you have to assume that Monkey D. Luffy is going to stay active on the next following turn. But I mean, that's still only 2 potential attacks, including that leader, against at least like 10,000 counter on Red Green Luffy's board.
And the life and the blocker. And these Sanshis are kicking in, literally, because they are putting you to 0.
Okay, that's the law event that we were talking about before. Trigger, just draw 1 card, cycling that to try to find a more opportune card. But yeah, I mean, as you said, these Sanjis alone have been able to push Luffy and Ace down to 0 life now. So it is going to make a little bit more of a scary situation if I don't think so is not able to find a way to survive on this next turn. So I mean, despite a disastrous start, Julius has been able to stabilize this game so far, and we'll see if he can carry that through to the finish line.
Yeah, I don't know how much counter we have, but if you can't close up the game, This might be very tough because 5 done up, 2 cards in hand, 1 life, 1 blocker. I don't
Yeah.
think that don't think so can kill the RG Luffy this turn. And then the question is, can you survive?
I think he has to try to survive on this turn. Oh, I'm surprised how fragile this Luffy ace deck is. I would have imagined that he'd be able to have a little bit more defense to his name, but despite having 4 life and being a 6,000 power leader, is already down to 0 life at this point. So he has to think about, I think you just have to try to find a way to survive on this next turn, because there's really no way to go for lethal, even if you have something like 2 Dead Man's Games.
I did see a King Kong Gatling. I did see an Asura. We have, I think, like 4 events in hand.
Oh, I mean, then maybe he tries to go for it using the Nami as an attacker.
Oof.
I mean, it's actually not impossible if you have 2 Dead Man's Game and the plus 4K event.
True,
Because
true,
that would
true.
be if you rest 2 Dong and then you rest 1 Dong, 1 blocker, and then you swing something like, what, 6, 7, 7? Then depending on the cards in their hand, you may be able to get through. Assuming that you also have that King Kong Gatling or whatever it was called.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, he's spreading out his Dong for that potential play. Also has that stage which can attach a Dong to Luffy. Luffy also on attack will be able to attach a Dong to one of his leaders or character as well. So has some damage on the board. Is going to go for the first part of this. Does he have a second one? Oh my god, he has a second one. There it is. Resting 3 Dong and a blocker. And there's the King Kong Gatling. Oh my god, he's going for it. Plus 4K onto the Nami. That's going to be, I presume, a 6K swing. I remember that that card had some sort of condition, but I imagine it'd be something like the opponent has 2 life or less or something like that.
No, up to one of your leader or characters gains plus 3,000 power during this turn. Then if one of your opponent has a character with 7,000 power or more, up to one of your leader or characters gains plus 1,000 power during this turn as well. So the Nami is currently a 6. So it's 7-6. Yeah, he's going for 7-6-7.
Yeah, seems like the play. So basically, if he has a 2K in his hand, then he wins here. But does take the first swing. 7 once again at leader. Plus 3, which means that 6K swing will not be enough because he has that 1 Dong active, meaning that I don't think so. Trying to go for lethal in the end with the Miracle double DMG into the King Kong Gatling, barely not enough against Julius after disastrous start, flipping the game in the end.
He still won this game.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so. Just had every event in the world, so he just had to go for lethal at the end. Didn't have a means of actually surviving. And do I say against all odds, Julius ends up winning? Like, maybe this matchup on paper is very favored for Red Green Luffy, and I don't think so found one of the outs that makes the matchup closer, because it did feel difficult for I don't think so to actually close out the game, and unfortunately in the end it was not enough damage to break through, despite what I have to imagine would be the perfect start.
Yeah, the trigger of that Gum King Kong Gatling done, I really thought, okay, he triggered that card, then he did Forecast Luffy, Sanji Luffy. Everyone thought it was cooked. There's no way that anyone would have thought, okay, he's still winning this, but I don't believe you. But 2 Electrical Lunas, the biggest weakness of Luffy and Ace, basically were strong enough. And I can imagine that if your board is frozen for 2 full turns, you basically have to pass. Like, Electrical Luna is not only... Okay, Electrical Luna on its own doesn't make your opponent pass a full turn, but because of your leader also having access to those 5 dons, which are 10k counter for free, basically, that's the insane part about that combination. And we did see how strong it was in this specific matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Luffy's one of those decks that just stays very healthy for a very long time with those Dong cards provided by the Forecast Usopp, for example. But that card going away so quickly and him going down to 1 life on what I believe was maybe even the 3rd turn of the game. I'm pretty sure it was. just seemed like it would be lights out for him. But I mean, only a red green Luffy main will tell you that that's a winning situation for them because red green Luffy players they see something that none of us do. In the end, is able to clutch it out. In the end, just survive, survive, survive. 5 Kasanji alone enough to actually win the game for him.
I even dare to say that last turn, if Red Green Ace and Luffy didn't go for it, and Red Green Luffy had a 7 cost Zoro in hand, they would have played safe. They would have played safe. We call them sometimes like the turtles. They playing very very defensive. Um, I'm not going to say the same as Blue Yellow Nami because otherwise the pitchforks will be here outside at my door. But yeah, a very defensive deck with aggressive tools like the double attack Luffy and so on. So was really nice to see on how bad it could be. They can still come back from it. So
Yeah, no, that's crazy that you can come back from a situation like that where the opponent literally basically finds their Exodia and you just don't care because you just have, despite having 3 cards in your hand and only 1 life for half the game, you have 10,000 counter for free every single turn, and there isn't all too much you can do when your entire board is stunned by something like Electrical Luna. So, what looked like a devastating start with those Lunas and the 5 Kasanji alone is able to flip it. 4 Kasanami, though, insane card. But that brings us to the final round of Swiss coming up relatively soon. So, you guys watching at home, make sure to stick around as we get into the final round of Swiss. But even after that, we'll also have the top 16 match as well. So, stick around for that. We'll see you guys right after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Magic Ohms Regionals in Zagreb in Croatia. I'm Chinois and I'm joined with Kai, and we are down to the last round of Swiss, round number 8. Kai, are you excited about this matchup? Or at least from
I
one side?
I'm very excited from one side because for our final matchup, round 8, we are going to have Black Yellow Teach against Green Blue Luffy. This is going to be one of the matchups of all time. Black Yellow Teach generally very unfavored in this matchup, but there are a couple of things that can happen, particularly from the left side, his trigger pile, that can flip this matchup in some way. So we'll see if that ends up happening here. Both of these players at 6-1. This is the match you need to win.
Yes, winning this matchup puts you in top cut. Losing this matchup will make it very, very hard because we are playing with 256 players today in this regionals, and only top 16 makes it to the top cut. That means that we will have 1-8-0 player, 8-7-1 players, and 28-6-2 players. That means that 21-6-2 players don't make it to the top cut.
Yeah, and especially if you took that one loss early on, you're fighting for your life right now. Maybe if you ended up losing at 6-0, now you're 6-1, then your opponent match win rate percentage can still be relatively high. But this is fight or die for a majority of people right now. And right now for Martin, who we actually are seeing, I believe, for the second time on stream, is fighting for his life in this matchup. He was going against Red-Green Luffy in the very first round, which was an excellent matchup for himself, though it was relatively close. And now fighting a very terrifying matchup.
I have to say, I'm surprised immediately on before turn 1 even. Black Yellow Teach did decide to mulligan full elite slash the stage card, which I feel is like very important in this matchup. So I do wonder, what are you looking for going first into Green Blue Luffy as Black Yellow Teach?
I think that you're hard mulliganing if you have it in your deck for that Black Rope Dragon Twister, which I believe we see in his hand. If you don't have that card, which is importantly not searchable from the full lead, so that card would not help you, then you can't really answer things like that 5-cost Luffy into the 6-cost Prison of Impel down. So even though he found the consistency piece that he needed, it doesn't actually search for the card he actually needs to flip this matchup. And looking at his hand, it seems like he has found that out. We'll see if he runs some other tech cards as well, like that 6-cost Rayleigh, for example.
It's no trigger on the first hit. Yeah. And he does play the 3-cost Ivankov. How good are we?
Oh, unfortunately, 3-cost Ivankov, we flip over the top card, and if it's a 2-cost specifically, you can play it onto the board. But because that Luffy is only 1 cost, will not have the ability to do so. So now Born has to decide if he wants to leave that Luffy on the top of his draw pile or send it to the bottom. Is going to send it to the bottom, but still has a Ivankov on the board, which is going to keep generating card resource throughout the entire game. So Martin, just playing down these 1-cost 1,000 power characters, you don't actually want to redirect early game in this matchup. Now, this is really my wheelhouse. I've played this matchup so much. You want to keep these characters on the board at least for one turn to be able to swing into the opponent's 2-cost characters like that Mr. 1 Dazubonis, as we see now, because they are rested. So now that they're rested, you can swing 2k, 2k into those, and now the opponent, now you can redirect into them because they've served their purpose not only as an attacker, but also as a redirect target, as Teach not really seeing any triggers, already down to 1 life very early on, just wants to hold on to those cards in his hand, and is just going to...
Yeah. Borsalino is pretty fine, right? On 5 done right now? I don't think he...
Yeah, now this is one of the really nice things that you can do in this matchup, because a lot of the times the attacks, they're going to hit you with 6 a lot, but they're only going to keep hitting you at 6 unless you play something down like that 7-cost Hancock. So if you just take your first couple of life and you see that 5-cost Borsalino on curve, then it makes it much easier to play, because generally this turn is relatively weak for Teach. So plays down the Borsalino, blocker and healing 1 life, feeling a little bit more safe now.
Yes. So far, so good, to be honest, for Black Yellow Teach. You are healthy in hands. You got rid of that of the small board, I have to say, from Green Blue Luffy. And if they go too wide this turn with, let's say, Buggy Prisoner and get rid of one of your bodies, you can, like, because you will potentially redirect, you can Dragon Twister Tatsumaki, as we will
Yep.
see, I think.
Yep, no, this is the perfect timing to play it down. So Luffy swings with the 6 with his leader first, is just hoping to get some counter out of the Black Yellow Teach's hand, trying to presumably get the block plus 1k from Borsalino, but Teach will not allow that, redirects into the Vasco shot, which, as we said before, has served its purpose. And now, what Teach can do is swing into that Yuan Kofu, who's only 4,000 power, and play down the Black Rope Dragon Twister to get rid of Green Blue Luffy's curve, and also shows a little very good card in life as well in that Katarina Dibble.
Yes, and I think. Do you think that I see another Dragon Twister in hand as well?
Yes, so far has exactly what he needs right now, is going to be able to get rid of that card as well, which means that Green Blue Luffy is left with a measly Mr. 1 on the board now.
Yes, this is going really well for Black Yellow Teach. Gets rewarded for mulliganing the stage away, because now he does have, we do see the rope, we do see the a healthy hand, we do see Katarina Devon in life to get back the one cost.
There was a
Vasco
there's
shot.
a Vasco shot.
Yes.
Yeah, that Vasco shot being in trash is very important here. So the Luffy will probably be able to get maybe one attack through on this turn, depending on Black Yellow Teach's hand size. But even if he gets that attack through, that Vasco shot's just going to be spawned onto the field and goes for the 5k. So may just be able to defend this out of hand, still feeling relatively safe. Does end up doing so. And just playing another buggy combo.
Was good again, preventing a life.
This game would be so different if instead of that Borsalino, he had Burgess on that turn. But Burgess at least a 1k, and Luffy is going to keep expanding the board. Buggy combo plus the Crocodile, restanding that does bonus as well, making it so the opponent can't swing back into it, and re-expanding the board right after it was completely obliterated the turn before. Surely you don't have another Black Rope Dragon Twister.
Yes, the big issue, I think, is Katarina Devon is still flipped over or open, so I don't think Dragon Twister works. So maybe there was a reasoning to take at least one life. Dragon Twister not active just yet. I do like a free block here.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense to take it. You have 2 blockers at your disposal. I think this first one's pretty easy to just free block. And probably we'll just go for the... Oh, it looks like he's going for the Borsalino. So just keeps developing more blockers, and oh, there's the Burgess. This is the one other time that you could play this Burgess. Odd 9 dong, you could play a Borsalino plus Burgess to fill out that 9 dong curve perfectly, which in a way does something somewhat similar to 8 cost Teach in healing you 1 life while also establishing a rather large body. But this combo also establishes a blocker, which does actually count for something when you're playing against Green Blue Luffy. Beginning of this game looking very scary, but now up to 3 life from what was once 1 life. So
we do see Gravity Blade. We do see a Gravity... We even see 2 Gravity Blades to be correct here. So are we going for it?
Yeah, actually, Gravity Blade usually doesn't do all too much in this matchup, especially because something like that 6 cost Shiryu with the leader effect becomes 7 cost. But because of the way that Martin has been playing, Gravity Blade does hurt a lot right now. See if he goes for that more defensive play, but in a weird way, the defense is offense as well, because you can get rid of those blockers or even that Burgess, which otherwise is very difficult to get rid of.
Starting with a 6. I guess if he can take a block out, he can bottom deck Burgess and Borsalino instead of double Borsalino. So that is what he is checking first.
Yeah, but Martin just giving the 2k, leaving his Borsalinos active, and there it is, the Gravity Blade. See what he decides to bottom here? He's thinking about it. At least 1 Borsalino is disappearing.
Like, yeah, he's
decides
going
to get rid
for
of both blockers.
Both Borsalinos, so he can play a very aggressive turn. And of course, Gravity Blade in some way it's a 5 Dawn play in this deck because of your leader ability being able to active 2 Dawns. So
Yeah, somehow this aggro deck is one of the best spell slingers in the entire game with that leader effect. Unlike Mihawk, who restands 3 Dong, Green Blue Luffy only restands 2, but you can play characters after that. So with this 4 Dong left, he has a lot of options at his disposal. And oh my god, this is one of the
Ooh.
triggers. If we get like one more trigger like that in this game, then Black Yellow Teach can actually flip this game.
But why the buggy? Why not Crocodile? And next turn, Dragon Twister or something?
So the buggy turns the Prisoner of Impel down into a blocker, so generally just getting rid of that's the same as getting rid of one of the blockers. But if you get rid of the Crocodile, like if you don't get rid of the Crocodile, the opponent has to decide whether they want to keep it as a blocker or as an attacker, whereas the buggy is always going to be an attacker that also kind of has a blocker thanks to that Prisoner. So just decides to get rid of the long-term play and is going to tank this Crocodile hit for the time being.
Yeah,
Still
in
needs
my
to
mind,
play a little bit more defensively.
I wanted to like nullify and KO the Crocodile, and next turn Dragon Twister, the buggy, and the Prisoner of Impel down, because the buggy already swung, but the Crocodile did not yet. So, but maybe he's going for a different approach here. Maybe he's not completely sold on Dragon Twister just yet. The upcoming turn.
Yeah, I think the issue is there's a very good chance that you just die after you play Dragon Twister because you don't have anything great to play alongside it on that next 10 Dong turn. So I think he's just looking to, oh man, despite everything that we've seen so far, Green Blue Luffy's in a perfect spot to use that Navy headquarters event, assuming that he can get rid of one of those Mr. Ones on the field. But Black Yellow Teach, I think he's just in a spot where even if he uses Dragon Twister, he's just in a spot where he's going to end up losing anyways. The issue, though, because he didn't develop that stage early on, his hand is full of bricks.
Yes, we don't have almost any counter at all, and
yeah, I think we saw 2 10-cost Teaches and 2 stages, which he wasn't able to find a timing to play down because he decided to play down the Burgess as well as Borselin on the turn before. Seems like he may just not have had the 8-cost Teach before electing to use the trigger instead. Does see one now, and maybe the play, because he has already locked himself out of playing that 10-cost Teach unless he has the 8-cost event. Picks up the Vasco shot instead.
So, can we heal? Do we have an 8-cost? We don't. And Dragon Twister is not active. We don't have any life. And we can't play 10-cost as well because we don't have 10 done.
Yeah, surely there's a card that I haven't seen in his hand that he can play this turn. Because right now it looks like his hand's just full of cards that don't do anything. We're just swinging for the first time this tournament. 6 into 6, gonna get a 1K.
Zeha makes you play the 10-cost, I guess.
If he has the Zeha, it makes sense. But,
yes. We do have Zeha.
Okay. I thought that was the Dragon Twister. So yeah, does have the Zeha, does make Luffy go down to 1 life, and is going to be able to negate the leader, which doesn't do all too much, but importantly is going to stun one of the opponent's characters once you use that activate main. So now Morton's objective right now, survive 1 turn and try to find lethal on the next turn because you have no time after that.
Whew. I'm not very positive about surviving this, especially with a hand that we already saw. But
which card Morton decided to stun with the Teach. There's no marker on it. But, I mean, if Green Blue Luffy just has the Navy headquarters and any low-cost character, basically, to fulfill that condition of having 5...
hold up. Is nothing
impel down characters. He may have forgotten to use the activate main.
Oh, no.
I mean, otherwise...
Yeah, nothing
I think
is
he
stunned.
forgot to use it. Well, there is...
I think it didn't matter, but
yeah, and then the Navy headquarters, as we said, unfortunately, too strong. Oh, Green Blue Luffy finds the win in the end. Unfortunately, not enough triggers on Black Yellow Teach's side, and Green Blue Luffy because he was able to go second with a relatively solid curve, is able to find the win through the Dragon Twister, through the triggers, and finds that win on, I believe, yeah, turn 6, I think, in this game.
Yes, this was a very, very fast game. Still 17 minutes on the clock. But Goofy, as you guys know, it's going so fast sometimes, especially going second, being able. He had a perfect start as well. He had a very good curve as well. I think literally the only thing he missed was that 3-cost Ivankov not hitting a 2-cost to make it even worse. And he is going 7-1.
Yep. Borna with a very confident win to close it out and locks in his ticket for the top 16 at the Zagreb Regional hosted by Magic Omens. He's feeling pretty good about that one. Finds a pretty favorable matchup in the end, and unfortunately Martin in the end isn't able to find the pieces to actually flip what is a pretty diabolical matchup. Now, I will say, though it does seem like he may have just forgot to stun a character with the 10 cost teach, I don't think it would have ended up mattering just because Luffy did end up having that Navy headquarters. I think you had to hope that the opponent either A, didn't have a good character to play down, have to play down a really expensive character for Navy headquarters, or more importantly, B, just doesn't have the Navy headquarters, but unfortunately in the end has 2 buggy combos, Navy headquarters, and it's enough to break through despite the fact that the Black Yellow Teach Martin was able to find the Dragon Twister, which he was looking for in the mulligan.
It's already a very, very tough matchup for the Black Yellow Teach side, and losing the dice roll. Still, it doesn't mean it's over and out for Black Yellow Teach. He does have a small percentage still to get into this top cut, all depending on the of his other opponents. Now it's not in his own hands anymore. As mentioned before, 21 6-2 players don't make it, but 7 players do with 6-2 scores. So never say never. He was at 6-1, now at 6-2, and he lost in the last round. Of course, we don't know in what round he did lose, because that will
We
matter
know
a
it
lot.
wasn't the first one.
Yes, we do know
Yeah.
that. We do know that one. So that will be very exciting to see how our top 16 will look like. Will we have oppressive, all Mihawk kind of top cut as Oklahoma, or will we have a very different top 16? Because I do think a lot of people are trying also different stuff than Mihawk, because I did see, okay, Mihawk is very oppressive. Maybe we can play the counter of it. Still definitely a thing to do in the regionals.
So. Yeah, I mean, speaking of counters to Mihawk, one of those decks is Green Blue Luffy, and we know that at the very least one of them has punched their ticket into the top 16. So if it is the ocean of Mihawks that many people are fearing it to be, that can just be Green Blue Luffy's playground if some of those more scary matchups like Red Green Luffy or like Purple Enel are out of the running. So it'll really come down to what ends up being in this top 16 and just matchups at the end of the day.
Okay, now since we are very, very fast in this round, I can take an opportunity. I think a lot of people will enjoy that as well. But Kai, what's your favorite deck and your go-to deck in OP17?
I've been enjoying Rocks. I will not say it is the best deck. I think that there are far too many good decks in OP17, but Rocks has just been a lot of fun for me. It just feels like there's this sheer power that the deck has where you just play down your stuff, and at some point your characters are too big for the opponent to deal with, and you just kind of bulldoze over the opponent in a way like a Blue Purple Luffy in some weird way.
Yep, absolutely. I have to admit, one of the guides that I enjoyed the most was your Blue Purple Luffy guide. So I do know from the inside you like Blue Purple Luffy, and drawing 2 cards a turn is definitely not a bad thing to do. It's almost a habit. And yeah, Rocks does seem like a very strong leader in the upcoming format, but I do think we have so much to discover still. Every time that I play, I discover new things. I play sometimes against decks like, what are people playing? Like, I think yesterday I played against a purple yellow pudding, and I was like, okay, that's just the pudding enjoyer, and show some OP17 cards in that deck, and I was like, Okay, maybe this deck this deck can actually work right now with the Tricos pooling is such a good card, of course. Playing it, trash one, draw three. Okay. Ramping very fast to the 10 cost Linlin and so on and so on. So a lot of decks might come back. Starter deck 14, one of the decks that I enjoyed the most during my One Piece period, of course. Also, people are trying it because of the new L buff cards. So yeah, I'm very very hyped for the upcoming set as well. 16.5. I was acknowledged at first. I was a little bit scared of the 16.5 format when I saw the lineup of Oklahoma. But today, I literally every single game today was very nice to watch. Every single game, something crazy happened, or it was a very good show off on how to play a mirror match, or and so on and so on. So, what is your currently your highlight of today?
Ooh, I think it has to be the red green Luffy Ace trigger. Unfortunately, wasn't able to translate that into the win, but the King Kong Gatling KOing the 4-cost Usopp on the turn that he played down that Usopp was the highlight of today for me. How about you?
Phew. I'm going for. Really, really enjoyed the purple Katakuri mirror matchup. I think that was like dons go up and dons go down, and it was so back and forward. I really enjoyed the mirror match of the purple Katakuri. So I'll go with that one for now. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. And actually, you asked me about OP17, but let's say hypothetically the Flame Flame Fruit was tomorrow and you had to play in it. What deck would you bring to that OP17?
Whoa, tomorrow.
Yes.
um, I I played the most of. I'm gonna be honest about it. Rocks and Kaido. Those are the two decks that I played the most so far to test, and Red Black Sabo is very high on my list. I do think that I'm a little bit too scared of Mihawk with rocks because I played tons of rocks online, and online people are not really playing Mihawk just yet. They are also exploring new decks, new cards, and don't want to play like the strongest BDIF with only one new card. So I'm beating. I have very high win percentage, but the moment I face Mihawk, it's like okay, maybe another time. So I think that I would bring purple Kaido with the idea that it's uh, decent to fairly going well into rocks. It's good into green decks. Um, I it's good into Linlin if you have enough time.
Okay.
That's what I'm scared about. I think that I won against a lot of Linlins, but it's so different in real life because you only have those 30 minutes. Well, 45 minutes for a best of three, I guess. So I do think overall Kaido is in a very good spot as well.
Yeah.
Um,
Surprisingly, Kaido does seem like one of the better decks in LP17, despite what a lot of people, me included, said. It just has a pretty decent matchup spread, kind of similar to Purple Katakuri right now, where the deck on paper, not amazing, but if you look at the specific matchups the decks beats, there aren't very many decks that can do or can win into the same matchups that Purple Kaido can manage to win into. So one of those decks that you do actually have to worry about, which does make it a little bit trickier to actually end up playing rocks when so many people are targeting rocks. You know, Mihawk,
mhm.
Purple Kaido, Red Black Sabo slash Black Luffy to an extent. Those sorts of decks can do pretty well into some of those OP17 threats. And so, I mean, it seems like a bit of a jungle meta. So, I mean, for people who have been sitting at home watching lots of Purple Anna and lots of Green Mihawk in the last couple of days for OP 16.5, I'm pretty excited for what OP 17 has in store for us.
I do think that we'll at least have a big spread of different leaders, and that will bring a lot of joy to watch the Flame Fruit, the finals as well, because you have so many different leaders, and it's so hard to say which leaders are. Well, you can already see like Rocks being good and Mihawk being good, but I do think that we will see at least one or two leaders in finals or in Flame, and that everyone will be okay. I didn't think about that one. So But yeah, we will figure that out very, very soon. It's not over for us today, by the way, guys. We still have the OP, no, not OP. I'm already thinking too much about OP 17, but the Swiss rounds are done. That means that we are now going to the top 16, and we will already stream and cast with you the top 16 first round of it as well. So basically, the top 16, a best of three. And tomorrow morning, I think at 10 a.m. CEST, we will start with top 8, top 4, and finals. And afterwards, we will cover also the last rounds of the Treasure Cup. So
That'd be exciting.
yes, so don't go anywhere. We will now go into a quick break before we jump into the top 16. And yeah, we see you guys very, very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to your top 16 in the Croatia regionals from Magic Ohms. We are jumping directly into a top 16 game with Mage versus Borna. What do you
Yeah,
think about this matchup?
this is a really interesting matchup. We did see a lot of cards out of Roshanta's hand off of that very first search. But this matchup is not one that you see all too often. Rosnante, a deck that has been kind of falling off in terms of popularity in OB 16.5 with so many new threats, but Mage able to bring it out all the way to top 16 now in Croatia.
Absolutely. And we all do know, of course, the Mr. Mage himself. Mr. Mage, we talked about it quite a lot in other streams, but there are not a lot of players that have consistently doing well with Rosinante, except for Mage, Skepas, and Flyest Raven from America. These three players have done quite some results in the season, only with Purple Yellow Rosinante. And yeah, when you have so many good results, why just not bring it for one last ride?
Yeah, no, at this point, if you have this many reps on the deck, it's better to just go with comfort over what may potentially be a stronger deck statistically. Because for you, this is just going to be the best deck for you to play. And Mage proving it, being one of the few, if not the only Rostante to make it this far in this tournament. So we're going to see how he does into Goofy, who's going to be very aggressive, but I mean, Rosnante does have some tools to deal with the opponent's board, so we'll see how this matchup actually interacts. Now, I do have to admit, I don't have that much experience in this matchup, but have you, from watching games or playing games, seen how this matchup may end up going in the late game?
I do know that this is a fairly hard matchup for the Purple Yellow Rosinante side because of the board, of course, going white, doing so many swings. But if the Rosie gets to a point where they can set up enough blockers with that like Purple Yellow Rosinante, they can actually fight back really good. Also pushing the leader down. You have Sakazuki, Mamaragan to get rid of cards like Prisoner or Buggy. So I tend to say that I don't know it perfectly how this this game is going, but I do know that we are slightly unfavored from the side from Mage, but that Mage definitely has a lot of experience in this matchup.
Yeah, actually, the experience is going to be very important because a lot of the times when you're playing some of these more obscure matchups, even if it's a matchup like Rostante, who was very popular just half a set ago, if you haven't played against it recently, you will forget some of the lines that exist. And for Mage, he's been playing this rodeo since the very beginning. He knows exactly what lines are going to end up winning the game, and he's going to use that to the best of his advantage, that information gap. And already right now, I mean, we're seeing the ideal curve from Rosnante with that Rosnante and Law being played on that 5 Dong turn, using that leader effect, Dong -1, next Law that you play being -2 cost. So ideally, just want to absorb attacks with this 8,000 power blocker and get to a point where his board's just naturally much larger than Goofy's.
And so also a card that is really good in this matchup from the Rosie side, as we called it today, Tatsu Maki, also known as a Dragon Twister. It's a yellow card and purple, yellow Rosinante can make use of it. And I do know for a fact that he's playing it.
Yeah, it may even be the far left card in his hand. Hard to see with the limited view that we have of the cards in his hand, but does seem to be a yellow event. Is going to use the I Love You fairly early on, does have only 2 life already at this point in the game, so just going to keep using that to regain his resources, kind of similar to the EMA event that people have been running, or the GARP event in EMA back in the day, to just get as many resources as efficiently as possible in some of these more aggressive matchups.
Absolutely, but and Very aggressive start from the Goofy.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't see the buggy combo, but you are feeling fairly comfortable with the number of 2-cost and 4-cost crocodiles that you've seen up until this point.
We are not able to board clear, but with Dragon Twister in hand, we are able to get rid of 2 bodies if we really want to. However, I don't think that you want to I'm gonna call it waste the card on a 2-cost.
Yeah, that's fair. Using it on something like the buggy combo definitely feels much more valuable, but I think it's just a matter of how pressured he feels up until this point. It is one of those cards that you can just snap use later on in the game and alleviate some pressure later on. So he might not need to run that card quite yet, whereas some other cards like the 6-cost Rosnante in Law or 7-cost Sakazuki that need a little bit of time on the board to actually accumulate value will end up
Oh.
being more helpful. But maybe didn't have it, is just going to go for the Dragon Twister immediately, wipes out 2 of the opponent's 4 costs after he countered out of that first attack, and is just going to try his best to wipe out the board. Going to die the Kobe swing as well. So now he has the green light to just swing 5 into leader.
Yeah. I would say it's a decent turn, although we did see in the previous game of Green Blue Luffy how good they are at refilling the boards. You can do a Dragon Twister, but the turn afterwards, they have a full board again with threats for all the upcoming turns. So
Yeah, now that last game, the Black Yellow Teach felt like he alleviated a lot of that pressure when he was able to clear most of the opponent's board with that Dragon Twister, only leaving a Mr. 1 on the board. But Goofy was instantly able to reestablish Buggy, Prisoner, and then the 4-cost Crocodile right after that to just instantly establish 4 characters, all of them active onto the board, setting up for Navy headquarters right after the board had been cleared. So you never know when you're fighting this deck. I will say, though, because he didn't play the Buggy combo the turn before, the odds of him having it on this turn are relatively low.
well, having a prisoner is that odds are pretty high since everyone is at least playing, I think, 8 pieces of it, but maybe indeed not having the buggy to combine it with, and that makes the card not as strong as it can be. I'm gonna use Mamaragan, and that's why he. What was a little bit weird, maybe for you, that previous turn he did use his leader ability just to go to 6 Dawn. So at the end of his turn, he was just okay. Leader ability -1, go to 6 Dawn, pass, without being able to play anything from hand. But it was purely for this Mamaragan.
Yeah. I mean, that's a nice way. You know, he's been playing this game. He's been using the I love yous to get back his resources, and Mamaragan doing a very similar thing here. So just trying his best to play for resources. Clearly knows what he's doing with this deck to make every single resource in his hand count. Because that Mamaragan will still be a 1k even if you have 7 or more Dong. But because he's at 6 or more Dong, or 6 or less Dong, because of his leader effect that he used at the end of the turn, he will be able to get that 1 draw as well, which is just going to be that slightest bit of advantage that may end up translating to the win. And you need every advantage you get, especially in this top 16 match with so much on the line.
We did learn today a very small misstep might cost you the game in this specific card game. So there is also a Don under your leader. I didn't
little
see
hidden
that
Dong
one.
there. Yeah, surprise jump scare Dong 6k at the opponent's leader. So Rosante going very low on life early on, and I mean, Goofy is able to reestablish board like we saw the game before, but not as powerful as we saw against the Black Yellow Teach. So Rosante not quite out of it yet, and I mean, there's a lot of tools that this deck has to be able to get rid of the opponent's characters, whether it be 7-cost Sakazuki, which the power reduction persists into the opponent's turn, but also just some simple things like Mamaragan to rest the opponent's characters, swing into them. There's lots of ways that you can make it difficult for Goofy to go for that Navy headquarters. But, I mean, as we see in this game, you don't necessarily need the Navy headquarters to just get a lot of pressure on the board.
Let's see if this is the turn that you do want to develop the Sakazuki. Once that Sakazuki isn't played, of course, it's generating every single turn that extra Dawn, which is insanely good. Also, it's like a big body, which is a threat for the life total of blue-green Luffy, but you are only at 1 life facing a Bond play, a Mr. One, and that Crocodile. So that might be the tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, the minus 6k persisting into the opponent's turn will mean that that Crocodile may just be 0 power if he chooses to uh, elect that as his target for the effect. So if there is a time to play down a card like that, this would be one of them, but it would be ideal to combo that with some way of dealing with the opponent's board as well. So hard to tell what the options may be without being able to see all of the cards. Somehow it looks like there's a big black sensor bar over his hand right now, so hard to tell for us casters exactly what options exist for him, but I'm certain that he's going to make the correct one.
I do see a search event, and that search event, he wasn't playing that card the day he got second place in the regionals of, I think it was not Venice. It was definitely, and I think in Toulouse that he got second place with Rosie. He lost in finals against Red Green Luffy, and that card did came in the deck with being able to search 2 cards, 2 Marines, so to make it more and more consistent to find. For example, this Borsalino, he did it now with Stage.
Yeah, that Navy searcher, being able to search any color Navy character is going to be very, very nice to find those Borsalinos, and instantly uses it to establish a blocker and also go back up to 2 life. So starting to restabilize the game, and that Gum Gum Lightning as well to get rid of the Crocodile. So like we mentioned, I mean, he was able to find the way to deal with the opponent's board relatively safely, and I think that this is probably just the better option than to play something down like the 7-cost Sakazuki, even though you do want to establish that ahead of time.
Yes, putting that Borsalino down is just a very safe way to play now. Having a blocker, you're back at 2 lives, and the board of Goofy is definitely not that strong. So if Goofy has like 1 turn that they stumble to play or go very wide, you can take over completely as Rosinante.
Yeah, Goofy not finding the buggy combo up until this point has definitely hurt him a little bit. The first one could be answered by the Dragon Twister, but not having it on this turn after does hurt quite a bit. So I wonder if, as Goofy, you ever just leave everything active here and take a turn to reestablish your board.
Oh, there
Does
it is.
have the buggy now. And the Prisoner to follow. So drawing 1 card and establishing a 6,000 power, effectively blocker as long as that buggy is going to be on the board. So continuously reestablishing board, and my god, he has enough dong for that as well, I guess.
The fact that you can play this all in 1 turn is insane.
My god, Mihawk could never. Suddenly what looked like a small board is as strong as it could possibly be.
I do think that I'm not going for the free block. Maybe scared of Sakazuki.
I think that must be the read here. If you like right now, Goofy is perfectly set up for Navy headquarters, and it may just be enough to break through just because the sheer number of attacks that exist with this deck, if it can pull off that combo, it just explodes and can suddenly end the game out of nowhere. So decides not to rest that Prisoner of Impel down there to try his best to avoid something like that 7-cost Sakazuki or any other sorts of power reduction to clear it more easily, especially with that Colby on the board. But now, what options does he have? Counting his deck, remembering what it's like to play Blue Nami back in OP03 as well.
I do think that he has a perfect read on what's on the bottom after some searches, that he's thinking on how far is my next card that he's potentially looking for in one of his upcoming turns. I do think that, and one thing that I'm scared about in Mage's spot is he's not really able to play around Gravity Blade during this game, which might be a blowout as well at some point.
Yeah, I think actually, so obviously you know how many times that you've searched in the game, so you know how many cards that you've seen. I think he's looking at his trash, he's looking at his deck to try to figure out the odds of that search event hitting, because a lot of people don't run that card, even though it's very good, just because you need to pick up 2 Navy characters from your top 5, and the deck doesn't, though it does run a lot of Navy characters, doesn't necessarily run that many, so there's a good chance that you end up whiffing. You still have to trash a card after anyways, so runs the odds, finds exactly 2 cards in those top 5 cards, and does manage to get the cycle. And Borsellino.
Yep, another one. Back to 3 lives. 2 done left. So, okay. And yeah, we don't have 7 cards in hand, I assume, as blue-green Luffy? Nope, we
No,
don't.
that's 6. So, intentionally or not, is playing around that card. And I mean, Goofy has a completely full board of characters of the Impel Down type and opposing names, so can go for that restand event if he wants to. But I mean, 3 blockers on the board, 3 life. Most likely that's not going through on this turn. So the question is, what can he do on this turn if not just go full face?
I also see like a Deadman's Game. I'm not sure how good that card is, but yeah, we're definitely not. We will not be able to kill the Rosinante, I think, even with restand event.
I mean, he has 5 cards in his hand, I believe. He was able to filter a little bit with that stage and the event, thankfully. But I think Goofy right now is just testing the waters with these 6K swings, and he takes it, which may be the green light to potentially just all in with the cards that he has, because it's a lot of damage on the board.
Absolutely. For, I'm going to say only 5 Dawn, basically, because you can restand 2 Dawn. You can just restand literally everything on the board.
Yeah, Deadman's Game to rest 2 of the opponent's blockers and the restand event would in total cost 9 dong with your leader effect, but it's going to attach 1 more dong to the does bonus, so just still feeling around a little bit. You definitely do want to get those dong cards onto those characters if you're going to use the restand event, just to make sure they get 2 attacks in.
So we do assume that he still has 5 cards in hand after playing the restand event, otherwise this does bones is not as big as it's exactly right now. Going down to 1.
Yep. Hancock is going to be unblockable. Oh, and yeah, Mage knows that he doesn't have enough, so he scoops. Because this is a best of 3, he needs to make sure that he can actually play those next 2 games. Sees the Navy headquarters and decides this is not going to be a winnable game for him. Just those 6 attacks coming in is not going to be possible for him to defend with the number of cards, blockers, and light that he has. So going straight into game 2, Borna up 1-0, needs 1 more win to lock in that top 8 spot, and Mage now an uphill battle, but thankfully, I believe, has side selection.
Yes. He also had side selection this game because he was 8th place in the Swiss, while Borna was 9th place in the Swiss. But the aggressive start from Goofy was just way too aggressive for this purple yellow Rosinante, and yeah, restand event is just a little bit too much for this Rosinante. Even with, we had I think 4 blockers up, we had Law, double Borsellino, and Rosinante, and 3 lives, and we were still able to kill them. That's actually insane if you think about it, going through that much.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things seem like they were going well for Mage at that point in the game. He, Borna didn't see the buggy combo on curve, I believe 2 turns in a row, saw it finally on that 3rd turn after he hit 6 dong. But despite that, you know, and also Rosnante finding those 5-cost Borsalinos, getting all of those searches, and also, importantly, that 6-cost Rosnante and Law on curve still was not actually enough. So now my question is, what do you need for it to actually be enough in this matchup? Because you have to win this game, but you also have to win another game when you're going second after this as well, should you win this game.
I hope Mage will show us the answer, because I definitely don't have it for you. Because you are really fighting an uphill battle, I think, versus blue-green Luffy. And one of the cards that is also like super annoying if you're playing purple-yellow Rosinante, and we do see it in hand of the green-blue Luffy, is Gravity Blade. Gravity Blade can punish this deck so hard. You can play around it, but it doesn't feel right all the time. So also, a small fun fact, Borna was sorting his Don deck. He wants to see first the exact same order of dons.
This
He
is why I
has
have to
reasonings behind
use
it.
all of the same Don cards because I will have that sort of weird OCD.
I can see that.
Yeah, if there's a specific order to my Don cards, I need them to be in the correct order, which is why I need to use all 10 the same Don card, or else I'm going to get heavily distracted by that sort of thing. So, yeah, still though, Mage is seemingly going to have the same start as before. Whether or not they can find a 4-drop on this 3-Don turn may also make a bit of a difference when it comes to his leader effect as well. So, see if he has it. That would be the main difference between the first and the second game, but does have that Oshantin Law locked in for the third turn.
Again, a very good start for Borna. Double 2 cost.
Yeah, incredible start. Okay,
This time we
immediate
start with a
6K swing.
6. So that's good.
Yeah.
That's most of the time a good thing.
That is a good thing. Is going to use that leader effect -1 dong, and here it is for 2 dong. Maybe the promo Trafalgar Law, a blocker, which if you have equal or less dong than the opponent, will give you 1 dong back rested. So as if he didn't return that dong through his leader effect, now he suddenly has a 4-cost 6,000 power blocker, and this is what this deck does. It just plays a bunch of characters that have very good stats and are also blockers. So it is as defensive as it is aggressive in a lot of cases.
So very important pickup for Mage, or well, he probably had it already. I don't think he did a mulligan, but that card is just so important on your on your 3-Don turn as Purple Yellow Rosinante.
Yeah, no, definitely. If you can get this 4-6, it makes a world of difference, especially on this next turn as well, because one of the more common plays would be to play out the 4-cost Crocodile, restand one of your characters, and then swing 5 and 6 with the leader. So being able to absorb that 5 for free would make things a whole lot easier. And I mean, Luffy, he had a very solid turn 1 with the double 2 cost, but this turn a little bit slower, only able to play it on 1-2 cost, and attaching the rest of the dong to Luffy leader, swinging 7K.
Now we can clear a little bit of the board, which is super good, and hopefully we can set up a Rosy Law, which we can. We did find one with our Kobe.
Yeah, and this Marineford, I mean, is a searcher first and foremost, but sets up a whole lot of things later on in the game. And so we'll be able to establish that, importantly, resting 1 dong, which will allow you to comfortably return that with your leader effect. Now, the next law, that you play out of your hand will be -2 cost. So the 6-cost law only costs 4 now. Looks like he's trying to swing with the Marineford, but probably just confirming the effect, making sure that it can pick up cards like that 1-cost I Love You. And
we did already use leader abilities, so we can play the Rosy.
Yeah, curious what the conversation is right now, but is just going to play down that Oshidal. On play, draw 1 card because you have equal or less dong than the opponent, and gain 1 dong active. And is he going to... Seems like he may just play down another Searcher, for example. So already feeling a lot better than last game, even though there's only effectively 1 card difference so far.
But that 1 card is very important, and I think every single game that you play with Rosy. And here it is, the Treasure Rare of Kobe. It's the French one.
Ah, that's why I didn't recognize the art. I was trying to figure out if that was like Tsuda or something.
No, this is the 1-cost Kobe Searcher, but it's Treasure Rare in French only, as every region gets their proper Treasure Rare.
Yeah, it's cool that you guys can use the French ones as well, so you have double the treasure rares to choose from. Whereas in Japan, we only have the Prisoner of Imadon, which albeit very good one to have, but next set, you guys have some great treasure rares as well with that 6-cost Newgate, for example. But still, though,
Yes.
this Kobe importantly picked up the 7-cost Sakazuki, so it seems like he is going to be looking to play that down this game, much healthier than he was in the first game, still with 3 life currently, so won't be pressured to put down those Borsalitos quite yet, and may have some time to stabilize this game.
Yep, also fairly slower start for Borna. I have to swing 8 here, not being able to develop another 2-cost. But we do know that there is a Gravity Blade the upcoming turn, potentially.
I mean, There's even if he had the 2 cost, there may have been an argument to just swing 8 anyways because it would force the opponent to give you a block plus 1k, whereas anything else would just be a free block from something on the board. But Mage doesn't even have to think about it because he's played this deck so much, instantly takes that life, and is just gonna start with a 5k swing here. See what he does with the rest of his dong here, but I think on this turn you only have 7 dong to your name, so you can play down that Sakazuki, but using it alongside Mamaragang is going to be a pretty hefty dong minus if you don't have the dong active to use Sakazuki's activate main effect. See what he goes for.
And just a 5k swing. It looks like the Goofy is thinking about taking it. He is taking a 5 swing.
Yeah, he's deathly afraid of that Sakazuki, as you should be, because it was actually shown in the search the turn before. So just making sure not to rest those blockers right now to make it really easy to take out those characters is going to also counter out of this swing as well.
And Mage is feeling very confident because he can even swing with this Rosy Law as well.
Yeah, and I think you just take this. There's no reason to block at this point. Takes the life. Now down to 1 is Borna. And the 7 cost Sakazuki coming down anyways. Minus 6k to that Prison of Impel down. And the question now is he also going to follow it up with a Mamaragang, or is he just going to leave it? It's going to be the Mamaragang.
He's going for it, and very strong turn for Mage. This is looking amazing.
I think the big difference maker here is, although Borna was able to find that buggy combo, it's kind of like a monkey's paw where he got his buggy combo, but at what cost? None of the 2 costs or 1 costs seem to be coming to his hand up until this point, though he had such an explosive turn 1. Wasn't able to connect those into other cards, seeing his hand does seem to be a couple of events in his hand as well. So what characters can he play down onto the board right now that would make a big influence? Because as this game goes on, it's going to be more and more favored for Mage.
It feels like he wants to Gravity Blade here, but if you Gravity Blade, you're not really developing that much, I guess, unless you have more 2 costs than we know about. But
yeah, I mean, Gravity Blade isn't terrible here. The way that he's splitting up his dome indicates to me that he isn't really thinking about that play right now. But oh, and I guess that's 5 dong split, so you can do 7 and then 2 dong active and then have 3 dong after that. So it is an option in his head, I imagine. But the issue, you can't get rid of that Sakazuki, and that is the premier target right now. You want to get rid of that if you can, but Luffy doesn't really have a means of dealing with that card in this game. So Mage being able to set it up more confidently this time around is going to feel a lot better for him. If he Gravity Blades, he will be able to get rid of those laws and Rosh laws on the board, but it's going to come at the cost of not establishing his board.
I'm swing another 6. We do know that purple yellow Rosinante is very low on 2Ks. I think maybe only 5, maybe 6 2Ks only. So
yeah, I think a lot of lists only run something like 6 2Ks at most and rely on things like I Love You to try to recur them, for example. Is going to use that Gravity Blade, gets rid of 2 of the opponent's characters, so reduces Rosinante's board. But if he doesn't have another 2 cost to establish onto the board, can feel a little bit weaker, is just going to pass with 2 dong active, doesn't even want to rest that bonk lay out of fear of it just instantly being taken back by that beautiful French Kobe.
Or he's just scared to die because he's only at 1 life as well. And there is a big Sakazuki on the board, and of course the leader that can still swing, so...
Yeah, that's true. He is somehow already at 1 life. This feels like Mage, despite being the one that's been kind of clearing the board, is in a very aggressive spot right now. Luffy has a lot of cards in his hand right now, so most likely not going to die on this turn. But he does have to counter some of these larger power attacks now that he is at 1 life.
Let's see. I'm confident that Mage will set up a new blocker. Rosie, maybe he's looking for a Borsalino. It doesn't have a Borsalino. He's starting with a 6.
Yeah, in these sorts of situations, I mean, if you have maybe 1 more attacker on the board and you play the Borsalino, then the game is effectively just over. But Rosinante, 1, not only as you said, maybe doesn't even have the Borsellino. But also because his board was gravity bladed the turn before, there are a couple of factors that go into this decision. Do you reestablish your board? Do you try to take out the opponent's board? And he is just going to feel out with these early swings to see how the opponent responds before he really commits into anything big. But it looks like it's just going to be another Rocinante in Law.
Yep. And it gives one active Dawn for your I Love You. Gonna use Marine for it as well. I think he's digging for the Borsellino.
Yeah, that's possible. And gets rid of the Dragon Twister, says, I don't even need this at this point. All I need to do is keep establishing big bodies, and there's nothing you do about it. And that may very well be true, because Goofy, he needs to reestablish his board on this turn to actually find lethal on the next turn, but also he needs to make sure not to die in the next coming turns, and that's getting harder and harder as Rocinante's board gets bigger.
But there is a nice combination of cards in hand for Borna. I did see a Galdino and I did see a Boa Hancock. That Boa Hancock being able to freeze one of the characters, and that Galdino basically also freezing one of the characters. So
yeah, but the big difference of this Boa is that it cannot be rested, meaning that you cannot use the Rocinante and Law as a blocker either. So is going to be able to find a little bit of damage through here. Otherwise, that 5k swing would have just been absorbed by a free block. So does the exact same thing that we saw the game before, the buggy combo plus Boa, just exploding these very large characters onto the board. And everything is active, meaning that, I mean, despite being in a really terrible spot the turn before, I mean, if Rocinante doesn't find a way to either survive this turn with something like a double Borsellino, for example, or just close out the game outright, then something like the restand event that Navy headquarters may just blow up the game like it did in game 1.
we do know the I Love You as defensive tool. We might know. I did see some shiny 5. I would assume it's Borsellino, but I'm not sure. But is Borsellino even enough? If they go all in next turn with a restand event, that's the scary part, potentially, for Mage indeed. So let's see, what are you gonna do about this, Mage?
Yeah, so we did see the Gum Gum Lightning in the first game, and I do think that could actually be a very powerful tool to have on this turn. Because, for example, if you were to, hypothetically, let's say his hand was perfect, he had something like the 5-cost Borsellino, Gum Gum Lightning, as well as like I Love You or 2 or something. And that instantly is going to absorb a lot of that pressure. And importantly, if you can put Goofy down to, Green Blue Goofy, I should say, down to 3 characters on the board, then they now have to establish 2 characters to actually activate that Navy headquarters. So it makes it a lot more difficult if you can just stunt that board expansion that Goofy has at his disposal. So may not need to close out the game quite yet if he has some of those tools, but we have to see just if he has it.
Yes, and there was no Dom active for Green Blue Luffy, so he needs to double check here on what he will do against this 8k hit from Sakazuki.
Yeah, and I'm running through my Mind Palace if there's a Rocinante event that gives your character something unblockable. I believe actually there's something like the technique to make someone use silent or something like that. Are people running that card? Honestly, I doubt it. It's a very niche card, but the card does exist. So Borna, a little bit more afraid to take this card willy-nilly because it can inform Rocinante to just hit that Go Switch, but honestly, pretty unlikely, even though he has Zero Dong active, that he would actually end up going for that, I would imagine.
But blocking here feels so... I'm not sure if you are winning if you block this.
Yeah, I think this is one of those cases where you kind of have to counter out of your hand. If you end up taking the block here and the opponent just takes out your board, then it's kind of similar to if the opponent had Gum Gum Lightning. And if they take out one of your characters and also have Gum Gum Lightning or something, then you're most definitely not going to be able to pull off Navy headquarters. But is going to go for that block, which indicates to me that he's not going to be going, or he's not looking to go for Navy headquarters on this next turn, regardless of if the opponent has board clear or not.
How do you win against Borsellino from this spot?
If he has Borsellino, this game could be over for Borna, but he doesn't seem to have it, which does open up some...
It's still possible.
Yeah. the -6k is going to hurt because that is going to persist onto the green blue Luffy's turn. So even though that Boa Hancock does have unblockable, will only be 3k on Goofy's turn, even if he has something like that 6-cost Brook. So just made lethal that much more difficult with that Sakazuki. And I mean, it does look like he's just going to play for another turn and close out the game the next turn. And that I Love You is definitely going to be very helpful. Effectively a Radical Beam in this current state of the game.
Yes, and yes, even 3 of them. I wanted to say 2, but he instantly drew another one. So he is definitely not dying the upcoming turn.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen, maybe you've even seen 2 from searches. I haven't been keeping track of exactly what is public information, but you see all this still active, and you don't expect them to actually have all of the I Love Yous. You expect them to swing for 5k here to just see if they could get another counter card out of your hand, and Goofy taking that last life basically is locking himself into going for lethal on this next turn, which means that he might just try to break through with Brook, resting that Oshtante, and just swinging big a couple of times. But not having that Boa is going to hurt that a lot.
Yeah, Buggy and Mr. One alone is just not enough, especially into 3 I Love Yous and Divine Departure. It's I do think that we are going to a game 3 in this top 16 with purple yellow Rosinante versus blue green Luffy.
Yeah, and on good pace too, because there are still 20 minutes left in this game, or in this best of 3 series. So we'll see what sort of miracle Green Blue Luffy can try to pull out of the hat right now. At least from his perspective, you never know what can be in Mage's hand. You know at least that there's one I Love You, at least as far as I can remember. And if every single other card in hand is a brick, then you can still find lethal. So you're never out of it until you actually try to go for lethal. So he can't scoop just quite yet.
Looks like Gravity Blade? No, he's just gonna split.
Yeah, Gravity Blade at this point really doesn't do anything. But I think just trying to figure out the best way to split up his Dong and go for lethal here. But at least from our perspective, it looks very difficult for that to actually come to fruition.
Mm-hmm. From our perspective, it's even 0%, I think, for Green Blue Luffy to win this exact turn.
Let's see. There's 6-cost Brook, Dead Man's Game, rest 2 Dong, rest their blocker. You get 2 Dong back that you can swing 1 on the... Do you even swing with the Bonkley at that point? You probably swing once with Leader, hope that they have a bunch of bricks in their hand. You get 1 card out of their hand, then you swing 6 with Bonkley, 6 and then 7/7 with the active main from Brook. Then there's a world you get there if the opponent literally only has counter events. That's going to be the first part. Dead Man's Game.
Okay, we need a second one.
Yeah.
I guess if they have a second one, 3 I Love Yous is a lot worse.
He's going to use that leader effect, so that Dead Man's Game only costing 2 total. And starting with the 7 at leader, he knows that there's an I Love You, so it's going to be relatively easy to counter out. Just an I Love You plus the information that already exists in that trash. Yeah, and instantly uses that, even though it's a plus 4k on a 7k attack. So now, does Goofy have the read?
Looks like just a split to go for a game. This is his only out that he found, and we do have another I Love You.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I mean, you can still attach some Dong to that Boa and try to get a 6k attack through. So not out of it completely.
You can go 5/5.
You never know what's in hand.
No, even more.
Yeah, no, it'd be 6/6 if you...
6/6, yeah.
I mean, I believe that he had Mage had Divine Departure in his hand, so will not be possible to break through. But there is still hope from Borno's perspective, and does have that 2K in the end. So Borna is going to scoop, which means that we are 1-1 going into game 3 with 20 minutes left on the clock, which should be enough time to get in a very good game, I imagine.
Absolutely. Both players playing at a very good pacing. Both decks are very aggressive as well, so
Roughly 20 minutes.
this I, I, I'm very positive that this game will be done before time hits. So
10 over.
Yes, and I believe because this is the third game as well, we will have overtime rules apply, thankfully. So both these, the first and the second game, have only taken 20 minutes. I'd be surprised if this one randomly takes 40, for example. So I think both players comfortable to actually complete this top 16 game. Borna shuffling as quickly as he possibly can to pick up this last win that he needs to move on to top 8, which is probably for these guys the most important match of the day.
absolutely, the winner of this game is going to top 8 and gets himself a serialized Gear 5 Luffy.
1 second.
Yeah, I do believe your mic is a little bit staticky. I took a look at chat as well, and it seems like it's also reverberating onto the stream. So it may be on your side rather than the actual stream side. So maybe check your connection or something. But yeah, as you are getting into that, I'll take over for a little bit because Goofy, now having lost that second game, is going to be able to pick his side and is finally, for the first time in the series, going to be going first. So let's see if he's going to be able to make a difference. Importantly, something like that buggy into the Prisoner of Impel down combo is going to be very important on curve, especially when you're going first. So not only are you able to play a pretty powerful curve, but you're also able to throw Rosnante off of his ideal curve as well by going first in this matchup. So good luck to both players in the final match of today, the third game of the top 16 best of 3. Let's see who wins it, because Goofy having a pretty good start. The one cost Luffy, not a card that we've seen that much this series, is going to be able to pick up the Bonkley, which is also going to set up for his next turn as well. So
Just did change to my mic from my headset, so it might be a little bit different, but hopefully it's not as bad. My apologies to the headphone users.
Yeah, yeah, you sound better than before, so we should be good now. Yeah, and Rostante, this basically feels like clockwork at this point. Has the stage, has the Colby, has all the searchers, and is just trying to make sure that he finds his curve after this point. I didn't actually see what was from that first search, unfortunately, but the second search hopefully spoiled for options as he thinks about this search. Every search matters at this point. You have to think about the clock, but you also have to make sure that you're making the right plays. So it's a very stressful position to be in as you try to complete 3 games in an hour.
I do think that he picked up Kobe with this stage.
Ah, okay. Yeah, and picks up the I Love You, which was one of the deciding factors of that last game to make sure that Goofy wasn't able to go for games. So just picking those up ahead of time to hopefully set up a board state like you did before, just having all of the I Love Yous at the end of the game to stop the opponent from going for lethal. Goofy starting with a 5k at leader, and presumably just going to play out a bunch of 2 costs, as he loves to do. Yep. The 2 cost Mr. 1 and 2 cost Mr. 2 coming onto the board and will become attackers from that next turn after he hopefully plays down the buggy combo, for example, and he can swing something like 5-6-6 while also establishing a very large board, but still has a lot of options at his disposal. Rostante, though, going to start with a search with that Marine Forward, picks up the Borsalino, which will come in handy later on, and the question is, does he have the 4-cost Law? Is going to play another Marine Forward. It's 3 that we've seen so far, but thankfully because you're going second, you do have that 1 extra dong at your disposal, which means that you have 3 tries to find the cards that you need. Surely at this point you're able to find it. Picks up a Colby, so I'm kind of worried. Either he already has it in his hand, or he failed to draw it, but it does look like he does have it in his hand. There it is, the leader effect reducing the cost of the next Trafalgar Law that's played, and the 4-cost Promo Law coming down on the board to re-ramp that Dong while also establishing a blocker. This card is very influential in this matchup, just being able to stop the opponent's onslaught of 6k attacks or even free block some of the 5k attacks while also being an attacker itself. So
yes, we did see last game how important this law is right on curve on your 4-don or on your 3-don turn.
yeah, and Goofy not having that buggy combo, but is able to have that crocodile, so we'll still be able to get in 4 attacks on this turn with the 1-cost Luffy, the 2-cost Bonkley, and the 2-cost Mr. 1 swinging on this turn. So not a terrible turn, but maybe not ideal if you look at the next oncoming turns.
Mister,
And it sounds like your other mic may have potentially been better according to chat, but
not the first one.
yeah, I think
2-0.
at this point maybe pick your poison, but maybe the other mic was better according to chat. So as we fix some of those audio issues, I can handle this game because Rostante very confidently just sweeped all of Green Blue Luffy's board, thankfully, with that Dragon Twister. So didn't play down something like that Rostante and Law like we have seen in the games previously, but perhaps because he's going second now, he is able to play this card on curve much more easily and just immediately completely wipe out the opponent's board and elect to reestablish board later on. One of the big benefits of going first as Roshnante is that you can play down that 6-cost Roshnante in Law on what should be your 5-dong turn. So when you're going second, you can still play it on that 3rd turn, but it would be what is your 6-dong turn, which doesn't feel nearly as powerful. If you've played Purple NL, you will definitely know that feeling. But instead, plays down the Dragon Twister and just completely wipes out Green Blue Luffy's board. And Green Blue Luffy, he's been in the situation many times today. You just need to find the best way to reestablish his board. So we'll see exactly how he goes about that in this situation. Hard to tell what options are at his disposal without seeing every card in his hand, but is going to start with a 5k swing with 7 dong still at his disposal. And honestly, that Dragon Twister in his life is
You don't really want to hit
pretty
right now.
ominous. Yeah, giving that to Roshnante
No trigger.
is a little bit scary when you're trying to reestablish your board because Rosnante is still in a relatively comfortable spot. He just completely board wipes you once again. Then it can feel like you're not making progress while Rosnante gets in these small hits at your leader. The 2-cost Mr. 2, Bonkley, Bentham, going to come down, and leader effect used to resend 2 more Dong, effectively just playing that for free. Another one comes onto the board. This is why this deck is so powerful, even in this meta with a lot more threats that he has to worry about, like Red-Green Luffy. Just expanding the board, every single card, drawing a card on play. So despite the fact that he played 3 cards this turn because of that Bonkley drawing 1 card, and the Crocodile being able to replay the Bonkley as well that draws a card, 3 cards played, 3 cards drawn, completely card neutral play while developing massive amounts of attackers. Luffy as well doing exactly the same thing. So Luffy's hand just not going down in size anytime soon. This is why this deck is so powerful and is just always going to have the looming threat of something like that Navy headquarters just breaking through at any point in the game. So honestly, this is a pretty fine spot for Goofy to be in, because even if you play down the Dragon Twister at this point, you're still leaving 2 attackers on the board, which is not really ideal. You would have preferred to just use that Dragon Twister on something like the 5-cost Buggy plus the 6-cost Prisoner of Impel Down, but using it on a 4-cost and a 2-cost doesn't feel very helpful in this matchup. So wonder what he's going to do at this point. You definitely need to establish your board at some point if you actually want to push back and break through. So
I can imagine
nice-
Rosy Law. Let's see. Wants to play a Rosy
Nice.
Law here.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I think it's definitely too early for Green Blue Luffy to go for something like the Navy headquarters at this point in the game, so he would need to, or he would have the time to establish those characters right now. But whether it's going to be the Sakazuki or the Roshida, I think there's a couple of options at his disposal. just deciding to clear the opponent's board with that Dragon Twister, and does flip over another fairly ominous threat from his life, the 5-cost Borsalino. Every single card in his life, a card that he does really want to place at some point in this matchup. So the second Dragon Twister, something that we haven't seen so far in this series, is going to come out, which is going to keep Green Blue Luffy's board under control for a fairly long time, but does come at the cost of Roshnante not being able to establish the board himself. So while he is getting in these small chip attacks with the 4-cost Trafalgar Law, because Goofy has the ability to swing with this Mr. 2 on the board with just one dome attached, I mean, both these players are basically just swinging at basically the same amount, same rates as each other. So at this point right now, it just feels like Roshnante is only mitigating what Green Blue Luffy is doing, but not necessarily making that much progress in this game because Green Blue Luffy's hand is so big, potentially over 10 cards in his hand at this point. And if Borna can keep reestablishing his board as he's been able to successfully do throughout this entire game, now Roshnante probably just doesn't have... oh, maybe he does have more Dragon Twisters in his hand. Maybe they may be I Love You. Hard to see exactly what's in his hand at this point in the game, but he's committed to clearing Green Blue Luffy's board, so something like the, for example, Roshnante Law plus Gum Gum Lightning would be very helpful to reestablish his board while dealing with some of the opponent's board, but we'll see what ends up coming out from his side as the turn is going to be passed back to him relatively soon, with Green Blue Luffy once again passing back the turn with an entire board completely active, all ready to attack on this next turn, and importantly, all different named Impel Down characters. So setting up for that looming threat of the Navy headquarters restand event as well.
And still being able to swing with this Luffy at the end of the turn as well, after Buggy, Prisoner, and Crocodile.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the...
2-0. 5 at life.
Me or too nice? The 1-cost Luffy is going to drop here really early on, but it is something that can be reestablished pretty easily if you're going to go for Navy headquarters. So Roshnante kind of in a spot similar to the game 1 where he's struggling to reestablish his board, but this is a really nice thing that this deck can do. The 5-cost Borsalino and the Roshnante Law, who can be played down for a total of 9 dong, 2 dong reduction through that leader effect, is going to help him stall this game for a little bit longer. But I mean, there's always the looming threat of that Navy headquarters, even if there only being 4 characters on the board. Yeah, and is going to go for the more defensive play here. The Mr. 3 being played down to draw 2 cards, dig through his deck, and stop one of the characters from attacking, but not from resting. So that Roshnante Law, an 8k blocker, is pretty invaluable in this matchup to just stem as much bleeding as possible. And as such, decides to just stun the 4-cost Trafalgar Law.
Yeah. For Goa again to... We can't go anymore with this Rosie Law.
Yeah, the Mr. 3, Galdino, and the 7-cost Boa just being able to make sure that the Roshnante can't put more pressure onto Green Blue Luffy. But, I mean, this is still a pretty powerful board state from Green Blue Luffy, all things considered. Even though he's been taking some of these later turns a little bit more slowly. Is going to give the 2k there on the 6k swing, passing back the turn, and both of these boards are completely full, but the difference here is that Green Blue Luffy has that looming threat of the Navy headquarters, and Roshnante, on the other hand, 2 of his characters are not able to swing on this turn. So if he doesn't have the means of dealing with Green Blue Luffy, he most assuredly will be trying to close out the game very, very soon. 5 minutes and a little bit left on the clock, but is he even going to need all of that time? Yeah.
I think that these 5 minutes will be more than enough. We are slowly heading to the end of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Goofy feels just very commanding right now in terms of board state and hand size. It doesn't feel like there's any angle realistically for Roshnante to try to find lethal randomly or clear out the opponent's board. And all he can do is kind of play in the way that he was playing in game one. Just stall, 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 force Lino, heal one life, play a blocker, and just hope that it's enough, reestablishing things like that Roshnante in law as well.
Draw 1, ramp 1 active.
This time it's 5 blockers, not 4 or 3.
That is true. Every single card on the board is a blocker right now, so he definitely won't die on this next turn, but he still needs to find a way to actually transition that into a win.
We are going to build a wall.
We don't have the event, I think. We do have an Asura.
Yeah. But Mage doesn't know that, so he always has to play with this idea that the event can come at any point. So these sorts of early attacks, you never know what they're going to transition into. Is it just going to become a stalling turn, or is it actually going to transition into a more explosive turn? But Mage is just going to take that free block off of the Roshnante law. Yep, and is going to go for that more defensive play. Another Mr. 3 Galdino. Draw 2 more cards, make it so that the Roshnante law can't attack, and now it suddenly feels like Green Blue Luffy is the control deck as he denies the opponent from attacking basically at all this entire game, and has a hand that can only be rivaled by a deck like Mihawk or Rocks in OP17.
Oh shit. Told you to take an out.
He's going for another one.
Oh my god. This is very difficult to actually play through, isn't it? Yeah, and just targeting the character with the highest power, though it will still be able to function as a blocker when the turn is passed back after Mage's turn. Importantly, being able to swing as an 8k would be able to put some pressure on Green Blue Luffy, and Green Blue Luffy just making sure that there's no way for Roshnante to actually find a way into this game. If Green Blue Luffy can't finish the game on the next couple of turns, then he'll make sure that Roshnante can't finish the game in the next couple of turns +1. And so in this way, instead of accelerating to each other's game pace, Goofy is just dragging him down to his game pace, because he has also seen 2 Dragon Twisters. I think you'd have to imagine there isn't a third one in the deck, unless you were really, really taking for this matchup, but especially with Mihawk, which I guess, to be fair, very good in that matchup as well. But there are a couple of matchups where that card really isn't that helpful. Black, Yellow, Teach, Purple, and all, to name a few. So you can't afford to run that card at crazy number of copies. So Borna happy to just take this game a little bit slower. But Mage, knowing that this game is going to be going on for quite a while, does find the timing this time to play down the Sakazuki, -6k to the opponent's Boa. And if he can also combo this with the Mamaragang, for example, then it could be a very nice way to start take back the opponent's board. We'll see if he ends up going for that, because he did already commit 2 swings with 6k, so it may just be a way to establish a body onto the board, make that Boa Hancock less of a threat in this next coming turn, and just desperately try to establish some attackers, and in this case, the Roshnante law number 3 coming down onto the board, blockers, to not only have an ironclad defense, but also try to find a way to actually close out this game. I do like the way that he's playing out this game, because he's been given this time just making his board just mathematically larger until Gravity Blade.
That's a very good Gravity Blade.
Yeah, the Gravity Blade, I mean, the games before was only able to get rid of a 4 cost and a 6 cost, but when the game goes longer like this, you start to establish more and more Roshnante laws. Being able to bottom 2 6 costs for only 7 dong, in the case of Green Blue Luffy, 5 dong, feels amazing. And now he just has so much dong he doesn't know what to do with. Just swings all of it onto leader, swings at leader, and there's no world where you ever block that when you have 3 life left. So is just going to happily take that. Has a lot of cards in his hand, and now finally going to punish the fact that Green Blue Luffy has been accumulating a ton of cards in his hand. Yoink! Oh, Buggy and the 1-cost Luffy. That Buggy could actually be somewhat influential.
What am I doing? Stage.
Do you think that he preferred Asura or Navy headquarters out of this pitch law?
Yeah, I mean, but still, it's 2 free cards effectively for this deck, so you're happy getting something. But yeah, definitely would have preferred some of those events, I'm sure.
Leader.
Now we start to see some of the crazy things that can happen once you get this Sakazuki onto the board. Minusing Dong with your leader effect, with that 4-cost law, and then immediately getting it back with that Sakazuki active no less, playing down the Roshinanten law, so many things going on the board, and you can really only play at this pace if you're very confident in the deck that you're playing, and this pace is necessary because we are at 0 minutes, 0 seconds on the clock,
Yes.
so it's going to come down to these next couple of
Ace of
turns,
knife.
no matter what.
Those two can still swing, right?
These two. Yes.
It can swing.
And you use the Sakazuki already.
I use
Yeah,
everything
and
on board.
Goofy did leave 1 Dong active, so debating whether or not he wants to use it here, but decides there isn't really a point to. Gets back the turn, which indicates to me, I mean, he might just be going for lethal on this turn, but I mean, that's 4 blockers on the board, even with something like Dead Man's Game. That's a big wall to break through.
They also have Navy headquarters, so we have tons of attacks. But you have
Yeah.
two I love use in hand for mage as well.
6 to lead.
Starts with a 6.
+2.
Yeah, and is going to use that I Love You. And this is one of the really nice things about this card is that you don't have to use it as a Radical Beam or a plus 4K immediately. Just stops the 6K attack with the first part of I Love You, grabs back the 4-cost Trafalgar Law with 2K, and stops the second attack, the 6K attack from Buggy. And he has another one in his hand, so even if Green Blue Luffy goes for that restand event on this turn, he will be able to confidently at least stop 2 more of those attacks. Also has 4 blockers, 2 life. Rosnante, I mean, a grind it was, but he's been persistent and he's been surviving for a very long time. Borna does look like he's committing to going for the game as he rests one of the opponent's blockers and Edong with that Dead Man's Game. Is it going to be enough, though? 5 at leader, 1K, 6,
He's
2K.
going for Asura and Navy headquarters all in one turn.
Yeah. There it is, the Navy headquarters. Everything's going to restand. 6 more attacks. 2 blockers, 3 blockers on the board. 1. So if you defend 1 more attack. And is that Divine Departure in his hand? It's hard to tell,
Yes.
actually.
It
So
is.
Left after.
I believe that barely. Yeah, Mage is able to defend on this turn, even though it's going to cost him everything, which
Oh,
means
GG!
Mage survives the Navy headquarters in the end. 12 attacks and 2 blocker / Dong rested, and is able to survive with the insane amount of defense that he had set up the entire game. Is able to pull through and make it, punch his ticket into the top 8 at the Zagreb Regional.
Sure about leading the
Congratulations, Mage. Once again, going to top 8 and getting another serial on his name. I think last season he did get a Nika serial, he did get a Zoro serial, and this is his second Nika serial already. So, thank God, this was the last game of today, and I have to apologize for my mic. But I have a very, very fancy mic, so I don't know what happened. And I have a very fancy headset as well, so I'm gonna blame everyone's headset from the people that are watching. I don't know what's happening. We will fix it tomorrow, so my apologies, everyone. But this will be for tomorrow. We had a very long day, 8 rounds of Swiss into the first top 16 game, and we will be going to top 8, top 4, and finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'll take over for the rest of the stream as it seems like people are struggling to listen in chat, unfortunately. But thankfully that happened in just the last game of the last series of today. So good way to end it out. I was very worried for a very long time in that game because he was playing similar to how he ended up losing in game 1, just playing defensively, trying to survive for as long as possible. But we did see the difference in game 3, was able to actually survive all the way until the end, was able to turn it around, just have enough blockers to be able to survive against that Navy headquarters restand event, and was able to make the difference in the end, which means that 2-1 after going down a 1-0 in the first game is able to make it to the top 8, and I think just a really, really good showing and an excellent showcase of the pinnacle of Rocinante. So, in any case, though, I think that will probably wrap us up for today, as we will be back for day 2 tomorrow to wrap up top 8 through the finals, as well as some of the Treasure Cup games as well. So make sure to come around to, I believe, 10 a.m. CEST, or for the viewers in Japan, every one of you, 5 p.m. in Japan. So whatever time that may be in your local time zone, make sure to stick around for that. And I believe that will wrap things up for us today. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you tomorrow.